Welcome, guys. DZ Drunk, it's been a while. I've been streaming every day, man. And on both platforms, YouTube and Twitch. YouTube is where most of my audience is. Although, I will say right now, I have viewers on Twitch. Yesterday we had a good amount of viewers on Twitch as well. Good to see. But yeah, most people are just familiar with my YouTube stuff. So, in case you are unaware, DZ, there's this huge event that I'm hosting, and that is part of the reason why I'm streaming every day. And fortunate for you, because you were the one who were like, man, you should do more gaming as well. I mean, I kind of agree with that. I might do some gaming today. It's going to be very strange because a lot of people are going to come into my YouTube and they're going to be like, what, you're playing a game? they're going to be totally offset. You might be the only viewer. We'll find out. Maybe DK will watch as well. DK is DB in the chat, so we got DZ and DK. Look at that. And DB. DB, DZ, DK. Jeez. You guys got to think of better names here. I mean, how many possibilities do we got? Hey, Street Nickel. You're around too? He's a fellow individual from Lock and Rose's community. Good dude. Oh, good, I'm working and listening? Got you. Yeah, most people are. To be honest, this is a good stream to do that. Unless I'm gaming, it's possible you probably... I don't know if you want to listen to me while I game. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's going to be more visual. But who knows? If you hear gunshots and stuff, I mean, it's going to be the game. So, if you're okay with that. No spoilers. Not saying what game. More spam bots here. Yeah, I'm fixing that right now. I'm trying to set a bunch of stinking filters. I already set a bunch of filters. I gotta set more. Gotta love how there's new bots every single day to greet me. They love me so much. Alright. We're gonna get rid of the word dating. And, yeah, that should work. And if I block the word dating, maybe that will work. For everybody. I mean, they're gonna say something else soon. Who knows? Let's see. Report. 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 Okay, you guys are gonna see how amazing I am at gaming. Even though my FPS will probably be significantly lower because I'm streaming it. That's a possibility tonight, just saying. But other than that, we're going to be going over a bunch of interviews and a lot of great stuff today. Oh, there it is. Date chat. Thanks. Hey. It's Norman. He's here, in the live stream. You reply to a lot of my videos. I've never seen you in the live stream before. Good to see some people who aren't usually showing up on live streams, showing up today. If you're playing video games, I'm out. Hey, I can make the video game educational. You watch and see. You watch and see. Norman, who are you talking to, by the way, when you ask that question? You yelling at me? Hope you're not yelling at me. You were in court today? Oh, shoot. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing. Shouldn't have to be. Unless you wanted to be there. I am talking to invisible people, that's correct. I don't know if any of you guys are real. You guys might all be bots. Programmed to be unprogrammed. You guys are programmed... like, programmed anarchist, basically. Programmed abolitionist. The YouTube algorithm detected my content and started making fake bot accounts based on the content. I mean, honestly, I would not be surprised. I'll show myself on camera. Nickel. I do it every time. This is my intro. A little longer than usual. Here, let me get my camera up. Oh, well, everyone's talking to themselves. Welcome to the internet, man. Alright, switch to this scene. What up? How's it going? But, Dish. Still got the background music, I'll lower it a little bit. Are confused or just confused? Norman is the word man. If you ever need somebody who can help you descript words, Norman is the guy. And I think there's actually a lot of people like you in this community, so don't worry. You're not the only one. But yeah, Nickel, here I am. Here we go. At least you're talking to somebody now, even though still technically talking to yourself, if you think about it. Because you're talking to a screen or a wall or a box. As we said yesterday, I have a program. Yeah, so today we're going to be going over a bunch of interviews. And maybe going into gaming. We'll see. We don't know that part yet. But either way, today is day 6 of the End of Slavery Summit. If you haven't signed up for the summit, be sure to do so. There's about 50 or so speakers and hundreds of resources on everything. Everything slavery, freedom, action, stuff that you don't usually hear in other places. And it's going to be good stuff. Etymology was taught to me when I was a child, but my dad, who was a teacher... Yeah, etymology, for those of you who don't know, is basically like breaking down words. It's a really good website out there for etymology. But, you know, if you basically break down any word, you can learn more about it. Greek, Latin, suffixes, and prefixes. And so, today we're going to actually go over a presentation that somebody created for the summit, as well as learning about technology and privacy and security. And I want to ping someone about that as well. And as well as going over music and different albums that relate to different topics going on in the world. And relating images, symbolic images, relating just anything symbolic and creative as a means for changing the world. And Derek Barticelli is one of the people who is speaking on creativity. Barticelli, very nice name. And he basically has a compilation of tons of music and tons of art. And he's been doing it for years on his channel. He's got a lot more subs than me, actually, because people really like music. And people like looking at, you know, what music can I listen to that has truth in it, you know, and we're actually working on collaborating, making new projects based on that idea, and you guys can get involved with that. Stay tuned. At the end, final days of the summit, that is one of the action steps, just one. Okay, I mentioned the newspaper idea yesterday, which I hinted to you guys who were in the live stream. I was like, this is a little sneak peek, but there's also another project that has to do with music. It's important because music can infect people and their feelings and what they do in this life. So it's something that we're not going to bet out as an option. A lot of people like music and a lot of people produce music, especially in this community. But what if we can bring all of it together, right? And it has to do with that. So we're working on that. Derek already has most of the tools set and great visuals and everything set up, so we'll be working on that. I've been in touch with High Impact Flicks. He wants to get together and do an interview still for the summit. There's still people who are sort of entering that were promised months ago, like himself. There was William Douglas, who recently I interviewed for the summit, even though the summit is still occurring right now as we speak. His interview was fantastic, and I think you guys will love a lot of what's to come. Because although we've talked about slavery so far, broke it down and looked at animations and really just nitpicked at everything so far, there's still more to talk about, like economics and how do we change things and move things in that direction of freedom. Not just what are the ideas of what freedom is, but how do we move in that direction actionably and practice it. We act as one. We are putting the band back together. Exactly. Time has changed, but some music still remains the same. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I still listen to 80s and 60s and 70s. I can't really listen to anything nowadays, I'll be honest with you. I can't do it. I don't know about you guys, but I can't do it. Anything that's maybe within the last 5 years, especially. I'd recommend, I don't know why that got censored out, but Marvin, I think I know what you're talking about. Their Lifetime album cover. Yeah, so like people will actually be able to send in music. And by the way, welcome Journals, welcome Dizzy. You guys are just coming in here as well. Welcome you guys to the live stream as well. I was talking about Derek Bartolicelli, but we also have Streetwise Privacy and Security, which is for everybody out there. You know, it's like everybody's like, what do I have to hide? And why is it important to look at security and when it comes to technology nowadays? There's a lot of value actually in it, and we specifically ask those questions. And I think the answers are simple, right? We want to simplify it down for people. You're talking to somebody who codes a lot and does a lot of stuff with technology, but he's fantastic. He really breaks it down for people. And then we have David Greenberg, who goes over trauma. So we have just a variety of topics today, and that trauma is a very key point to understand when it comes to slavery. Like if we're going to talk to people and they have some internal traumas that they need to address themselves, how do we bridge that gap? And even if there's trauma within ourselves in our childhood and growing up, I mean, it's possible there's things we still have to address if we want to be truly free. Music is a song, everything moves in waves. Lyrics are what we call magic. Yeah. Good way to put it, man. Yeah, we see sound waves like that. I've seen a lot of people do experiments on frequencies like that. There's a lot to speculate upon when it comes to frequencies, numbers as such. There's a lot out there. You may call me Jeff. Okay, I'll call you Jeff. That works. Never said that before. You've been commenting on my channel for a while. I'll call you Jeff for now. And you're Ben? All right. But that's a lot to remember. Well, it's going to become a lot to remember, but for now, it's not a lot to remember. Right? I mean, like, if there's a lot of people in the chat, I'm going to be like, I know one of you guys are Ben, but I forget which one. And then, not to mention, there's probably going to be several people with the same name. I already know several Jeffs. The universe is one song rooted in Genesis and resolves at the end. Jeez, you guys are deep. All right. So I have it lined up, all the interviews. And we're going to start with David Greenberg because he's got a whole presentation and he's just going to break it down. So if any of you are new to this, perfectly fine. You can join the summit anytime. Join the summit now. You'll get a bunch of free resources. Let's say you missed day 1, day 2, day 3 because we're on day 6 right now. It's the 6th of December. That's okay. Just sign up anyways. There'll be replays at the end of every day. You can go back to any day. There's tons of resources that you can download and so much that you can do. So everybody can get involved if they care about freedom. Notice I always end my sentence with if they care about freedom, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't be watching. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be doing anything. If you didn't care, you'd probably be watching, the news. If you didn't care, you'd be watching a movie, you'd be playing a game, like I'm probably going to play a game soon. But that's because you got to have a little bit of fun sometimes, okay? And fun is part of the process, and we can make that clear. And I promise you, my content will change over the next few years into different directions of experimentation as such. The universe is vibration and frequency. Music is the same. Yeah, I mean, that's the principle of vibration, right? The Hermetic principle. I have the Kabbalion here as well. Yesterday I mentioned there was a downloadable resource for day 5, which, by the way, you still have access to. Day 5 is extended. So you still can access day 5. You can download this book, What Anarchy Isn't. What Anarchy Isn't by Larken Rose. It's a book that not a lot of people are familiar with, but all these people who ask these questions like, with freedom, well, what about this? With freedom, what about that? How are you going to solve this and that? This book literally answers every single concern and breaks it down so simple. You're going to be like, wow. I mean, gosh, we do that already with everything else. Why don't we apply it to politics? Why can't we solve problems without violence? I mean, it's just crazy, right? And then here is the Kybalion Hermetic Philosophy. I printed this one as well. You'll get this as a downloadable resource in the summit, along with many other texts, so don't worry, there's a lot more to come. Thank you guys for hanging out. We're going to get started. We're going to start watching these interviews. We got David Greenberg. Thank you guys for watching. Let's get started. Hello, welcome. This is Corey Engelot with the End of Slavery Summit here with Aaron Butler, my co-host, and we're here with a very special guest, David Greenberg. David is a performance artist, video editor, and producer, abolitionist, anarchist, and de-occultist. He has many great videos, and I really like his aesthetic because I really like the way you incorporate art with all your stuff. I mean, you can see from your videos to your website, everything is artistic and very professional, and I really admire that in your works, and I think a lot of people like myself can take inspiration from it. Your website is freedomvibe.art. So freedomvibe.art. Freedom Vibe is also on other platforms, right? You're on YouTube and other platforms where you share a lot of video messages, and you even have articles, and you're willing to share other people's videos if they're interested as well. So thank you for that. And we're going to be talking about a really important topic here with David, how unresolved trauma generates slavery. So let's get started with this. If you want to introduce a little bit more about yourself and why this is really important for the cause.
Thank you, Corey and Aaron. First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing me to participate in the summit. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to contribute here. And yeah, so I've been an active participant in doing the great work of ending human suffering and ending slavery, including teaching as much as I can, sharing knowledge, obviously learning and growing. I've been doing that for just over a year now, to the greatest degree that I can. And like you pointed out, I've decided to pretty much take an artistic approach, created my own unique style, because I really took to heart what Mark Passio and others said about doing the work, but not just becoming another copy of them, bringing my own aesthetic to it. So that's why I've made such an effort to create a unique presentation. And I think when we share the same knowledge in many different ways, it also helps to reach a greater audience, because people are going to learn in different ways, and people are going to respond in different ways to different aesthetics and different presentations. So that's a main reason why I've done it that way. And it just makes it more enjoyable too in the process. So it's really great to be here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and so you got slides that you provided for the audience, which will be really cool. We can dive deep into. The first slide says how unresolved trauma generates slavery. So how do we get started with this, understanding this? And like I said, why is it important for people to look at trauma in the first place, right? I mean, is this a place where we start? Do we all have traumas inside ourselves? How do we find it?
Great questions, Corey. One of the things I've learned from diving into occult knowledge and just becoming a student of natural law and these principles is we really need to always make an effort to understand root causal factors of why things are the way they are, if we actually want to change them, right? So I definitely want to change things. I wanted to change things in my own life, and then projecting it out into the greater reality, I wanted to have the opportunity to help change the world and live in a better world, a world of more freedom. So I knew that the only way to do that was to actually understand root causal factors. And fortunately, we also often find that things are often much simpler than we think they are if we're being honest and we're really taking a good look. So one of the while this may not be the only causal factor, one of the main causal factors that I have learned and discovered that is generating the slavery and the suffering, the chaotic human condition that we have right now, is because you and I, all of us, and a large amount of people in the world, probably the vast majority, we have these unresolved traumas. And in this presentation, I'm going to talk about how I piece together how that unresolved trauma actually literally generates a reality that is based on slavery.
Wow. Yeah, so let's jump right into the first slide here, where you basically define trauma.
Yep. So we need to, one of the things you guys, Corey, I know you've watched some of my videos. People who watch my content will know that I try to always define terms, to avoid confusion, to always be very clear. So trauma, just so we're talking about the same thing, trauma is any kind of sudden or severe physical and or psychological harm that is overwhelming to the being. It really takes them almost or even beyond their current capacity to protect and defend themselves. And the word overwhelm is perfect for that. So it's usually sudden. It doesn't always have to be sudden. It can be continuous. It could be one time. So it comes in different forms. But this is basically what trauma is. And as we're going to see as we move forward, we all experience trauma to some degree or another.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I mentioned before. I'm like, is it something that we share? I mean, we see that, natural law is this force that is throughout all of the world, right? And everybody has this law within the universe that we have to understand. Not that everybody does understand it, or not that everybody uses it to their benefit, but we all commonly share certain things, and those things we don't always understand. So this is another aspect that I think plays a huge role for sure. So now let's look at slavery, right?
Yep. So of course, this whole conference is focusing on slavery and how to end it. So it's important that we all understand what the actual definition of slavery is. And again, it's very simple. Slavery is a state of, or a condition, or a set of conditions where one group claims to be the owner of another group. They own their life, they own their rights, their property, and they use violence because it's unnatural, as we'll see. They use violence to basically maintain that control and that ownership of the other group.
Yeah, and there's different forms of it, right? There's chattel slavery in the 1800s,
Right.
and now, and the abolitionists also warned us of different forms, like Lysander Spooner said, hey, there's such a thing as political slavery, economic slavery, and a lot of
Yep.
people were touching on that after the abolitionist time, after the 1800s, and it's still a topic to this day where there is still chattel slavery in different places of the world. But there's other forms, and I think, when we look at trauma, and we relate that to slavery, I mean, there's a great relationship. I mean, if you're physically enslaved, you're probably under a lot of trauma, I would imagine, right? So, let's kind of go deeper into this. You said slavery doesn't occur naturally; it must be generated through programmed behavior. So, what does that mean?
This is a very important point to understand. Slavery is not a naturally occurring phenomenon because it doesn't align with, it's not in harmony with any of the natural laws, any natural law or any of the principles of harmony of the universe. It has to be a construct. It has to be a mental construct, and it has to be generated somehow to actually manifest. So the way that it manifests, again, this may not be the only way, but one of the main ways is through programmed behavior, right? Because again, anything that's going to manifest in physical reality comes through behavior. That's how we actually create reality, through our behaviors. They started in the mind, they started in the mental plane and through the emotions, but they ended up as some kind of physical behavior. So the only way we can actually experience slavery is if behaviors that you and I and others, humanity as a whole, we can say, or a large population is affecting, is actually generating that. And these behaviors need to be very specific because they are creating that unnatural condition.
Okay. So, is trauma one of those behaviors that triggers other behaviors, or is it the starting point?
It's the starting point. As we're going to see as we move forward in this presentation, that the trauma is kind of the precursor. It's the foundational state that then leads the beings to generate the behaviors that are needed, these programmed behaviors that are required in order to manifest slavery and to keep it going.
Would you
in all of its different forms?
Would you say fear has to do with trauma?
Fear, or an ongoing state of fear, yes, an ongoing state of fear of a certain condition can lead someone to modify their behavior, and that can actually lead to the kind of behaviors that will generate slavery.
So yeah, 100%. You said trauma provides the perfect vehicle to program specific behaviors. Now, why is it the perfect vehicle?
Yeah, and I should have probably said unresolved trauma, because if a trauma happens and we are somehow able to overcome it, and this is what I'll talk about later in the presentation, is how to overcome these traumas. But if the trauma is unresolved, if it's unhealed, then the coping mechanism which the body, which the being put into place to protect themselves from further trauma, from further harm, that is going to reduce down and limit their behavior. So when you're afraid of a condition reoccurring, when you're afraid of something that happened and you don't want it to happen again, or you're always on the defense against it, you may deem yourself needing to modify behaviors, and those are behaviors that can be directed or programmed because because of the way our psychology works. It's all based on psychology, right? So unresolved trauma, I should have said, provides, when it happens in a very large scope, meaning across a large number of people, it does provide the perfect fertile ground to program those behaviors that are going to lead to slavery and create continuity of slavery.
Yeah. Would you say because it has to do perhaps with the lack of self-control? Because you mentioned that slavery is the claim of control of somebody else controlling another person. So if that person who's being controlled doesn't have self-control, they kind of give away themselves. They're more vulnerable per se. Would you?
Yeah, out of the fear mental state, we're much more likely to give up control for the sense of security, especially if someone comes along and offers a solution or says, here's how I can protect you. So we're much, and also, as we'll see, it's going to start to shut down some of the higher mental faculties that would otherwise filter out, people who come and make these hefty promises, and they aren't really based on actuality. So because it's scoping down the mind, I'm going to talk about that in one of the upcoming slides, how it impacts the performance of the mind/brain, so that it actually leads the person to be more susceptible to suggestion and more susceptible to giving up their power. And ultimately, it does require, I don't think I put a slide about this, but it's something I've heard, and it's very important. It does require the person to have a certain lack of self-respect and self-autonomy, like how they perceive their own selves and their ability to deal with these things. That is required also for them to even be able to give up control.
So yeah, I think this is really important because a lot of people may experience trauma in one form or another, and we just need to deeper understand what it is, especially if we're claiming that, hey, this is something that is affecting everybody. This is the reason why, we're becoming enslaved. So let's look into that then, the methods of generating slavery.
Yeah, and this is something that is, again, these are well-documented things. These are things that, once you start to study occult knowledge and natural law and what's going on in the world, it becomes more and more apparent what's happening. Now, not everybody is necessarily going to go through ritualistic child abuse. Not everyone as a child was actually raped or tortured. Many children are even murdered. I'm not saying that everyone in the population goes through that to the extreme, but it happens enough. It's enough of a trend in the human population to have an impact, right? And it could also happen in many degrees. There could be child abuse that isn't necessarily entirely physical. It could even be just psychological, right? So this is a big part of it. But the other side of that is the withholding of knowledge and important information, that if children and adults had that information, had access to it, and were taught it from a very young age, would allow them to, even in the face of certain types of trauma, to have more tools and be able to overcome them more quickly, because they would have access to a deeper and a wider set of knowledge. So that's another part of it. Perpetuating trauma states, this is something I went through myself, this and endless psychology. When I was younger, I would go to the psychologist many times to try to deal with, some of the traumas that I had experienced. And what I found looking back is they would often just repeat everything on a loop. It was literally like we would just go and talk about the same things over and over again. And there was no resolution. There was no aha moment. There was no, hey, I know that David, I know you went through this, but here's what you really need to do to finally heal this and move forward. That was never offered. So even even a lot of the psychologists, they are perpetuating it by not providing a solution, and instead just over and over again repeating the trauma. In essence, keep repeating it, keep amplifying it, and then giving it more power. Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Corey.
Well, no, you may even be able to say like that's like a slavery too, like you said, like because you are dependent on the psychologist for that help and you just can't find any other answers and you really don't know, and you'd hope that they study all this time and they know the solutions for you, but then they also may give you a drug and you might become dependent on that drug, and then all of a sudden now you're a slave to another thing. I mean, it's a little dangerous, I would say.
Yeah, and I went through that personally. I probably haven't talked a lot about it on my videos, and I'll probably share some more, but I was on pharmaceuticals and psychiatric medication for many years, for more than 10 years. I went to psychologists, I went to psychologists. And yeah, when you go as a young child or even a young adult, my perspective was I expected these people to be on my side. I expected them to be, the ones who actually can help. And it took some time for me to see that, but eventually I saw they're not here to help. In many cases, whether they're intentionally doing it because they're actively, they're actively acting out this agenda consciously, or whether they themselves have been programmed through their own traumas and they just kind of repeating it. It could be either or, but the net result, of course, is the behaviors that they play out and then what they pass on to their quote unquote patients. So that is a very big part of it. But there's also physical trauma. Today's physical traumas are these vaccines, pharmaceuticals, as you mentioned, Corey, have been a longstanding physical trauma and assault on the body, which is, occulted and kind of couched as though it were the opposite of, as though it were actually supposed to help us. Different types of medical trauma that happen. So physical trauma, not just in the home, the child abuse dimension, but also in other types of physical trauma also are having a part, because these are traumatic to the body, and the body knows it's, the intelligence of the body is going to know it's being assaulted, even if there's cognitive dissonance, even if the mind is not able to grasp that. So these are also having an effect. And then the perpetuating trauma states through identity, that was kind of reference to these cultural memes where people become very identified with their sexual preference, with their gender identity, with other aspects of themselves, even their race, and so forth. And it becomes so strong, and it's almost always associated with victimhood, right? Because it's this thinking that I'm always a victim, I'm constantly a victim, I'm going to be a victim, I could be a victim. It's this disempowering mindset that is also required to keep encouraging people and actually generating the kind of behaviors, the kind of limited program behaviors that will perpetuate this whole state of slavery.
Right. Right. And that's why I say to people, some people don't produce content and they're, online, and they're not doing necessarily the work that we're doing, but they don't have to do it the way we're doing. Like you said in the very beginning, they can have their own way. And just because they're not doing it does not make them any different from us. They don't have to look up to us. We're just sharing a message that we think is really important. And you're right. I mean, we can form identities with anything, and politics and all sorts of different things. And if we associate ourselves enough with it, it just becomes so part of us that we enslave ourselves, or make it easier for us to be vulnerable to different things. And, it's like, oh, well, now we can create a division easier, right? The people who are controlling these parties can say, well, hey, now this person's on this side, this person's on that side. Let's put them against each other. It's easier because people are being divided and they're falling for that divide, right? They're falling into the traps. Or they're putting themselves in their own traps, and they're degrading themselves, like you said. It's like the slave on the plantation who says, "I'm meant to be a slave." I mean, that's doesn't sound right.
It's all based on consent.
Mm,
Ultimately, it requires consent, even if the person is acting out of trauma. And I'm glad you used the word trap, because I just watched David Icke's latest presentation called "The Trap." Actually, was what it was called, and he talks a lot about this, how the dark sorcerers, he doesn't call them this, but I often refer to them as dark sorcerers, or ancient occult psychologists, the occult priest class, all these terms that we use. These people are actively, setting in motion the social engineering of the world and building these constructs. They know that if they can get the consciousness to reduce down and look at itself in a very limited form, then that serves the agenda of slavery, because an empowered being who knows that they are only subject to the laws of creation, who knows what their true potential is never going to buy into any of this. Even if they experience some kind of trauma, they're simply going to look and do the best of their ability to heal and not make an identity. So they know that this idea of creating an identity around some kind of group think, some kind of victimhood, some kind of group that is supposedly oppressed. That is an excellent way to keep perpetuating traumas through someone's entire lifetime, in fact.
mm. Yeah, so you said unresolved traumas in the next slide here that continue to manifest as programmed protective behaviors generate an ongoing mental imbalance that expresses in consciousness as either a master or a slave in behavior.
Yeah, this is one of the main points of my presentation, is that, again, unresolved traumas, because we're going to have traumas. It's just part of living. Living is dangerous. We're going to experience something at some point or another in our life, probably multiple times. So I'm in no way or form am I suggesting that we can live, that when we live free, there is no trauma. Of course, there's always going to be the potential for trauma, and it may or may not be less or more depending on the reality. But it's the unresolved traumas, they continue to play out, because what happens, and this is again what these masters of human psychology understand, is that if a trauma is unresolved, if it results in a certain behavior modification that is usually done to protect the being from further harm, or at least their perception of protecting themselves, if that's, the deeper they can get that to be embedded into their psychology, the more it's programmed, in the sense that they can count on it. It can be triggered. It can be activated over and over and over again. And anytime certain conditions show up, it'll just acting out. And it is those very behaviors that express in the mind, in the brain, they create a mental imbalance, right? And they create a mental imbalance that usually shunts control to one part of the brain or another. And the expression of consciousness through behaviors is going to be some kind of behavior which is either acting like a master, the ones who are trying to control others and inflict the violence, or acting like a slave, the one who is basically saying, yes, I have to obey what they say. I have to follow these orders. I have to stand in line. I'm afraid. I'm even afraid to basically to not do that. So this is extremely important. This is kind of the main point of my thesis here.
Yeah, and I like the fact you use the word protective, because I think that's a very powerful theme. It's this idea that the master is there to protect the slave, and the slave needs protection, by
Right.
the
That's how
master.
it's told. That's
Yeah,
how it's told. Yeah.
but if they're dependent on each other, then you got to be careful, because now you have dependence, and where does that lead them? That's not self-sufficiency, that's not self-empowerment. So that's interesting, very interesting topic. You said that we are all subject to trauma for our entire lives. It's how we overcome
Yeah.
and heal from trauma.
This is a fact of life in this 3D reality. We live in a physical reality. We can be injured, we could be harmed, we can be injured psychologically or harmed psychologically as well. It's just the nature of reality. We have free will, so that means some beings are going to act in harm even in a completely free world. It's just the nature. So it's not that, it's in no way am I suggesting some kind of utopian thinking that somehow we will never have trauma. That's ridiculous. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to learn and grow. It's not the fact that we will, or whether we will or will not experience traumas. It's perhaps more so how we learn to overcome and heal and integrate those traumas and learn from them and move forward despite them, that is really what makes all the difference in the world.
Right. And we don't want it taking over our lives either, right? I mean, we
Yeah.
see how the world's events can be taking people's mindsets over, and everybody's always thinking
Yep.
about it, and it's in politics, and what's going on is keeps getting into people's lives, and they don't want it in their lives, right? Some people do want it in their lives. They have an open invitation, and then it hurts other people who don't want it in their
One
lives.
yeah, one thing that I really like is that, you know, it's a natural it's there's these types of traumas, and when a lot of people start doing the shadow work, it's you realize that there are very subtle forms of trauma that, they can be overcome, and not a lot of these little minor traumas that, maybe separation, your first time being separated from your parents, these things, granted you weren't abandoned, but these are just little traumas that happen over time and over, everyone has, like, I guess, you would call it a natural trauma, to life, and it's super important to remember too that, trauma, um, it's individualistic. Everyone has very similar traumas, and you know, people are oftentimes traumatized through similar ways. But a lot of people, they spend their whole life, trying to chase this specific, closing the whole trauma, and fixing it forever. But there's a part of trauma where that's life, and it's part of the trauma that makes you you, and it's the lessons that you learn that you get
Yeah.
to, share, and it's something that a lot of people will chase their whole lives trying to heal this, but in reality it could be their biggest superpower to help and make a difference with other people, and have that experience. And I like how you focus on the unresolved trauma, because um, I think it was Jung. He said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it'll control your life, and you'll call it fate, or something to that
Yeah.
effect. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate.
Mm.
And
Exactly. Yeah.
it's so powerful too, because when you take a look at yourself and you learn these, more major, very, traumatic experience that you have, and then you can reflect on it to the more subtle traumas that just come with existence, then it helps put a lot of things into perspective, just as far as individuating yourself and separating yourself from the trauma.
Yeah, we can never change the past. Once something has happened, it's happened. It's how we bring consciousness to it to learn the lessons appropriately from the highest level of consciousness that we can. That's what really makes a difference. So healing traumas could be as simple as understanding why something happened, how it came to happen, and what we needed to learn from it. We're not going to be able to erase that memory, and that's not the goal of healing either. Is not to erase the memory, or as some people say, clear your karma. I think clear your karma is a new age bullshit term. I don't subscribe to that at all. But I think there is appropriate way to clear the effects of trauma,
Mm.
integrate. I like the word integrate much more, because it's going to have to be, like you said, it's going to have to be, it is a part of us. Not that it has to be, it is already a part of us because it happened. If for no other reason, it's truth. It's based on truth. It actually happened. Now, what we can change, what is variable, is the free will choice to learn the lessons, to analyze with higher consciousness what happened, and to take the appropriate action accordingly, which could be preventative, but it also could be, based on principles. In fact, I would say it's almost certainly based on principles. So that's the real healing. Not that we can somehow erase it, or as though it never happened. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, and I think I'm not sure if you meant it this way, but you mentioned the unresolved traumas that manifest as programmed protective behaviors, and at a certain sense, did you mean that as, our minds and our consciousness actually does protect ourselves from this trauma, and it gives us a space, like I guess in the extreme example of the ritual, the child abuse, or severe torture of children, when they're able to separate themselves and there's a split, it's a protective mechanism. And it seems like that's something that obviously our minds, there's it's able to separate and give us space from these things for a reason. I don't know if
Yeah.
that makes sense, but
Yeah, trauma. That's why trauma-based mind control is such a thing, and there's compartmentalization. And those again who know psychology at a deep level know and understand it, but they apply it in the negative. They apply it to cause harm. It's because they understand those mechanisms. And someone may have to go, through a healing process to actually remember what happened. I know that Jay Parker had to go through that to some degree. He remembered many things probably when he was well into his 40s, well in his life. There were many things that he had suppressed, as well as others who have suffered satanic ritual abuse. They may have had to literally unlock memories that were suppressed. Yes, there is an aspect of the psychology, and that's of course on an extreme case when they're subject to extreme trauma, especially under the age of 5, starting even in infancy. That those things are going to be much more deeply embedded in the psychology. So yes, we will probably all to some degree or another, will have to heal from those traumas. Many people, like myself, were circumcised. That's a traumatic event that we may not have even fully overcome. So there's a lot of different dimensions to this. But sure, in some specific cases, maybe even in many cases, the healing process may actually require them to determine how to unlock memories that have been repressed and suppressed.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is really interesting, very powerful, I would say. And I think making that distinction between resolved and unresolved trauma is very important, because in this next slide, you even say psychopaths inflict trauma on their victims in order to control their behaviors. So if that trauma is unresolved, then that psychopath has their way, right?
Yeah, so they know what they're doing. They have no sense of morale. They don't have a built-in moral compass. It's damaged, so they can only relate to others and to the degree that they can control them. And every psychopaths are all different. I didn't even want to say that all psychopaths do this, even to the same degree or at all. But the ones who do, they are very intentionally inflicting this trauma because they already dark study of occult knowledge. They already know that this is what happens. Like all this that we're talking about on this presentation, they already know that. They're simply using that knowledge in the negative. They're using it to inflict more trauma, to perpetuate trauma. They're using it to their advantage to generate the ongoing state of enslavement. So it's important that we face the truth, the fact that there are people in the world. We can call them psychopaths, we can call them dark occultists, we can call them whatever we want. But these people, they actually want to perpetuate the state, and so they are using that psychology for that specific purpose. So it's very important that we face that and we don't run away from that truth.
And I like the fact that you're willing to share your personal journey with us here, because I think that also gives a good example as to what we're trying to talk about.
Yeah, and I chose a photo from not too long ago, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, somewhere in that range. I think it was within the last 10 years for sure. And I mean, it's funny because these photos, some of them I still have up on my Facebook. And I went back looking for old photos, and I looked at this photo of myself. I said, my God, you can see it. You can see it in my eyes. You can see it in my expression, how unhappy, how traumatized I am is the correct word. And I just wanted to mention again, I said earlier, we all have traumas. This may not even be all of them I've been through, but these are some that I remember very clearly and saw how they played out in my life. So when I was very young, one of the earliest memories I have is being taken to a psychiatrist. The ostensible reason was my parents thought I was acting strangely and they didn't understand it. Who knows if that's the actual reason? But I remember this psychiatrist gave me a very bad feeling, even at a young age. And he was just treating me like a specimen and basically observing me and making comments probably to me, but mostly to my parents, just basically saying that I would never be normal. That was the ultimate message. David will never be normal. right? Imagine if you're young parents and your first child, and that's what this psychiatrist or this quote unquote authority figure that you trust to give you right information, that's basically their diagnosis. Your son will never be normal, and never is a very powerful word because it leaves no possibility for healing and for change, right?
Yeah.
I was verbally abused and silenced as a child, even by my own mother. That's since been forgiven and integrated. But at that age, at younger age, preteen and early teens, that's what happened. I was bullied in school constantly and didn't stand up for myself. Even my own grandfather on my mother's side, one time I went to give him a gift, some flowers I had picked from the garden, and he broke out in the most violent rage that, like, you would only expect from someone if they found out that someone had actually murdered someone they know, or done something really, really damaging, not that they had just picked flowers. So completely out of proportion. So these kind of events, especially when you don't have the right kind of parental guidance, you don't have the right context, they can leave a real imprint. And in my particular case, these events, and probably others as well that I didn't mention, have definitely left an impression, and definitely, because they were unresolved, they led me to behave in certain ways through a large part of my own life, right?
Yeah. Thank you for being willing to share that with us. I mean, because I certainly too have certain traumas that I don't think I've probably covered ever on my channel. You know what I mean? Because I don't like to talk about myself, frankly. I like to usually talk about worldly things and what's happening. But I think we can use ourselves as sort of to say, like, this is the experience. This is how we came to be. This is why we think the way we think. And, we had to go through some recoveries. Yeah, of course. Everybody has. I think, we're not alone when we say that we have faced different things. And some people have experienced things that a lot of other people haven't experienced, but still, you're never alone, right? There's always other people who experience something similar, if not worse, than something that you already had or have had, right? So, just if that's a little motivation for people to, have faith in healing themselves, I think it is. I mean, there's a lot of people who I know go through all sorts of things, and they go through it, and I may think, oh well, I'm bad here and there, but it's like there's other people who went through worse and they got even better. It's like, so who am I to complain? You know what I mean? But I am to complain. I need to embrace it. I need to look at it, and I need to confront it, like you said. So this is interesting. So you have an outcome out of this, right? Out of your traumas.
Yeah, and I also just wanted to say, the principle of correspondence in Hermeticism explains well why this inner work, the shadow work, is so important. Because the outer world, the greater world, is always a reflection of the inner world. So when the inner world is in chaos and we're unhealed within, the world itself the greater reality is gonna manifest collectively in a similar way. So this is why it's so important that we do that. 1 second. Dame 5 minutos. Gracias.
I didn't even know
So
you spoke another language.
yeah, Spanish. Yep.
That's cool.
So what happens is the traumas that I experienced, they gave me there was a desired outcome that they wanted to create. This is another photo of me at around 5, 6, 7 years ago, and kind of you can see in my facial expression the amount of suffering I was going through. So I pieced together that the outcome that they gave, that they want, that all these different elements. I'm not saying it was one person, but the collective outcome that they wanted to generate for me was, David, you don't really love yourself. You aren't worthy of love, right? And that is the underlying belief that then generates all the behaviors that come after it that allow one to actually be enslaved. So the manifested outcome from that belief system, or that psychology, is, for most of my life, up until fairly recently, to be honest, I was basically consenting to be a slave, to be the slave in that master slave paradigm. And that was basically the behaviors that I was acting out in the world to be that slave, right?
I see. Yeah, and I think that's where like self-loathing and self-respect come in, like we mentioned before, making sure that we take a good look at ourselves in the mirror, figuratively. But so the manifested outcome, you mentioned, for most of my life until recently, I consented to being a slave due to my behaviors. Yeah, and so then your next slide says, what specific traumas are you suffering from that may still need to be healed?
Right.
Right.
So this is me putting it back. So I've explained the concept in general. I talked about some examples from my own life. Now I want to kind of put it back to you, the audience, and I want you again, if you really want to be free, and we're all here to be free, there's no escaping doing this work. So a good question for you to ask yourself at this point is, what are some of the specific traumas that you are and have been suffering from that haven't really been healed, that you've either been avoiding, that there are specific behavior patterns that you keep acting out. Maybe it's a repeated pattern. Maybe it's a social dynamic pattern with other people. Maybe it's a self-inflicted harm, which is also a dynamic. So I want to ask people. This is kind of the homework. Again, people
Okay.
may have to sit down and I recommend people sit down and really do that shadow work. But really be honest with yourself and look for those traumas and those opportunities to heal. And you may not be able to figure it out all at once. That's fine. But as long as you're doing the work and piecing it together and uncovering and learning and growing every single day, day by day, that is the actual work to come to heal these traumas.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it's something that we all need to confront with ourselves, especially if we're going to go out into the world, right? We need to fix ourselves first before we start pointing fingers or saying other people need to change. Yeah.
Exactly. We need to understand how the ego, as you guys mentioned earlier, is actually, I think Aaron talked about it, how, for example, causing you to not remember things. The ego, the self-identity, is going to and does respond to these traumas. And it's basically usually based on very low-level protective mechanisms, which could be blocking memories, as I mentioned here. It could be some hardwired, very low-level self-defense protective behaviors that are designed to protect both the thinking, I should say, that bypass higher order thinking. What I meant by that is it goes to the lower brains, especially the reptilian brain, the R complex, the fight or flight mechanism. It's literally bypassing. This is how the mind works in the brain. It's bypassing higher order thinking, which is more contemplative, more expansive, but the ego doesn't deem it appropriate in an emergency, so it has to bypass it for very quick action. So unfortunately, when that keeps repeating itself, you keep repeatedly bypassing these higher order thinking, and that's kind of where triggers come in, because the trigger just immediately brings you back down into that lower level consciousness of the lower brains. It also suppresses emotions, or it could be the opposite. It can make us too dependent on certain emotions, or ascribing too much importance to certain emotions that may be very closely correlated with the trauma. In other words, what actually happened. And it also can craft a story. This is the identity part. We start to tell ourselves a story in order to make sense of the events when they're so dastardly or they're so traumatic that we, in any other context, like we're not willing to face the evil, so to speak. So we have to make up a story to justify in our own minds how and why this could have happened, right? And it also tends to keep pushing that fight flight mechanism over and over again, which of course activates adrenaline, which is very tiring to the body, and it kind of keeps us in an exhausted state. So it's really important to understand that until you heal and really face the trauma with higher consciousness, all these things that are designed from a lower level perspective to protect us, they're just going to keep operating over and over again.
Right. And to sort of add on to the fight flight thing, since, I look at nutrition, I think it's a really important topic to look at. If people are going toward caffeine and sugar to help relieve their traumas, because that might happen where people feel like they have to eat certain foods because of certain feelings or certain things in their life, that too needs to be addressed, right? I might
Yeah.
call it cravings. And those cravings usually can come from deficiencies, can come from all sorts of things. Deficiencies within your own life, not even just mineral or nutrient deficiencies. Deficiencies within your relationships, exercise, career, spirituality, right? These are all core essential things that everybody needs to have to some extent. I admit I haven't been exercising as much if I'm doing a lot more mental work, but then I realize, oh wait, I need to do more physical work. So I create a balance for myself and I try to listen to see what I need. And same thing with my body. And it's interesting because, you can add a bunch of sugar to chocolate, and all of a sudden it becomes this unhealthy thing. But you get out the sugar, and it becomes a pretty healthy thing. It makes you feel better. Chocolate has all
Yeah.
these mood chemicals that makes you feel pretty good. And it stimulates the body a little bit different from caffeine, but it's just something to notice because people will go to these foods for certain reasons. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm lacking love in my life, so I choose chocolate. I wonder why. Perhaps because it's connected to the heart and makes you feel better. So just something to take note of. Fight or flight. Like when you increase your insulin because of carbohydrate consumption, those hormones like cortisol, your stress hormones, are going to be affected. So it might help to also make some dietary changes, but you have to experiment, not go necessarily on a diet or follow this or that program. Listen to your body and find out what is it you need. Same thing with this trauma, right? Like you said, you can't just follow one program or one physician. You got to really address it and look at the root cause, which is at an individual level, because everybody experiences trauma differently. So this is really important, and I think I like the fact that these future slides that we're going to be talking about is going into the mind, right, and how our brain works, because we haven't really had that perspective in this event, this summit with all these speakers. This is a really important concept, I feel like, that can help a lot of people.
Yeah, and the fact that you mentioned chocolate and sugars and sweets is very apropos because on my list of videos, one of the videos I'm going to make of kind of the storytelling kind is maybe several videos. I'm going to talk about how, as a young child, because I didn't feel that love, I actually ran to the candy store. And I'm going to approach that topic from different angles, like why would they even allow a young kid to go into a candy store without their parents? That's another aspect of it.
Right.
But I ran to candy and sweets and it had a very detrimental effect. It pretty much ruined my dental health. These things do have consequences. But yeah, that was a very good point that we often lead to these other behaviors that enslave us in other ways because they make us dependent on things that we don't need to be dependent on, like going to the dentist, for example, and other behaviors as well.
And that makes us more vulnerable to other forms of enslavement, right? Because we're enslaved in one aspect, and like you said, the fact that they'd let a kid go into a candy store sounds like people are permitting to some extent that type of slavery or that type of trauma, and they may not even realize it, or they may not look deeper into it and ask those questions, right? So that's where you mentioned before. It's like it's all still our consent. So let's talk about this now: mental illness and looking at the brain.
Yep. So thinking about what we just talked about on the previous slide and kind of synthesizing it. So the ego and the mind, the brain is going to act in these certain ways to protect us. And when it becomes chronic, this is actually mental illness. I mean, again, this is going to probably offend some people, but I'm just going to say it straight up. It's mental illness because it's an imbalance of the mind and also an imbalance of the brain. And what is happening is it is habitually bypassing higher order thinking, which is required for us to make good, conscious, free will choices, and then to inform our behaviors accordingly through informed consent and through our consent. It's bypassing that. It's always bringing it more and more to the lower level reactive mind, which is based on, you could say, almost more instinctive and programmed behaviors, because some of them are literally programmed into our mind, into our brain to protect us, like we were talking about. So when those all exist, and it's not that that's good or bad. It's good that we have both higher order and lower order because everything has a place in this reality. But when we're constantly shunting, the ego is constantly shunting control back to the lower order consciousness, the lower order levels of types of thinking. That is basically a form of mental illness because the mind is no longer in balance, and that's what allows these behaviors to perpetuate.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit more then about how this brain works and why it is we suffer to these different extremes.
Yeah, so I definitely recommend people go and study the work of others. I haven't necessarily done a video on this topic, although I may, to understand the different aspects of the mind and the brain, how they work, the two hemispheres, the higher brain versus the reptilian brain versus the mammalian brain, or what's sometimes called the limbic brain. It's really important to understand how these work. And it's not even, conceptually, it's not even that hard to understand if we would just pay more attention to it. But basically, the higher brain, which is the human brain, that is responsible for reason and creating art and higher consciousness and understanding the world from a very, from a higher order level, that is constantly being over and over again subjugated, suppressed, bypassed in favor that the lower brain aspects, which is both the limbic brain, which is responsible for the emotions principally, and also the reptilian brain, which is fight or flight and motor control, is and where the fear, where fear-based responses basically are emanating. So we have to understand that this is actually a physical phenomenon that's happening within our brain that is interfacing with our consciousness, and that's another reason why these behaviors keep going over and over again. So we can see and understand why and how this can actually play out, then it can motivate us to take more action to actually do the healing that we need to do.
Yeah, and I would say looking at the differences between, the hemispheres and, and I know science people and science are gonna fight over different things, but just looking at the differences here, like just the basics of what constitutes the master versus the slave, or the left brain versus the right brain, just looking at what those contents can teach us really good lessons about paradoxes, polarities, extremes, right? So, let's take a look at that then, right? Master and slave, and how slavery is manifested by the imbalanced brain.
Yep. So again, to create this paradigm, this polarity of master and slave, we have two roles. And in some ways, they're kind of like poles, the opposite of the same. So it's all based on imbalance. It's all based on trauma. It's all based on program behaviors, but they kind of end up in two extremes. So the master mindset tends to be that left brain dominant, that very logical thinking. It tends to also dominate in the R complex, which again is that reptilian brain, that fight or flight, that instinctual brain. This manifests more as controlling behaviors. I need to be in control. I need to control the behavior of others in order to be safe, in order to be, who I need to be. And there is this chronic suppression of the empathy and the compassion, which would be required to remember, frankly, that others do have free will just like I do, and my role is not to control them. So we have to, the person who's this kind of imbalance, they literally have to lie to themselves and say that they have a right, or they're allowed to control others and basically take away their free will rights. So that is the master, and of course we could talk endlessly. It manifests as order followers. It manifests as the controllers, those who are kind of in higher positions of power in the current social paradigm. But it even manifests in the microcosm in family units as kind of like the dominating parent, often the father, not necessarily always, who's trying to control everybody else in the family. So it can manifest in different scales of reality, but it's always kind of that very left brain, divorced of emotion, divorced of any kind of empathy or compassion. And of course, this makes sense because the psychopaths who are often behind these, perpetuating these behaviors, they themselves are often from birth, not all of them, but many of them from birth are actually completely lacking that ability, right? And they're just trying to turn others to be like themselves, right? And then the slave is kind of the reflection of that. It's much more dominant in the right brain. It's therefore much more gullible and willing to believe things. It's the emotions that are dominant. It's actually thinking through emotions. You can see this everywhere in today's society. I've talked about the coaching industry, the new age religion, all religions to some degree. It's thinking with the emotions instead of thinking beyond the emotions. It tends to be more accepting and gullible, which one needs to be a slave. They need to accept their plight, right? Because violence is being inflicted on them in one degree or another, and they need to be accepted and not stand up for themselves in order to be a slave. It tends to be a suppression of the ego, the part of the ego that tends to defend oneself. In other words, the self-preservation. David Icke referred to it in his latest presentation as self-respect. Self-love is a term that Mark Passio and others have referred to it in their work. It's kind of like this knowing that I am, yes, I'm part of the whole, but I'm also a being that needs to take care of myself. So that needs to be suppressed to a very large degree for someone to actually agree to be a slave.
Right. It's like, should they succumb to their fate of being enslaved? No, I mean, they're not meant to be, right? They're meant to be free. They're meant to be more powerful. And by nature, right, they are the same as the master. So why should they be the slave? And what I see here with this dynamic that, when you're talking about this, what comes to mind is the master is sort of ignoring or disregarding the golden rule, and the
Yep.
slave is sort of just going along with it or has to consent to that.
Ignoring the self-defense rule. Yep.
Yeah,
So
right.
each of them is ignoring one of the two pillars of enlightenment. So the master tends to ignore the cause no harm aspect, and the slave tends to largely ignore the defend yourself against harm aspect.
Right.
And that's
Good
why,
point.
again, this works like a paradigm, because both of those are part of objective morality, and they're both necessary.
It's kind of interesting, the correlation between the previous slide. I think it was three slides previous, and it was how the ego responds to trauma, and it reminds me of how the basically how the state, or the master, the all wise master that you know controls the entire life of the slave, and it blocks out memories of certain events. So you have like the state gaslighting or covering up certain events, or telling, spin. It's like how a narcissist would spin something, or how there's hardwires protective responses that bypass higher order thinking. So they have all these systems in place that get you to not think about it, or it crafts a lie or a story to make sense of the events. And it's like the masters, the ego, run amok. It's like trying to respond to these traumas, I guess, that are being imposed. I don't know if that kind of I don't know if that makes sense really, but it's like all of these ways that our ego actually responds to trauma. It's like the state, parrots that and mimics that, and tries to, you know, hijack our subconscious to you know to get over, or it's like a synthetic, it's like a mask. Like it crafts. I just think I keep reading, crafts a story or a lie to make sense of the event, and that's totally not only what we do to cope with trauma, but unresolved trauma, but it's also exactly what our entire lives are, is a, a story that's been crafted by an ego, to try to make sense of it, so that way we don't really focus on the hard truth of it. I don't
Hmm.
I don't know if that kind of rings a bell with you guys, but
Yep. Again, it's the ego out of control. It's the God complex of the ego. Like, you literally have to think that you're likened to God or a God in order to inflict, to be in control, right? Especially, if we're talking about control of a large number of people. So that's the master mentality, and the slave mentality is again, it's just a reflection of that in the opposite direction.
Yeah. So now let's look at how we can get out of this. Your next slide says a fully conscious being knows that slavery is unnatural and can only exist with consent through specific behaviors. So right,
Yeah,
like the ones we talked about.
Yeah, so this is bringing consciousness, and this, of course, is what this presentation in part is about, or even just the entire process of becoming an initiate and learning this occult knowledge and understanding ourselves deeply. Because once you have that certain level of consciousness, like I can say with confidence that I know that slavery is not a naturally occurring phenomenon, and I know that the only way that I can be a slave is I'm consenting through my behaviors, right?
Hmm.
And then we can kind of look at how it plays out in the world. So the answer, as we're going to start to get into, is to bring more consciousness to it. That's really what I'm saying here, is the solution is to bring more consciousness to ourselves and to our behaviors, and therefore to the way we are co-creating this reality. Because once we do that, it is impossible that we would accept being in a state of slavery.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good points.
Yep. So the work here is twofold. Again, we all have prior traumas that need to be healed. We can't ignore them. We can't brush them under the carpet. We can't just forget about them. So we need to do that healing, even if it's an ongoing process, even if it takes us the rest of our lives to fully complete that work. And we need to take more proactive and preventative measures by, first of all, by sharing all the knowledge, by doing conferences like this one where we're talking about this to educate, and actually speaking out openly about what is happening systemically, the kind of induced trauma, the intentional trauma that's being perpetrated by these psychopaths. We need to speak about that very loudly and courageously and without hesitation, so that we can start to curtail that, so that everybody within their sphere of influence can actively defend, if necessary, their own children, children around them, other people around them, so that we start to put a stop to it. So we don't want to have to keep always be healing traumas if we can prevent them, so that it's always both aspects. That's why it's twofold, the work: healing traumas that have already happened, and also doing to what we can to the greatest degree possible to prevent ourselves from being traumatized and allowing these traumas to happen.
Right. Not just focusing on the treatment, but also on the prevention. Yeah, I totally agree. And looking at the root cause, like we said earlier, looking at the whole picture, looking at the individual. So it does start with ourselves, would you say? Does it start with ourselves?
It's always, the work is always starts with the inner world, because again, Hermeticism, and once somebody starts diving into this, they see that through the principle of correspondence, they see, I mean, all the 7 Hermetic principles are important here, but in particular, the principle of correspondence informs us that whatever's going on in our inner world is going to reflect out into the outer world. We're going to reflect that out through our behavior. So we got to start inner work. You can't just go to the outer world. That's why people go out and start shouting on the streets about the ritualistic child abuse. Yes, we need to talk about that, and yes, we need to take action on that. But if that's all you do, and you still have this victim identity, you haven't done the inner work. You've got to do that shadow work. You've got to, there is no skipping that step if we want to truly live in a free world. And as Dr. Joe Dispenza said, I love his work. No matter, I don't necessarily agree with everything Dr. Joe Dispenza says, but he has some amazing body of work, and I think it can inform this work a lot. Is one of his best expressions that I really love is, we need to learn to think greater than how we feel. We can't, which is another way, analogous way to say that in our circles has often been said, we need to not fall for emotional mind control. We need to not think only with our emotions. We need to be able to overcome. That's the only way you can overcome addictions, by the way. You can only overcome addictions when you think that behavior no longer serves me. And even though it gives me physical pleasure, or I expect it, or my body craves it, I'm not going to do it. And I was able to overcome many physical addictions through that way, by thinking greater than I feel. So this is extremely important, this ability.
Right. Yeah. And so the pathway to freedom.
Pathway to freedom, based on what we talked about. Again, simple steps. You have to become a student of natural law and occult knowledge. It needs to become a lifetime study. You need to commit to that. It needs to be probably the most important study you do. It doesn't necessarily be the only thing that you do, but it has to be the most important aspect of your knowledge acquisition and your application in your life. You also have to, like we were saying many times here, discover, recognize, identify your own unhealed traumas, and then begin to take action to heal them, which entails deprogramming these often long-standing behaviors. Some, not necessarily always, but many times they have behaviors that we've been acting out most of our lives. And then once you have, necessarily going to finish all that, but once you've gotten further along on that path, like I have, then you can get out. Then you have the right to go out and start to teach others and replicate this knowledge and understanding, like we're doing today, so that you and others can do the same thing. Because it's not going to be enough if just I know how to do that and I sit at home and do all that great work on myself, but then I'm not helping others to do the same thing. So this is the actual pathway to freedom. And I know you've talked about it, Corey, and using other terms like representation. We need to get out there. It's not enough just to know these things. That's the problem with occultism in general, is it's, even when someone knows and acts morally in their own life, they're still maintaining that knowledge. That's not going to work. If we want to be free, we need to share this knowledge loudly and proudly and broadly.
Right. Walk the talk too, right? Show it in action.
Exactly. And there's many different healing modalities. I've used many. People will find them. I think shadow work is something we all need to do. We need to understand deeply shadow work, which is really taking a good hard look at your behaviors, especially immoral behaviors or behaviors that don't serve, that are harming you and potentially harming others. Those are the ones that need the most attention. Anything that's dysfunctional, we've got to do that work. Again, that's probably going to be, something that happens over a lifetime rather than just, one and done. Journaling is something I do a lot of. It helps me a lot. I don't necessarily do as much as I did, say, a year ago or up till, not too long ago, because I had so much that I had to get out and so much I had to process that journaling really helped me get a grasp on all of it. So even if you end up journaling only for a certain time, very valuable. Meditation, different types of meditation to bring more mindfulness, to be more present and not keep trying to escape the present moment. Corey, you talked about healthy diet and nutrition, exercise. Extreme is part of the holistic approach. Like the mind body is the entire organism. Talk therapy can be a good thing if it's not the repetitive psychological loops that I talked about earlier. If it's like we're being honest within a small group and coming to grasp, this is kind of like a form of talk therapy in a way too, because we're talking through these things.
Right.
So talking group therapy and getting together with others is very important. Goes without saying, becoming a student of natural law, a lifetime student, art and creativity, because as we talked about earlier, it's not just the science aspect, but we are essentially becoming artists. We are creating through art and through tapping into our imagination. So allowing that side of you to flourish, especially if you've been in the left brain dominance, is going to be very important. And then fasting. I actually just finished a 3.5 day water fast. And I'm not saying it's
Nice.
necessarily for everyone or everybody has to do it, but I can tell you, whenever I do it, and I haven't done it very often, it's extremely powerful and it's extremely healing. And I often get very deep insights into how to heal better that I wouldn't get otherwise. So that's
Mm.
just another modality that people can tap into.
Right, right. Intermittent fasting and different types of fasting. Yeah, I mean, it could,
Yeah.
experimentation with these things could help too. I mean, at least you're doing something, right? And that's the key. And make yourself maybe some goals here and there, small, step by step. Doesn't have to be large goals. You don't have to turn your life 180 right away.
No.
Make it a gradual process. And if you have to have somebody that you talk to, right, or a health coach or a parent or a friend that you like to talk to and is willing to talk to you about certain things, and they maybe just ask you questions and get you thinking more about the situation. I think that's why journaling is also really useful. Thank you for
Yep.
sharing this, man. I really like your work, and I really like the fact that you do delve into most of these topics, and you're like, yeah, I haven't covered this topic yet. You'll cover it, I'm sure. You're covering everything. I love it, and I encourage people definitely check out your works because you do have videos on quite a lot of subjects, and you do make it really easy, and you break it down in a very professional way, as I said before. So, have you, when you, there's this belief system we call statism, right? Which is this belief in government and in authority. And we talked about how, this kind of has to deal with mental slavery, where somebody feels like, well, I need someone else in control of my life. I need them to take control of me and do these things, protect me, protect my rights and assets, or what have you. How did you escape statism? Was it through some of these healing modalities? How long were you a statist, per se?
Well, I was a statist on and off, buying into that notion of authority for most of my life. It was about a year ago. It kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. When I watched Mark Passio's Natural Law Seminar from almost 10 years ago, and I fortunately I feel like I've done a lot of healing work over the last 10 years myself to get my own mind and brain into a more balanced state already. So I think once the truth was, higher truths and deeper truths were presented to me, I was able to get them much more quickly than if I hadn't done all that pre work. The only thing I was missing was kind of like to put it all together, to synthesize it and say, yes, here is what's really going on.
Right.
Here is why statism is, basically accepting slavery, accepting the belief that people actually have the right to tell you what you can and cannot do, even when you're entirely right. So I needed someone to lay it out in a way that I could just grasp it all. And because I had done all that pre-work over the last 10 years, healing traumas to a large extent, healing addictions and other things, just being willing to work on myself, even if I hadn't figured it all out. That shift, when it happened, it was almost immediately. Like there was no going back. I was actually very angry at myself. That was the way I felt initially. I was very angry at myself for not having figured it out earlier. But I've forgiven myself since, because we all learn at the moment that we're ready to learn it. And obviously the work that we do together here is to accelerate that learning process for everyone. But I was able to grasp it, and since about a year ago, I have been completely deprogrammed from any kind of status thinking. Even in the microcosm, when people try to be authoritarians in a small circle, I don't take it. I won't take that shit, and I'll tell them right to their face. You're not an authority. So, and I don't buy into any kind of authority, even in the microscopic realm. Even in, the only authority I buy into is that I'm an authority over my own self, my own mind, and I need to be, the monarch of my own internal psychology. That's the only kind of authority. But anything externally imposed, no, it's all bullshit. And I'll call it out, even if other people feel uncomfortable within my sphere of influence.
Right. And it's not like it's baseless. It's not like you're acting out of emotions purely and out of instinct. No, you know for a fact what is happening and who you are and what you're meant to be. And I think that is what makes all the difference, right? We're not just saying like disobey because we feel like it and because it's cool or whatever, We're saying there's a reason why, and it's part of the human destiny per se. It's part of our evolution. It's part of our learning process. It's part of getting past these traumas. So thank you so much for sharing everything with the audience, and I'm glad to have you on this event. Is there anything else that you would like to share, or any final messages?
Yeah, I would say for people who are watching this, I'm probably guessing that people are largely in the sphere of either teaching this material or, they're still learning it and they're just kind of finding the courage to step up and do more. I would say just go deeper. Like, obviously you have free will. You're going to do what you truly desire. But, I would ask yourself, if you really want to live in a free world, get clear on that and then start to share. And the beautiful thing about it is everybody can do it in their own unique way. And we don't have to all be copies of each other. We're all very different. So I want to encourage people to find that artistic and creative and unique approach to teaching this material. And even if it means teaching through theater, through dance, through film, I would love to see films. And there's so many different ways to share this important knowledge. So find what resonates with you. But just, you got to do it. This is the only way we're going to be free, and again, I'm going to assume that people are watching this somewhere in their being, they have a desire to be free. So I need you, Corey, and and Aaron, we need you to participate actively as well. It's not enough just to consume this knowledge. Yes, right. Consume it. Yes, apply it in your own life. Of course, that's very important. But please, you've got to, grow a pair. You've got to get out there. You've got to expose yourself. You may have to put your name in the public sphere. And in fact, you almost certainly will. Just do it. What I've started to discover, this will help people, is the more I get into this, and I'm sure you guys have experienced this, the more the universe is on your side. Because when you're on the side of good, when you're on the side of truth, you're gonna find, it's not even that you need protection, but you're gonna find the resources you need. They're going to start to come to you. The opportunities are going to start to come to you. This is the real law of attraction, right? The real law of attraction is when you are acting rightly, what you need to keep going is going to come. So just go all in. I can tell you, I'm just getting started.
Right.
I'm just getting started. I really appreciate, Corey, the feedback you've given my work. I really appreciate that a lot. I'd love to hear people's feedback. But I'm also saying, I'm just getting started. Like, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah. And I want to encourage you guys to do the same thing.
Yes, I totally feel you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Appreciate you guys a lot.
Thank you.
So much.
Appreciate you.
So if anyone else,
man. Great work.
If anyone wants to see your work, I just want to remind them, freedomvibe.art, freedomvibe.art, and your Freedom Vibe on other platforms as well. You can check it out. Your name is David Greenberg. For anybody who's curious, definitely recommend people check out your work. Like I said, topics, everything. Really good, really professional, really on point. And if anybody wants to see a lot more speakers like this and a lot of resources like this, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care.
All right. Good stuff. That was David Greenberg. Yeah, he's got a great presentation for that. And keep in mind, you can download his slides as well on the Summit website alongside the talk. as well as many other resources. So that was one of the first talks for day 6. Glad to see some new people entering the chat since the last time I said hello before the whole interview. And we have a lot more great stuff to come. We got High Impact Flicks in the chat. Nice to see him always. Somebody who definitely helped me on my process of truth discovery. Said it many times. And it's glad to hear. I'm glad to hear from him again. He wants to do something tomorrow. Sounds great. If you're still listening, I want to say thank you, man. Thank you for always putting out your work as well. I know you're thanking me, but you're always working hard too. And of course, we got Here's the Deal. We got Dizzy. We got Norman. We got SP. We got Shine. And we got Mark. Great stuff. Glad to have you guys all here with me in the summit. Of course, again, this is day 6. Just a quick reminder. We have plenty more days to come, and don't think it's over, because there's still a lot of action that we need to get into. But we're going to talk about something really important. This is one of those very special interviews I'm going to consider the next one we're going to play. It's about privacy and security. Something not a lot of people may know about. And, you can do some research on, what's this or what's that? But unless you're actually a programmer, unless you're somebody who actually has a lot of expertise with this, you may not really know. And I find out myself, I'm still learning. And there's some really cool websites and resources where you can learn a lot more. He has actually a bunch of resources as well that you can get on the site. I recommend checking that out alongside this talk. We're going to reference it several times within the talk. So it would help if you make sure you have that on hand. One of the seminars that are mentioned is to Protect and Infect. That's what it's called. One of the resources that is provided alongside this talk. So would recommend you have that just on the side. Maybe you take the time to watch that aside from this. But we're going to reference that a little bit in this interview. And I just want to say, you might see I have a little banner on the site that says huge thanks to Mike. I do thank him for a lot. Of just help in general for the whole event, sharing it around, of course, just being in the community, always being there for me when I need him. So if you're out there, thank you. Thank you for helping me out with that. And, a lot of people can take a lot of wisdom from people who have a lot of experience, like I said, with technology. I don't have a lot of experience. I may be able to put on a summit. I may be able to do all this technology stuff, but there's still people who know how to code and do way more than me. And I would consider this person to be someone like that. Always a lot of great wisdom to share. His name is Mike, aka Afix. I call him Producer Mike. And so, again, this is day 6 replay. This is going to be a second interview we're going to go over today. And then we have one more after that, which goes into music and symbology and creativity and a bunch of different themes. So enjoy this talk. Again, Producer Mike, appreciate it. Let's begin. Whoa, he's talking already. Here it is.
Hello and welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm your host, Corey Enderlot, here with Aaron Butler as my co-host and a special guest, somebody who is Mark Passio's producer. I'm going to have him introduce himself. Go ahead, Mike. Also, you go by the name of Afix. Introduce yourself.
Sure. Hey, Corey. Thanks for having me. Aaron, pleasure to meet you. So, and to be totally clear, I am not currently Mark's producer. He's been doing it solo this past bunch of months, and so that's all on him. But when we had the whole live video studio, I was there switching cameras and that kind of thing. I've been programming for 24 years and worked as a senior software engineer for the last few, just regular software engineer back till at least 2014, if not earlier. And Corey asked if had anything to talk about. And one thing that I think is constantly overlooked, especially in our circles, is privacy and security. So
yeah, we're going to talk about streetwise privacy and security. So for people who are kind of unaware or people who already know about some things, you definitely have expertise in a lot of different things, because we've talked before about like a lot of alternative solutions. Like we talked about gold and silver. We talked briefly about like security and privacy and previous times we talked, but it'll be cool to go a little bit deeper in this. You actually sent us, Aaron and I, both a video called "To Protect and Infect," right? And this was by a guy that you said is connected to Snowden.
So yeah, so it's the presenter is Jacob Applebaum, and the talk is at the Chaos Communication Conference. I think it's the 30th one, or Chaos Communication Congress, forgive me, which is part of the Chaos Computer Club. It's their yearly hacker conference, if you will, and in my opinion, it's probably one of the best ones they have. That happens every year. It's between Christmas and New Year's, and so this one actually took place. And Aaron, I don't know if he had mentioned this to you, in the end of 2013, and so. Basically, as he's giving this talk, Applebaum worked with WikiLeaks and Laura Poitras, and they were basically in the process of getting Snowden out of America while this talk was happening. But nobody really knew it yet. And so all the Snowden stuff actually kind of started to dump shortly after that. So most of what he's showing in that talk are like the top secret slides and things like that are actually, a chunk of those come from those leaks. And from stuff that WikiLeaks had kind of gained from that. And so a little technical, but and he has been since Me Too'd for various other reasons. So unfortunately, you don't see many talks from him anymore. But it's funny how you see somebody that comes out and says some stuff that might, I don't know, put a dent in the armor, and all of a sudden they disappear and don't give talks anymore. Anyway, sorry, a little bit of an aside there.
No, I think it was really cool. Like I watched all of it. I think Aaron watched it multiple times. Sure, right, Aaron?
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty cool.
It's pretty dense. But you know, he does a good job at explaining it, and there were just some of the stuff I already knew, you know, and granted it's been years since that video has came out, but yeah, just some stuff that are really had me shaking a little bit, you know. It's angering as well that, you know, some of the people have this power to just violate anyone's privacy.
Yeah, I'll have it there for people if they want to get access to this talk. It's free, it's online, and it's on this website that you said they're like a conference. They do this often.
Yep, they've got tons of, so it's media.ccc.de, and that is where they'll have basically all the conference talks for the last however many years. I want to say that back to like 24 or 22, and that was 30, so it's like even a bunch of years prior to that. And it's also self-hosted. There's different like audio translations that they do live for the German speakers, because it's usually in like Berlin. And yeah, that's pretty much. One thing that Aaron just mentioned that I think is worth keeping in mind this whole time is, or at least when talking about this talk, is the stuff they're discussing is from 2013. So we're talking, I mean, that's, Jesus, that really, no, I was gonna say 15. No, 9 years ago. Or no, almost a decade ago, basically.
Yeah.
So like, if it seems mind-blowing now, it was really mind-blowing then, and who knows what they have nowadays.
Right.
Right.
So it's worth keeping that in mind.
Yeah, and how fast is technology evolving? Is humanity going to be able to keep up with it? I'm going to ask you some questions along these lines as well. I mean, I think we got to be careful of technology so much as the authority positions in this world, right? I mean, because robotics, we can program to think certain ways, and they can last forever, potentially. I mean, right? This interview, what we do online, does it last forever?
Are you honestly asking that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think it's probably safe to say that almost anything that's gone over the trunk, like even phone lines back to like 87, is basically probably stored somewhere. I don't have evidence for that, but that's my belief based on some of the stuff that I've heard from people that are much smarter than I.
And is it true that like
things involving the capture that I want to get? There's a couple things involving the capture that I think come back to all that, and that's something that I really hope that anybody watching this comes out of this understanding. Like I believe privacy is security. Like, and kind of to put that really simply, it's like if no one knows where you hide your gold, it's pretty hard for them to take it from you. So in that sense, your privacy is your security, and I think it's a pretty good way to think about it. And I have a couple other examples we'll get into that are much more recent.
Okay, yeah, I like that that view of it. So security and the need to be secure, because some people will say, well, I have nothing to hide, right? Like, oh, like I have nothing to hide. Like everybody, I'm sure, has something to hide personally.
Why-
Like there would come to some extent where it's like, yeah, they're breaching upon my rights. They're breaching upon who I am as an individual. Would you want somebody constantly staring you down all the time, thinking and judging you based on what you're doing?
Anyone who says the phrase "they have nothing to hide," I would simply ask them. I mean, you get the obvious answer is what's your bank password, but the next obvious answer is then why do you wear pants or like have blinds on your windows or close your stall door in the bathroom or like wear headphones instead of blaring everything you're listening to on a speaker. I mean, all of these things are in the sense protecting our own privacy, like for various reasons. When even if it's just because we don't want to be like embarrassed or just feel goofy, it's like that is privacy, and in certain cases, like in the blinds on your Windows case, that's also security. So,
Yeah. Don't you think it also has to do with control, right? The lack of security. Because if you don't have control over your own life and what goes on within your own life and what you see and what other people see, then, are you really in control of your own life? Tying back to the idea of slavery.
right. Or you think in the communist societies, it's like privacy of a conversation could send you to a gulag. I mean,
social credit.
And that's
A-
like
another
life
one
security.
another one he mentioned in the video is most people, whether or not their reasoning for ignoring it is I got nothing to hide. Another one, it comes down to self-worth, and people think, oh, I'm not important enough to be tracked or to be totally have all your rights totally out the window when it comes to privacy. And a lot of people don't think that they're even worth anything. They don't recognize what they are.
That's a brilliant point. Yeah, absolutely. And it's like you have value, straight up. You have value. Maybe you don't think it, but other people do. I can almost guarantee it. And whether it's just like the store owner you buy stuff, pack of smokes from every week or whatever, like you know what I mean. Like there's you have value to people around you. We all do, I think, in some ways. Some more than others, whatever. But that's not the point. The point is that like and even if right now you have nothing to say for it, let's say, God forbid, 20 years from now, you decide to be a politician and actually have a shot. It's like all that stuff they captured 20 years ago, that'll find its way back real quick. And so like it doesn't necessarily, there's a whole like time gap too between when things happen and when they may be used against you. And so it kind of further, in my opinion, like establishes the point of like, you got to be on top of this. Like you can't just let it go because it'll bite you when you least expect it. I mean, I feel like with the Me Too stuff, that's a great example. It's like there's all sorts of stuff where it's like, oh, I didn't realize somebody recorded, or like Trump with the whole grab him by the whatever. And it's like, well, he didn't expect that one to get out, but it did. It totally did. And there are people that to this day absolutely hate his guts for that. No matter what.
Some people might see that as good, right? Like, oh, well, it
True.
means you have to be more careful of what you do in your daily life. But other people might say, well, no, it's like, why not just have fun or be private and do whatever you want, without anybody knowing? Because, that's where the dangerous freedom comes in, as Jefferson would say, versus peaceful slavery. Right. It's not everything is just bland and the way people expect things to be. Like we live in tolerance and everything is this way and that way. No, it's like, what if you break the rules here and there? What if you say something edgy? Right. You're not as robotic. You're not as easy to control.
And then and to your point with the founding fathers, is that standard kind of like, oh, I'll give a little bit of this up for more security or whatever. And it's like, oh, I'll give up a little bit of like, yeah, it's like, oh, I'll give up a little bit of privacy to Facebook for the convenience. I'll give a little bit of security up to whatever. But it's like every time we're giving up that privacy, we should think of that as giving up security too. I mean, I think they're really synonymous in most ways. If you just think a couple steps out.
Yeah, that quote that you that's right. There's another quote, right? If you give up a little freedom for a little security, you deserve neither and lose both. Yeah, that one's right on topic with what we're talking about, I would say. And I hope for most people, like you said, you kind of like hammer down some of the subliminal things, the things people don't realize that they do to hide their privacy. But there's things that everybody, I think, reaches a point where it's like, I don't want my rights to be breached when. I don't want my rights to be breached when. Some people don't want their rights being breached at all. Like, don't enter my life. Don't be involved at all. But at least they have the choice, the ability to have that choice. If they don't have that choice, if something is being surveyed upon them without their permission, without their consent, is that slavery?
Yeah, and I mean, we're increasingly getting into a world where it's like privacy extends not just into like your body and video or audio of you, but like to your thoughts. I mean, we're increasingly getting really close to that, where I'll bet you there's a good percentage of America where they open up Google.com and Google knows what they're about to search for. Or maybe they type one character. It's like, but Google has a connection with advertisers. They know the ad that just hit the TV that they also hit them on the phone with, or whatever. And it's like they know what they just searched up on Android, and so like they know what you're about to look up. And then you go Neuralink type, like Elon Musk. It's like they literally will be in your brain before you freaking know it. So that's a whole nother conversation. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole. But I think it's thinking ahead. It's coming. It's coming one way or another, I think.
Well, I do want to say, I think technology is powerful, right? I mean, we use it to communicate now and to help share this information with people. It could be used for both good or bad, depending on the user. It's just a tool. It's not conscious, right? Maybe it will think it's conscious as it evolves, but can it ever be? I mean, these are the questions I think humanity has to ask themselves. Like, is it true that technology operates through these crystals, like the quartz crystals, like our screens and the memory? Is that true? I mean,
radio absolutely does. That's for sure.
Because a lot of people, talk about how you can speak to these crystals, and you do these rituals, and you power them, and you charge them, and because of the electricity and how energy works in our world.
I'm not going to get into the crystal thing. That's not my jam. But I did have like a little build your own radio kit thing when I was a kid, and it did definitely involve like a quartz crystal as like the diode, I think is the right term for kind of how some of it worked. It has to do with like the structure of it. Anyway, so I was kind of curious as far as the video, just to kind of start there. General thoughts on it, any kind of stuff that you guys maybe wrote down or had questions about, or just that struck you as, I don't know, particularly impactful or anything?
I definitely, I think the scale is always very surprising, because I think most people think it's very localized and very, company oriented or institutional oriented. Whereas he explains in that video how it's all planetary. It's everything. It's not like it's just a couple, ones and zeros. It's the whole shebang. And that's super scary.
Yeah, the subtitle of that presentation is the militarization of the internet. I mean, that just tells you right now. I have some notes that I just jotted down. Like, he mentioned that journalists get spied on, and they can get arrested for basically truth telling. For finding things and for doing what the government is allowed to do, right? And the NSA has 13 ways of surveillance, and they use all of them. People are becoming more vulnerable as time goes on, not less. And from nearly 8 miles away, even with drones, the TSA can attack a computer. They can put stuff in without you knowing, completely free and nothing. And they know about vulnerabilities built into the computers and keep them a secret. So like Intel and all these companies that produce the parts for those computers, these government branches and agencies, they know how to ultimately infiltrate them, because it's a mainly consumed product. Like, everybody's got Intel or AMD, everybody's got these certain parts in their computer. So it could be easy if they each have something that they share.
And yeah, that last one is really important to keep in mind, is the consolidation of the hardware manufacturers. And there aren't open source processors, really. There actually are. RISC-V is it's actually like a templating. It's like you can essentially program what the processor does and have then like an open source template of, hey, I have a processor that I want to make, I don't know, really good at math, but like maybe it suffers doing language processing or whatever. But you can kind of make these considerations or whatever. But it's open source. I can send it to you. You can go print that thing on a chip or reprogram it or whatever. And that's awesome. It's not nearly as performant, and obviously not everything supports it. So like there has to be software built to handle that architecture. And for the most part, like people don't realize like their hard drive's constantly writing errors. Like there's errors constantly happening, but your Windows talks to the firmware, and the firmware talks to the hardware, And the firmware is just saying, no, we're good. Just keep getting this the data. And it's like, okay, back behind the scenes, it's like shuffling to figure everything out and make sure it's like, okay, we got a bad sector over here. We need to move data. We have to handle it. Like there's so much stuff that, and say you're working with a cloud-based instance, so you're renting a computer from Amazon or whatever, you have even less access to it. I mean, you really can't ever dig in and see what's going on under the hood. And so, there's plenty of talks out there where people hunt down these crazy bugs and they're like, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, this code on this machine acts really different and sucks. And then all of a sudden somebody spends 6 months looking at it and it's like they end up having to call Amazon and be like, hey man, can you just like move this to their box? Like something's broken here. It's like, oh, actually, yeah, you're right. The network card was bad. It was flipping every 54th bit or something. It's like, it's crazy little stuff. There's another guy who did a whole talk on bit squatting a while ago where it's like, okay, Facebook's ad networks were on like fbcdn.net or whatever, but he knew that like there was a propensity for a certain common router to flip the fourth bit. So he would like buy like fbgdn.net or whatever. And within like a week or two, all of a sudden, like Facebook, just by the nature of like routers getting hot somewhere on the planet, instead of Facebook serving ads from their server, they're serving ads from his server like 1,000 times in a couple of days. And it's like just these really, really obscure, strange attacks. And we're not even getting into like hydroelectric dams connected to the internet or like ancient travel flight booking and hotel booking systems. I mean, like that stuff literally predates the internet. It has never been able to turn off. So it's still all in 6 bits. So like when you give your email address to hotel.com, it's actually still like the @ symbol is stored with 2 slashes because it's all meant to be in 6 bits for punch cards, because they've literally never been able to turn this thing off since the 60s because flights keep getting booked and hotels keep. So that's a bit of a tangent, but like there are these legacy systems. There's a lack of access, there's lack of control. There's just many different layers to these everyday things that are kind of hidden behind the surface, but most of them, when you hear them, you're like, that makes sense. Well, what else are you gonna do? Tell everybody to just don't book flights for a day. It's like around the whole world. It's like that ain't gonna happen. So anyway, sorry, back to what you were saying. Sorry.
Yeah, no, those are good points. I would have a question based upon like you were going into like open source stuff, and I'm definitely a fan of a lot of open source stuff, and we can get into a little bit more of that later
Richard
on.
Stallman would appreciate that you're using Jitsi because it is free as in Libre, not free as in beer. Well, it also is free as in beer. That's besides the point. Anyway.
So, like, you know, where does the line be drawn here? Because there's a lot of people going into tech, right? Like I know a lot of people who are building computers and they're working on all this tech stuff. And you're saying, yeah, they're doing it for money and such, potentially because the market is heading there. But where is it? Who's the people that want to spy on everybody and collect all their data? Is there something going on here? You know, is it just the government agencies? Is it just the governments? Why are they trying to collect people's data?
We'll quiz Aaron on this one. Hey, Aaron, what do you do after you have all the money? What do you use the money to get?
Control power. You want to keep the money?
Bingo. You don't even care about the money. You just use the money as a way to get power.
Yeah.
Like the money's just a tool. So it's not. Yeah, you can make a boatload of money doing it. Don't get me wrong, but like. I mean, especially if you know what everyone's thinking or like what everyone's last Google search is. I mean, hell, it's pretty useful info against a lot of people. Whether it's just telling you, I mean, it doesn't even necessarily have to mean as a way to blackmail somebody, but it could also mean as a way to sell them something, find your targets. You know what I mean? There are, in the same way that you can be like altruistically selfish. Like it's like, oh yeah, I like give the homeless guy like a cigarette when I walk out of 7-Eleven so that he doesn't like beat me up and take my money or whatever. It's like I'm being altruistic, I'm being nice, but I'm actually doing it so my neighborhood doesn't suck as much. And like you can similarly use this tool of control, like information, to find a way to give people what they actually want. I mean, so like there are. I mean, I think you're calling it a tool is absolutely correct. And I do want to get back to the global nature of it and some of the subtler points.
Sure.
In a moment, but as far as how that's actually happening legally, because that I think is something that kind of gets skipped over. It's like, okay, we know they're doing it, but like, what? That shouldn't they're not allowed to, right? Like, what's going on there? But to finish your point, then I'll jump into that.
Okay. Yeah, my next questions are basically among the lines for beginners as well, because, there's a lot of things that I don't know about that I'm finding out all the time, especially from you, about this. So, like, where do people start if they want to be private and secure? Where do they start?
You know what? I almost would want to save maybe some of the more pragmatic stuff to the end, and then because
Okay.
then we can maybe open up, do some screen shares and stuff like that, and I'll give you a whole laundry list of stuff to
Oh,
pull up.
wow. Okay.
But generally speaking, start by just trying to think like in your just everyday actions. And it sounds silly because it's like trying to think about every time you're breathing almost when you really start getting into it. Just try to think of how many databases you're contributing to at any given time of the day. Whether it's walking down the street and it's like, oh, there's a camera looking at me. Or you're open up your phone and you're hitting some website. And it's like, okay, do you have an ad blocker? Do you not have an ad blocker? Am I using how is my phone hitting that website? Is it over like the wireless, like at my house, which ostensibly my house controls, but obviously goes through Comcast or whatever, or is it going through AT&T? And is it and how many databases are you contributing to in each of your actions? Oh, I use my phone through AT&T to hit Facebook to then see some game that I got to from some Facebook group. It's like database. It is just constant. And if you just try to think about it that way, and you just try to remove or reduce the amount of databases you're contributing to on a daily basis, you're way better than most. It's like, and you don't even need to go down to the rabbit hole of like, I have like a physical hardware switch like on my camera. It's like literally a little plastic cover that's built into my camera. I wouldn't buy a camera without that personally, but if I had a camera that didn't have that, I would consider just a little sticky note or just literally anything. I mean, I'm sure you've seen that famous picture of Mark Zuckerberg in his office,
Yeah.
and his computer behind him has a sticker over the freaking camera. It's like, he knows, man. He freaking knows. I got my mom to do it at one point, and I'm just too lazy, and the glue messes up the cameras. But I put my phone down. It's like, yeah, I put something over top of the camera. It's like, doesn't mean the mic isn't recording constantly. And that's the other thing. It's like, oh, I disable my Wi-Fi before I do my Bitcoin thing. It gets even trickier there, because then your Wi-Fi card actually doesn't need to communicate with your process or with your operating system to tell it what it's doing. So if you've actually been infected with some of this nasty stuff that he talks about in that talk, it's like your Wi-Fi card just says, sweet, I have power connected to me. It's not like that, like just disabling Windows doesn't like make it not work. It just doesn't have to tell Windows what it's doing, so it can hop onto your neighbor's open Wi-Fi. And we've seen this with Samsung TVs that people have bought, where they say, oh no, I don't want to connect it to Wi-Fi. And they have it for a year, and all of a sudden it's updating one day. They're like, what the hell? How's that happening? Well, yeah, it just hopped onto your neighbor's open Wi-Fi network and didn't update itself. Whatever. Let's call it a day. And this could be like just constantly happening. And you want to get really into it. Yeah, you physically remove the chips. That's the only friggin' answer, which honestly is more work than I think most of us want to do, because that's where it's like really friggin' inconvenient. How do people are really going to crack into their TV and remove the chip? And then with the injection molding stuff that he gets into by the end of that, you might not even know if they put an extra chip in the plastic. Like it gets so scary. Like when they like the interdiction while it's getting mailed to you from Amazon, NSA takes it, boom. We're just going to like inject a little extra chip into the plastic, then piggyback off the power for the rest of it. And now that thing sees the rest of it, connects to your neighbor's open Wi-Fi. Chip shouldn't even exist. You'd never need to look for it. I mean, it gets so out there so quickly when you have the capabilities that these guys have. And to your point, it's like, it's not that we're not all targeted now, but I mean, shit, the January 6th stuff, I think, is a great example, right? There's little old grandma holding her flag up and it's like insurrection. But her phone data was captured 3 months prior and 6 months later. You know what I mean? It's like, and they're just swept up in this dragnet because they were part of something that ostensibly they really believed in. And I mean, they're going to public property to protest the government at a government building. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it sounds like it should be by the books, but they are now part of this massive thing that's going on. And so yeah, just go through your day and think about how many databases you're contributing to. and even if you're just aware of it, you're way better than most. And you will not realize all of them. I can guarantee you that, because it's far more than most people can think.
So, yeah, there's some things I want to go over for this, based upon that, several things actually, but you made some really good points, and I kind of want to break it down for a device perhaps that everybody has, like a smartphone. Um, but like a lot of people will, I mean, a lot of people might say like, oh, well, they're watching us anyways. Oh, they're looking at us anyways. There's no
Well, they
point of
are.
worrying because they already know everything about me from the minute I was born. And like, meanwhile, they have like a fridge that's smart, a TV that's smart, a phone that's smart, so-called smart, all these smart products, and every single one of them is connected to the same internet. And then they have these smart meters that are attached to their houses. And sometimes, people don't even consent to it. They have to put cages on it to block it. Like, what is up with all of that? It's crazy.
I mean, yeah, that's a bunch of different things. I mean, the metering thing is actually more interesting than I think people realize, because, like, I don't know, when you have an average usage of stuff and it goes up by this little bit when you turn on your TV, down by this little bit when you turn off your TV, how well can they actually just guess what device you just bought based on exactly how much the power changes, like in the draw? I actually don't know, but they could probably get pretty freaking close if you spent enough time looking at it and really breaking down the data. I'm not so concerned about it, like, because people are worried about for like the health reasons and the EMF stuff. And honestly, that's not really I'm too much of a nerd. I'm constantly, if there's anything bad, I've been being berated with it probably within multiple feet for like the more than half of my life. And so far I'm okay. So I wouldn't, I'm not denying that maybe some people are more affected than others, but I certainly don't think I have any personal issues with it.
A lot of factors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like 5G, same thing. It's like, honestly, for my phone's 5G. 5G has been deployed in many cities, almost every country I've been to in the last couple of years. And city 5G was already there on my phone when I got there. Like, so it's like people are like, "Oh, we have to stop the deployment." Dude, I'm pretty sure
Elon Musk was saying that the EMF is just like sun energy, and that people kind of confuse the EMFs.
That's electromagnetic. Yeah. So electromagnetic is not necessarily just radio. I mean, it's not like putting your head in a microwave, because microwave is a specific spectrum, like it's a specific range of frequencies, just like gamma waves are, or whatever, or theta waves in your brain when you're sleeping. I mean, it's all just different parts of the spectrum of energy, essentially, right? Like sound is a certain range, and sight is a certain range, and terahertz and tetrahertz and whatever. I mean, if you really think like, anyway, we can get to the frequency stuff, but I think it's kind of a separate conversation.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have a friend who literally has copper wires he carries with him, and he does detections of where there's energy, and it will attract toward different energies. I mean,
the dowsing type of stuff.
If you hear of like Dr. Emoto as well, I mean, this guy, like, you speak to a jar of rice and the rice will mold if you speak something bad. Like, there's a lot of people who have a lot of interesting theories built around energy. And of course, I was very skeptical at first being in the health field, because a lot of people claim like, oh, this crystal is going to heal this frequency is going to heal this or that. But it's very interesting the more you look into it, if there's connections with electricity. And the news is the weather is telling people what the day is going to be, right? It's partly cloudy, and everybody thinks it's partly cloudy, as above, so below. And the principle of mentalism, they might start thinking that it's supposed to be cloudy, and it might just happen because everybody thought it. Like, is it easy for humans' minds to be so manipulated, and is our minds connected to that energy?
So there is a relationship between energy, and so I think it's the final slide of that talk, and that's, to me, one of the most interesting bombshells he just drops. Just like, oh, by the way, I got to go. Here's this thing, is the continuous wave generators, and that's just like, literally, if you look into it, it's like straight up out of the last scene of, I think it's The Dark Knight, where Morgan Freeman, like, he walks into the room and Morgan Freeman's got like all the screens up and he can see like into everybody's living rooms. It's like literally that. I mean, you imagine this device in your monitor that they put in there like on the way when it was getting mailed to you, and it literally is just able to bounce frequencies like radar, essentially, throughout your room back to your monitor, which is a perfect place to do it from, and essentially get a 3D, like a live 3D print of your entire room. And that is frightening. But we, like, their own documents say they absolutely have it and it works. Like, and that's just mind blowing to me.
Yeah,
That's probably as far as I
there's
would
just
take
so
it.
much we don't know about.
Yeah, otherwise I think like, yeah, I mean, you're talking, there's some crazy Tesla energy we don't know about, whatever. Like, yeah, there's that. I don't know how to protect against that. I can tell you how to like use
Tesla
DNS
claiming you can
or
get
whatever.
free energy out of the core of the earth, you know, to supply
Yeah, no, I
everybody
mean,
with free energy.
He did light up a light bulb, whatever, 18 kilometers away or whatever, like wirelessly that was in the ground. Like, we know that for sure. But and some of the same concepts work with the wireless chargers that we use today. I mean, it's a lot of stuff is coming to fruition, but that is not my wheelhouse, and not something I
It's
would
all good.
necessarily speculate on.
Yeah, you mentioned a word called interdiction. Do you want to abbreviate more on what that means?
Well, I think the way Applebaum puts it in the talk is, if you haven't heard of interdiction, it means stealing your effing mail, is really what it is. I mean, it's basically, it's en route. It's got to go through some processing centers from Amazon to you. They will literally take the package, put whatever crap they want in it, seal it right back up, and then keep it going on its way. So when your stuff gets delayed by a couple of days out of nowhere, it's like, how far down that rabbit hole do you really want to go? And yeah, we're not a journalist in Syria reporting on war crime. You know what I mean? Like, there's different layers of when they would really be doing that. But maybe you're somebody who knows that guy on Discord, or you're somebody who talks with, like, and that's where it starts to fan out. It's this kind of N+1. There's the people they want to get, and then there's everybody else. But everybody's connected, as we kind of started with, right? And so that's where it kind of quickly becomes, yeah, they just dragnet the whole friggin' thing. And I guess maybe on that point, it's like, how do they get everybody, right? So NSA, and this is something I wanted to get to earlier, but I think we'll maybe kind of help couch some of the other conversation. NSA can't spy on American citizens legally. They're technically only supposed to spy on international citizens. GCHQ, that's the British NSA, essentially, they can't spy on British citizens legally. But what can they both do? They can legally exchange data, and they can legally spy on each other. So that's exactly what they do. And then, so this happens, this is what Five Eyes is, where it's the UK, US, Germany, Australia, it might be New Zealand. I feel like I'm missing the last one here. Let's just say New Zealand. But that's Five Eyes. I actually don't think Canada's part of Five. But then there's also 13 Eyes and a bunch of different ones that are variations. But that's really how it works, is they all just spy on each other's stuff and they just hand it all to each other. I mean, that's the easiest answer. And then the same thing happens also, like Google had a big battle with Ireland and Microsoft, or it was Microsoft and Ireland. I think it was Google. It doesn't matter. But it's like they were trying to subpoena somebody's Gmail data at one point, and they're like, "Well, what's the jurisdiction? Oh, is it okay? Is the U.S. looking for it?" And they're okay. Well, then they can't get it if it's on a U.S. citizen. And Google's like, "Well, technically, actually, we use machine learning to move data to the most efficient place to store it on the planet. So, well, we took your data and we shipped it from the US to Ireland, and then it got shipped over here and whatever. And so just by moving your data to this other country or to this other place, like, because of processes that even internally are like, well, honestly, it just does the most efficient thing. So we don't really think about it. It's like, oh, it hasn't been touched in a year and that's our cheapest storage. So it's just push it over there for now. Like, it makes total sense economically, like why they would do certain things, but they're just moving this data around, and just the fact that it crosses those international lines, the data itself makes it all totally fair game. So even if it's data about you that's recorded by a US company, if they decide to move it to Germany and back, yeah, boom, it's caught. But it's captured, probably not just by one side, but both sides. And so, and the other part of that is, how could they store all of it? Well, Bluffdale, Utah is where the NSA has its big old base. They started building probably a decade, a little longer than that ago. 56 football fields of hard drives. 56 football. You can see like pictures of it. I mean, it is a massive, massive data center. And so, okay, we're on Jitsi. Let's say it's encrypted. Who cares? Capture it anyway, and just store it. And you throw it in one of the programs that he mentions, this long haul. And it's like, well, maybe we can't break the encryption now. Maybe we can in 10 years. Who fucking cares? We'll store it anyway. If they're really targeting you, they'll write something to just keep trying every number until it breaks it. And maybe they'll break it 7 years from now. or they don't care.
Right.
And in 10, 15, 20 years from now, they'll be able to blow through that encryption because they'll find a bug. Like that was a big scandal. RSA, the company that writes one of the biggest encryption algorithms that we all use, like SHA-256 and things like that for like banking websites, SSL, like they got a check from the NSA. We know this, that this company that writes the standards for the encryption algorithms got a check from the NSA. Why? Well, because they left a bug in the elliptic curve. And so the same thing you're talking about, well, they've got backdoors into the hardware. They got backdoors into the friggin' algorithms. It's like, oh, why did you pick these particular numbers to make the baseline for this like encryption protocol? It's like, I don't know, the numbers that work, but it's like this curve. If somebody knows how to predict it, they can predictively break your encryption. And like, so there's all the exact same backdoors can exist on software levels as well as hardware levels, I guess is what I'm getting at. And then hopefully that kind of covers the general legality and where they actually could store it all, like just hypothetically. But
Yeah, so encryption is not all that safe. I mean, technically, if they wanted to, you're saying they could.
Well, they'll still just capture the encrypted traffic.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that there's not going to be some breakthrough in a year. That just makes it all moot.
It just makes it more safe than usual, but nothing is.
It makes it more safe for the next couple hours, probably. Like,
is there any way to be 100% safe? Would you say on the internet?
On the internet. If you didn't have that part, I would say.
Well, let's say you design your own
throw
internet.
everybody's phones in the freezer and
People
go
are
to another
designing
house.
their own internet, right?
I mean, you can do point to point. That's the thing. Like they've got these point to point networks where, like, I get a tin can antenna, an old satellite dish on the roof of my house. If I got line of sight to yours, yeah, we can talk bit to bit. But like, I mean, somebody in theory could still intercept that in between, and you're probably violating all sorts of FCC.
Okay, so
rules.
without the internet.
I mean, yeah, sneakernet, man, sneakernet. It's like you go a flash drive. Like I walk to your house, like it's like a sneakernet,
Okay.
or dead drops. I mean, that's a thing where people will you can look up dead drops where it's like literally like somebody will like bore out a little hole in a wall in a brick wall and then like put a flash drive in there and cement it back in, so just the USB part sticking out. And it's like you go up and you connect and you like grab the data, you leave whatever you need on there, and then somebody else comes down a week later, and then you can trade data that way, and it never had to be in the same place at the same time. And there are many different ways that people have figured out how to do it, but I mean, honestly, snail mail is more protected than most stuff, oddly enough. And then like landlines are much more protected than even cell phones for various different reasons. And that's how a lot of this stuff gets like kind of backdoored legally. It's like, well, you gave the data to Verizon voluntarily, so why can't we just get the data from Verizon? They don't even need to get it from you, quote unquote. So there's all that kind of stuff in between.
So snail mail, interesting.
It is surprisingly more protected. I'm not saying
more.
I mean, it's like whatever. It's interdiction, obviously. So it's like it's just different. They're not injecting a microphone in your letter.
So everybody has a smartphone, okay? And we can go, you can share your screen soon for the computer stuff to share resources. But let's talk about smartphones, because everybody has that. Not everybody has a computer nowadays. And there's a lot of people who have smartphones. What is it that they can do? Let's say they're Apple or Android. Maybe it's different between the two. I hear that Apple's more secure and Android, you could just do more things. I'm not sure. They're both probably not that great. But let's say people have those two options, which unfortunately I think there should be more options than that, and there are some, but we can go into that later. What do you think people should do if they have an Apple or Android? What's like some programs you recommend or what have you?
Software ain't gonna save you there, honestly.
Okay.
Basically just assume the mic's always recording and the cameras are always being tapped.
Got to go in with that assumption.
Just assume that's the case. You're gonna have like a hardcore conversation. I'm not even talking about like hiding the bodies, but like, hell, if it's a crazy idea or whatever. I mean, like honestly, like that's a fun little experiment. Is like, just keep your phone in a different room for like a week and try to actually not have microphones near you when you're talking with people or whatever. Like obviously it's way tougher especially in the lockdown land of the last couple of years where it's all freaking online. I mean, that's probably going to be a deluge of data for these guys, but also like just in your day-to-day conversations around the house or whatever, and like see how that changes the ads that you're served and things like that. I mean, like I would be kind of surprised if you don't notice any difference. I think Ari Shafir, the comedian, for a while he went, he had like a Google account and he like only looked up like puppies for like, I don't know, a good month or whatever. And so it's like for the rest, basically until now, it's like years later, it's like he's just constantly recommended puppy videos. And it's like, yeah, it's simple. It's obvious that that's the case. But like
YouTube, I think you can definitely see it. You click a video and the algorithm just.
Of course, they want to keep you on. I mean, it makes plenty of sense why that all happens. More on the security end than the privacy end, get a good ad blocker. On Apple, unfortunately, there are no browser plugins allowed at all on any browser on iPhone, which to me is ridiculous. But on Android, if you have Firefox, you can get plugins. You can't get them on Chrome anymore. They got rid of that, on mobile Chrome at least. But Firefox on Android, you can get uBlock Origin, Privacy Badger, HTTPS everywhere. You kind of don't need anymore, but
What about like
anyway.
Brave and Vivaldi browsers?
Chrome based, no extensions.
Oh, okay.
So you can't get, in my opinion, the better ad blockers. And there's also other stuff like Sponsor Block is just kind of a convenience thing that I freaking love, where it's like ads in like in the middle of a YouTube video, and it's like, by the way, this video is brought to you by blah, and it's like not an ad, but it's in the, I mean, it is an ad, but it's like part of the video. Sponsor Block is honestly like my favorite plugin since ad blockers. It just skips that part of the video.
So you're a
awesome.
Firefox fan.
Yeah. I only use Firefox nowadays. And that's partially just to like even Microsoft Edge is Chrome based now. So like there's Chrome and there's Firefox. And so unless we want it to all be under Google's purview, somebody's got to use Firefox.
Well, Chromium is open sourced, is it not?
It's still run by Google, and then there's like more hardcore privacy versions of Chromium, like Iridium, which actually tell you, it's like the first time you start typing in a text box, it's like, hey, by the way, it was about to go to Google server to get the spell check dictionary, right? It's got to do this stuff. It has to come from somewhere. And so you don't think of it, with Chromium, yes, there actually still are quite a few little pieces like exactly like that, where it's hitting Google and like you type one character, and I mean, maybe it's not much, but it knows your language now.
Yeah.
And maybe what you were trying to spell check, depending on how that goes. I mean, even Chrome, it'll prefetch sites that as you're typing them in the bar. So just by giving you a dropdown, it wants to make it seem like it loads faster. So actually, like in the process of typing in a URL, it's actually hitting the site already and potentially pulling it back. And so like you didn't even go there, but it already hit that server, and that server now has a record of it. So that's another database.
Now,
right?
search engine. What do you think? There's like Search X, I think.
Yeah,
there's Start Page.
They all kind of bounce off each other. I use DuckDuckGo because I'm such a big fan of the bang syntax, where you do exclamation point whatever, and then space, so exclamation point AZ space, I don't know, popsicles, and you'll search Amazon for popsicles, whatever. But like it's going somewhere. Somebody's recording it, and whether it's not like the results themselves, that's one domain. But then when you click those links, you're going to other domains. So I mean, you're giving the data away one way or another.
Do you know about Start Page or no? Yeah,
it's basically just Google, but unbranded-ish kind of, right? Like you get the same results as Google. I think some people say DuckDuckGo is Bing's results, but I feel like they're slightly different when I've actually.
Well, DuckDuckGo apparently said that they would start censoring people, right? So I mean, that's why I asked that question too. Is if you know any alternatives.
So they didn't say that they would remove it, which to me is like I think kind of overlooked in that conversation. They said they would downrank it. So in my experience, if you still know what you're looking for, you'll find it. And that actually is another tip that I started doing a while ago that I think actually made me much, I don't know, a little sharper maybe. Remove autocomplete on everything. So first off, it's sending every keystroke out of what you're typing. So I'm typing this, backspace, I'm typing this. It can like see your thought process quite literally. And you want every single one of those keystrokes. Again, you're not even looking it up, but you're telling Google, I'm thinking about looking this up. You're telling whatever, I'm thinking about looking this up. I think I liken it to if you use GPS to get somewhere, like, do you ever remember how you got there? As opposed to you took a map out and you're like, all right, well, I go up this highway goes north, this highway goes west, whatever. When you get somewhere using a map, and maybe that's just old school as hell with me, but I don't know, my family drove around when I was a kid and this stuff wasn't ubiquitous, but like it was much easier to remember how to get somewhere when you get there without using GPS, versus if I if I used some autocomplete and I typed in whatever, and I just go with, the first drop down, I'm going to see what everybody else saw. And most people are dumb. So they probably got the wrong answer already. And so I'll just have the same wrong answer as everybody else. But B, also, you don't necessarily remember what you typed in to get that search result, that thing that you're trying to find again, maybe a couple of weeks later. But if you have kind of a way you think about searching for stuff, you'll probably do that same thing again and find the same result. So I found it actually helped me a lot in terms of like remembering how I even got to stuff on the internet. And the same for like spell check. Like that'll just make your spelling better. don't let it. It's like, okay, if it gives you little red squiggles, go look up the word, and it's like, oh right, it's this way. Okay, and maybe it comes from these words or whatever. Maybe hit the etymology or something. And all of a sudden you come out maybe learning a little bit more about it. And I think it's subtle, but I think it is kind of the having every keystroke sent is the biggest privacy security portion of that, honestly, with the search predictions. But then the other parts, I think.
Etymology. We use that all the time, right? I love that. Looking up etymology of the words, and there's a website that you can go to find the roots to where the words come from, and how they're said through the years as well. I really like that website. So we have about like 15 minutes or so, and so I want to jump into a topic before we head into, like, if you want to share your screen and we go a bit more into action and stuff.
Sure.
This is a big question because I think it concerns our future, and therefore it could be ever eternal. Elon Musk, for example, mentions that government is a monopoly on violence, yet he says that we need to regulate AI and machines. And he also says that AI machines will be the end of humankind. It's worse than a nuclear bomb. But yet he's working on it, but then he also says it's inevitable. So kind of help me out here with what's going on. I'm not asking for your opinion on Elon Musk necessarily. I'm asking for your thoughts on his thoughts, if they hold to be true. If you think there should be regulation of AI and machines.
I think it's impossible. I think it's as silly as worrying about gun control in an age of 3D printing. I mean, it's just, there's nothing you're going to do about it. He's probably right. It probably will be worse than nuclear bombs. It already has hit many different sectors. And I think James Mickens has a fantastic talk on it with a title that I can't remember the name of right now. But it's,
I'll find it.
Yeah, I can I'll send you the link. I'll give you a whole bunch of links after this. But we really want to keep in mind, and this is more so for the developers out there than it is for everyday people, because as much as I hate to say it, it's kind of like, dude, you're floating in the ocean. As that tidal wave comes. It's not really on you. You don't really get a choice. Or I don't know, rogue waves, they always scare the hell out of me. Like the idea of just being in the middle of the ocean and a 20-story wave just comes out of nowhere. Like, that just happens. Like, that's crazy. Yeah. Is we really want to make sure that things that are inscrutable, like machine learning and AI right now, they're, even the people that are doing the work, it is more or less inscrutable in the sense that, like, you cannot scrutinize what's going on when it's got 20 connections times 50 hidden layers at unknown connections. I mean, it's like literally trying to like slice open somebody's brain and be like, okay, well, what are the neurons thinking? It's like, you just can't do that. Which means you can't scrutinize it. And so if you can't scrutinize it, it really should not be doing a job that deserves some scrutiny. For example, sentencing, like in legal terms, it's like, what are the sentencing guidelines? Like, how long should this guy get sentenced to prison for? There's all sorts of weird, hidden, strange biases there. Same for finance, where it's like, it's all based on an input training data set, and the input training data set, maybe Black people get higher longer term sentences and are less likely to be approved for a loan. It's like they're already using machine learning in this stuff. But if the input data set is based on a history of discrimination, essentially, that's going to come out on the other side. And where it gets really like down to the nuts and bolts of people's actual lives is thinking it in terms of medical things, right? So, hey, I give you all this data about this person. Tell me, computer, what do you think he has? Well, I think he has this. And okay, so let's cut this thing out or whatever. And it's like, what if it's wrong? You can't ask it. You can't really ask it why it came up with that. And who do you even blame? Like, at a certain point, the programmer, that ain't gonna make any sense. The hospital, I mean, they're insured out the wazoo, and I'm sure there's signed papers that make that not a thing. So like these tasks that need to be scrutinized, like we really shouldn't let an inscrutable technology kind of pick where it goes. I do share. So hacking, in my opinion, I think it's Stallman's definitions, is just playful cleverness, and I think that's a great way to think about it. It's kind of testing the edges of the limits of systems, and like that is what kind of the mindset of a hacker is. So it's like, if we push over here, we push over here on these different boundaries. At what point does it break? And that's how you find vulnerabilities. That's how you, I mean, you can call it a hack to, I don't know, put your mouse on your analog watch, and now it thinks you're moving, and so your boss doesn't see that you're away from your computer or whatever, working remotely. Like all of these things, like that's a hack. But at the same time, we're not going to stop it. Somebody's going to put something out there, and it's going to just happen. I mean, like I said, it's already happening in all these different fields. In terms
Do you
of
think it would be better to have regulation, or
I don't
better
think
to
it'll
have
matter.
more freedom and to have
Like-
more
like I-
solutions?
I think it's honestly a waste of people's breath to even worry too much. Like I said, in the age of 3D printing, it's like, what are you going to do about guns? It's like, come on. There's literally nothing they can do. They could ban guns tomorrow, but it doesn't make 400 million guns just disappear from America.
Yeah,
Like the info's there. There's people that know how to do it. The data,
right.
and it's not even a physical thing. And so it takes one hacker to put this stuff together. And
Can't take it out of existence because it's so easy to be.
Yeah, you open sourced
replicable.
it, you post it on a Discord, you upload it Google Drive, you put it on GitHub and whatever. And I mean, like the Vault 7 leaks, that was something that actually happened a couple years later than that talk. And that was upwards of 100, 200 pieces of software, literally just straight leaked out of the NSA and put on GitHub. Everybody's got a copy. I got a copy. And so, and they've got, that's one thing I did want to touch base on is, and I don't know if you guys had any thoughts on this. What did you think of the names of some of the programs? Because I thought they were kind of really interesting. Like the X key score is probably one of the biggest ones to kind of see everybody's everything. But then stuff like Dropout Jeep, Long Haul, we talked about, that's kind of the thing where they just throw encrypted stuff in and just let it crack forever until it works. One I thought was really interesting is Commandeer, which sounds like commandeer, like I'm taking over your computer, but it's spelled commandeer as in a common like doe, like a deer. It's spelled commandeer, and it's like they're laughing at you, like you're the commandeer. And
kind
they're
of the commandeer. They say that in Pirates of the Caribbean when they're taking somebody's ship.
Yes, exactly. and what are they doing? They're taking your computer. There's another one called Stoic Surgeon in the Vault 7 leaks, and then I'm pretty
Stoic.
positive. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's some really interesting names. Just like when you grab their the actual script leaks and dig into it. And then I think there's another one called Pied Piper, which is used to deploy RAT. RAT stands for Remote Access Trojan. And so it's like these. There's actually some pretty good wordplay. And I think he even mentions Philip K. Dick in that talk. But it's like some of it is just straight out of a Philip K. Dick novel, where it's like it is doing exactly what it says, but it also is just a joke almost, like internally, because it's like, how the hell? So Pied Piper.
I think one was called Fox Acid.
Yep. I forget.
I remember what that one was, but
I forget. But you're right. That is one of them, I think. Which reminds me of Metal Gear Solid Fox Die, which is like a whole thing in the Metal Gear Solid games. So I actually nailed almost all of the stuff. Oh, one final thing that I did want to say that's much more recent.
Sure.
That I think is on this topic of privacy and security is related to the Ukraine war. So there's a bunch of people from Reddit that were like, hey, we're going to go help the Ukrainians fight the Russians. And so people were calling them the Reddit army. These dudes literally all went over there, didn't think about this stuff. They're sending selfies and posting them on friggin' Reddit. What do those selfies show? In the background, they see a little chalkboard, or they see some stuff on the wall. Oh, it's an elementary school. Oh, what elementary school? Within 2 days, they all ate a friggin' missile. They doxed themselves just by taking stupid selfies in a friggin' war zone, and boom, vaporized like an entire, I want to say like 50 people, just gone.
Wow.
And there's a couple of them got out of there to tell the story. And so it's like there are real world consequences to this. That's much more immediate than most of us think of, but they're not. You take a picture, you don't think about the stuff in your background, and like that can. Those little things, when you're in the wrong scenario, really, literally might end your life. And then those guys' cases, it literally did. So, it's just I don't know. It sucks. I don't think I don't think America should have anything to do with that, but that's a completely different conversation. But yeah, it's operational security is
Yeah.
basically how you like OPSEC is how you discuss that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when does security become slavery, versus when does it become freedom? Isn't it supposed to be for freedom so you can do whatever you want, feeling okay and trust your own?
And that's the other end too. Do we self-censor to the point where we can't even like live our lives?
Yeah.
I'm not advocating internet, and this is actually another Jacob Applebaum line, but it's like I'm not advocating. He's also one of the Tor developers, by the way, if that wasn't mentioned. I'm not advocating internet abstinence. Like, but just like practice safe interneting. Don't
like
catch
responsibility.
Don't catch internet AIDS.
It feels like a modern responsibility, like, and if you don't want that responsibility, then just don't use it. But like, if you're gonna take it, then you better be responsible for it. Like anything else, you're gonna become responsible for.
And what is responsibility? Responsibility is the ability to respond. And so, like, don't feel bad about the things you can't respond to because you're not responsible for them. But the things you can, yeah, you are responsible for. And like, yes, you took that selfie, maybe you left and your friends got killed. Like, dude, that's on you. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Crazy,
and it's just wild. It's like, if you don't think that at this day and age that like maybe you're just an American not doing anything that the American government hates, but the Russian government doesn't like. Well, they got a whole bunch of dudes figuring this stuff out too. And so
would you say they're interconnected, the whole world, basically?
When it's advantageous, yeah. Right. I think that like they're not stupid. Like when is it more advantageous for Russia to keep Snowden over there? So they can be like, hey man, we'll keep you safe, but like let us see them docs. Like who knows? Who friggin' knows? Yeah.
So what do you think of Purism? Do you know about Purism, the company? They're creating their own smartphones. It's basically
like a Freedom Phone, kind of.
Yeah. You ever hear of like the Pine Phone by Manjaro? These are like Linux operating systems. They made their own phones.
I haven't really looked into them. I know the Freedom Phone, and I know people talking about like
they're claiming
security.
They're claiming to use their own parts, right? So like no Intel parts or anything like that, and hard switches when it comes to like Wi-Fi and stuff like that. So that sounds pretty good to me, right? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, physical switches is the way to do it. In security, there is a phrase where it's like, if they have physical access, there's nothing you can do, which is why I basically don't even have like passwords on most of my shit. Like honestly, like on my physical phone and physical computer, because it's like if they're already there, there's almost nothing you can do. They will just take they've got a password. You have a password to log into Windows. Now let's take the freaking hard drive out, man. Just take whatever they want off of it. It doesn't really matter. Like same for your phone. Oh, you have a passcode, whatever. Just crack it open. Take the part where the data is stored and just bypass that part. It's instead ostensibly if there's at-rest encryption and all this kind of jazz. Don't use biometrics ever. That's another big one.
What's that?
Actually, fingerprint, face ID, all that shit. Cops love Face ID. Why do cops love Face ID? Because they can, while you're in handcuffs, they can just boop. They can still get your face. They can do it. And even better than that for them is it's not protected by the Fifth Amendment, right? So your fingerprints, your face, publicly available and difficult or impossible to change. So they're not protected. And they're more like a username than a password, right? Think of it as your email address, but not the password to get into your email. Everybody can see your email address. You can't change it. That's just like your face.
Yeah.
So your password is protected by the Fifth Amendment, actually. You cannot, it's compelled speech. You cannot be compelled to give up a password to get into your phone that might incriminate you. At one of the hacker conferences, right around the time of this one, I actually think it was a workshop for that one in 2013 that talk was at. They were doing a workshop on 3D printing politicians' fingerprints. And so all you needed was a good enough photo from like 30 feet away with a telephoto lens, and people were literally printing politicians' fingerprints from that photo, and you could use that to unlock their phone. I mean, this is almost 10-year-old technology, consumer level. So who the hell knows where it's at now?
From what it seems is that it's, there's a group of people who are trying to be gods on Earth. And with this technology, it for lack of a better word, it allows them to be omnipotent everywhere at once.
True.
you know, if your mic's always on, you know, I mean, because I think about things like, you know, if people don't start fighting or becoming more conscious of this, then all of your life's experience, you know, could be tossed into the hands of the government, you know, instead of, you know, and there might be a day when the local police, you know, have access to every little detail, every microphone, you know, every hot mic you've ever had. Like, it seems like it's going to get to a point where the government is like a god, like
Yeah,
has everything, has all the
perfect
data.
for them.
Yeah, perfect for them.
Perfect
But
slavery.
essentially, what type of I mean, that's total control. That's, you know, how hard is it going to be to get out of that once
And is
all
the
of it,
fear of that, does the
the
fear of
one
that
government.
stop us from doing anything? I guess is
Yeah,
maybe, I don't know if that's where you're going, but yeah, it's like we can't let ourselves be completely neutered knowing that this stuff exists either.
right.
So sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly it. It just seems like so much more of a pressing matter, and that, you know, not many people are actually concerned at the power this can have. You know, when you talk about things, you know, like you said, sent AI, you know, AI sentencing, and you know, a one world government where, you know, it's all a computerized government, has access to every bit of information since you were born. Every conversation you've ever had, every, you know, I mean, the potential is just super scary. Um, and I mean, that's kind of all I have to say. It's wild to me.
It is absolutely super scary. And I would argue it's already happened and happening. And it's
Yeah,
like, yeah, back to before you were born, probably back
yeah,
before all of us were born. Like I said, 87. That's kind of the number that I've heard like thrown around. And it's like every phone call, even back in the late 90s, you know what I mean? Uh, Playing some stupid game or whatever with talking with a friend. I mean, yeah, all of that. Let's just assume it is captured. But again, don't let it paralyze you. Like you can't let it paralyze you to not do anything and not talk to people and not meet people and not use the tools to our advantage. I mean, the guy who made the car doesn't necessarily think of himself as like one of the biggest murderers on the planet, but like, yeah, millions of people die from cars every friggin' year.
That's
So,
responsibility. I mean, it's not, you know,
yeah,
it's kind of inevitable if you have that type of knowledge that you want to share it with people and you see it's going to innovate society. But it's not your fault that somebody misuses something that you created. It's like a content creator like Mark Passio or anybody who has a large following, and one of his followers does something. It's not his responsibility. You know, he put out information and that person decided to do something with that information, but it's not him. And, you know, it's like there's another person. They're in control of their own life. You know, they're not bound to the change of him. They're not slaves. They're participating voluntarily. But
and
yeah,
there is a game of chess, and then there are. I mean, just like chess, like there's your move, my move, your move, my move. I get some data, I push it out there. At a certain point, is it even worth trying to take me out? It's already out there. It's on however many other computers. And so, but did you do that before before it was used against you? And so there is a back and forth that is constantly happening, and there are really smart people on both sides of it that are making things more secure, figuring out how to break that. But is that there is an arms war of within security. There has been forever. I mean, they tried to ban encryption in like 95 or something in the States. And it's like
mm,
computer people were like, dude, you realize that hurts everybody, right? And it's like, you
yeah.
don't want to break all of the security because then everybody's bank accounts are, you break TLS and SSL, like everyone's bank account website is broken.
Well,
And that
hopefully,
hurts a lot more, even them in certain cases. So
hopefully they express their freedoms more. I mean, the developers, the people who develop this technology, they express their freedom. They're not just following orders and following what their companies are telling them to do, or the TSA, NSA, whatever, what have you, you know, telling them what to do. They're thinking for themselves and they're applying their consciousness, because robots don't have consciousness, right? They don't have that ability to perceive everything and have empathy for other human beings. So we got to be dangerous with we got to be careful with this stuff because it could be dangerous. So let me go on to that, if you don't mind. I asked everybody who joins the summit this question: how long were you a statist, and how did you break out of statism, which we talk about is mental slavery, or the belief in government authority, the belief that somebody has a claim of ownership over your life and property more than you. So how long were you, and how did you break out of that?
definitely the majority of my life, I was a statist. Probably so I was in 8th grade when 9/11 happened, and my friend's dad was the pilot of the second plane. And she was like one of my classmates, like that I hung out with regularly at the time. And like that was probably the beginning. Like again, I was really young, but like by 06 or so, it had been. I obviously. I mean, people don't remember, like Google wasn't a thing till 04. YouTube wasn't a thing till 06. They had Google Video and stuff like back then. And back in the day, you could look up crazy stuff, and the front page had all sorts of crazy conspiracy type stuff. And I had seen enough things probably by 2010, whatever, around Paul Revolution comes 2012 to be like, well, adults, like, why is nobody asking any of these questions? What's going on here? And so that was probably like the crack in the, like, getting the foot in the door. And then I voted twice total. I voted for Obama the first time, and then I voted for Obama again. And because I was the second time, I was like, well, you can't get like elected again, so like you might as well, I don't know, like legalize pot, like do literally anything. Like he had made the wars worse. He had like had one of the worst crackdowns on. I mean, it was 20. So it was the 08 election, and then the 2012 election was the second time. And then Snowden hits. You have Clapper in front of the NSA, the head of the CIA. I'm sorry, in front of Congress. I think he was the head of the CIA, not NSA. Doesn't matter. Basically, literally lying. Like we now know, literally like lying under oath to Congress. No, we don't collect data on all citizens. And this all happens within 2 or 3 years after Obama gets reelected. And that was where I was just super disillusioned, where it's like, okay, where's all that hope and change, man? Like, where's what? Why aren't you did like, okay, you're out of here in a year. Like whatever, 2015. So you're out of here in a year. Like, what do you do? Anything that like that you promised? Do anything that sounds good? And then by then I was just totally disillusioned, and kind of had at that point found like the Larkin Rose, and then you go down the rabbit hole. And I mean, yeah, so I lived in Texas growing up, and you'd see like stickers on telephone poles for InfoWars, and then I had like different people I worked with going on throughout times after that, learning like more about Alex Jones. And at that point, I'd already probably eaten up like all of the Ike stuff, and eventually you find your way down to Manly P. Hall and the Secret Teachings of All Ages and whatever, and Mark Passio's work and all these different things. And Richard Grove was like, when I was a broke college kid, he was probably one of the first people to kind of like welcome me into the, I don't want to say truth community, but like whatever community this is, where I was like, hey, I'm a broke college kid and I can't afford your like access to your member stuff, but I really like your work. And he's like, here, just have an account. Dude, thank you. Wow. And so next thing you know, I'm on his like Ning page with a bunch of other random people, and people just sharing data, and they're journalists and there's whatever. And you meet Derek Bros is a huge inspiration because he's clearly puts in the work, and I think like he's had his own battles, but comes out of it teaching people how to like respect themselves, love themselves, be better, help their community around them, all these kind of things. Yeah, so that's more or less it. And then obviously meeting Mark was like a bit of serendipity, where I was actually just finishing watching his natural law seminar. I was up at my parents' house in 2015. And at the very end of the natural law seminar, they're like, oh, by the way, we're going to be doing this talk outside of Philadelphia and at this hotel on this date. And the date that I was watching it was that date. And wow. Where it was 3 miles away from where I was at my parents' house. And I was like, holy crap. I was like, whatever. I didn't, it was actually the last day of the conference. I just showed up. We gave a $20 donation, bought like a poster and like left, and just like met like Freeman on the wall and a couple other random people like just in the merch area, and then split. But it was a weird kind of serendipity thing. Didn't really think about much of it until a couple of years later. I was like, yeah, what's Mark Passio up to? Whatever, just internet searching. And he had done an episode, like a podcast episode with somebody else. And at the end of it, he's like, I need technical help in Philadelphia. I don't have tech people to help me out with the stuff that I'm working on. I'm gonna have to end the podcast. I was like, well, I don't want him to end it. And this was already like a month later. So I was like, hey, send him an email. I hope it's not too late. But I'm in Philly and I know some tech stuff. Let me know if you want to help out. And he's like, oh, meet me here. Man. And so I sent it to him, and I started to send this email, and he's like, oh yeah, come meet up. We'll see how, I don't know. It's not really an interview, but that's kind of how I thought about it. It's just like, oh, let's see how this works. And he sends me, he's like, oh, meet me here. and he lives, and it's like to go to his house, and he lives 6 blocks away from me. It's like, holy crap. And this is in Philly. And so it's like, talk about like a synchronicity, synchromysticism, and all stars align kind of thing. Not just watching the videos at the conference, but also then asking if you need, like, if I can help, and then coming to meet him. And then got obviously much, I don't want to say like deeper into it, but had access to be able to ask all sorts of questions and meet different people. And that's I mean, it's a wrap after that. I met you a couple years later, I guess, and so now we're talking. So it all lines up if you just keep doing stuff sometimes.
That's beautiful, man. Wow. Thanks for sharing that. I didn't know as much about that. I mean, I knew you were, his producer sometimes, but I didn't know like the synchronicity to all that. You didn't tell me all that.
and like I said, I'm not a crystal guy. I don't get into the whole it's all meant to be, it's all predetermined destiny, but like there's some shit where it's like,
yeah, I know.
And that's really, really unlikely. And so I can't knock that.
Hey, that electricity, if it's there, it's powerful. It's hard to understand it because it's how evolved it is.
And even Neil deGrasse Tyson will agree that a child is far more rare than any star in the galaxy, or like in the universe. You know what I mean? That is, and so there's an incredible unlikeliness that any of this happens at all. like it is so
it's hard to explain some things, right? Like some things that are crazily complex.
So 1 in 25 people are psychopaths. It's 4%. That's a real number. Oftentimes they're surgeons, which honestly, you want a surgeon to be kind of lacking empathy, because he's got to cut into you and think of you like a bag of blood and cables to really do his job. You don't want him worry about hurting you and stuff. I mean, like that's kind of comes with the territory. Similarly, CEOs, politicians, that's another big one. And then, so that's 4%, whatever. Then, so there are at least 1 million people in the US with top secret or above clearance, which that means if you're talking with a group of people as big as maybe 300 people, 400 people, one of them, that's 1/300th, there's almost 400 million Americans, was it 3 something? I want to say it's actually probably close to 300 million Americans. I don't know the exact numbers. Let's say it's 300 million Americans, but 1 million of them have top secret or above clearance. And you're in a group with 300 people. The odds are that one of those people is able to see everybody else's everything. So back to your operational security aspect, as the group grows, be more cautious, be more careful. Doesn't mean don't do it. Doesn't mean don't communicate, but keep that in mind.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. This is Corey Engelot here with Mike Afix. Again, check out his stuff. We'll have it linked and all set up. You also run a website called Jet News, right? Could people check that out?
They can. It's a little outdated and definitely needs some love, but jetne.ws. It's a little news feeder aggregator thing that honestly I haven't touched since 2014, but that's another project we can get into.
Awesome.
The important part is that I've been collecting these articles. We have like 40 million articles since 2014. That'll be interesting to dig into one day.
Cool. Yeah. So thank you. That was a really awesome talk, and I hope everybody checks out all that stuff that you can download as well. If you want to see a lot more talks like this, go to nita.one/summit. That's nita.one/summit, the End of Slavery Summit. Thank you for watching.
Great stuff. Awesome. Yeah, I love that talk. One of the few talks we have about privacy and security in the summit, but still very important to mention despite talking about freedom and slavery, and it all ties in. It all ties in. We have like dedicated presentations toward different topics, and that was definitely one of them for privacy and security. So, beautiful stuff. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. I think that one had a lot of different really cool perspectives. And again, there's that resource that comes with it alongside that talk. And I ran a poll on YouTube and Twitch, in case you did not see that. And I asked you guys if I should game after this. And I got mostly yeses. I got 1 no on YouTube. And in case you are the one person who said no, you can share your thoughts. But I figured to give it a shot, and I would probably just do like 1. And knowing my luck, it probably wouldn't even work out well. And what I mean by 1 is like 1 game. So it would maybe take like 10, 15, 30 minutes. But I'd have to set it up. I want to see if it would even work. If my frames are going to go crazy and this stream is just going to break. That's what I'm genuinely curious about, if my stream is gonna break. What game? Yeah, so I usually play pretty peaceful games, you know, nothing too crazy, where I can just chill and relax, and that's what I would do on stream. But, that being said, today, and what I play usually other than that would be a game which is like the only violent, I guess you can say, gun game that I play, which is PUBG. Maybe you've heard of it before, maybe you haven't. A little old, but I don't like anything really new, whether it's music or food or, you know, anything new. I'm not like, you know, that much of a boomer, but that being said, I really like old stuff. I think there's a lot of craft and care. It basically invented the whole genre of battle royale, and then Fortnite stole from them, and other genres stole from them, basically. So if you know what Fortnite is, it's kind of like that, but more realistic. And let's just say I don't know anyone under the age of like 20 who plays that game. So it's interesting. Fortnite is definitely for a younger audience, I would say. Figured I would give it a shot because the game just got updated, and I usually actually sometimes hang out with Mike, the person that was just interviewed, playing that game. So if, you know, he wants to, he can join me, whatever. But it's updated, and my dad plays it. You know, he has time where he wants to hang out and play some games. So I said, okay, well, maybe I can join him too. You can meet my dad. But also another friend of mine, I don't know if he's around, actually. He might have got kicked offline. Yeah, I think he actually got kicked offline. But it's an option. It's an option. I want to do gaming anyways in the future, and this is a very intense game, so like graphics wise it could destroy the computer 100%. But we'd have to test it. Let me ask real quick. I'm gonna talk to my dad and see where our other friend went. I'm gonna find out. You guys enjoy the music. Alright, that was a cool little commercial break. I like the graphics I have now behind this. It makes it a little bit more captivating. Let's continue here. We have a third interview. I heard word that the guy is having some trouble with his computer anyways, so you guys will get to meet them in time, I promise. The next interview is really cool anyways, and it's very creative and symbolic. So this is going to go over music and a lot of themes to do with music, but not just limited to just music. In general, it has a lot to do with everything. So we talk about the food industry, we talk about social media, we talk about everything you can think of, because he's got music on every single subject. So it brings us into every single subject throughout the course of the interview. And in fact, he might be listening to the stream right now. Awaken Your Mind is his name on YouTube and other platforms. Awaken Ya Mind. That's one word. Awaken Ya Mind. And he's also joining the chat once in a while, so hopefully maybe he'll find out his own interview is playing. That'll be really cool. Maybe I'll send him a message. But let's get started on this, because it'll be a really cool interview to watch. And then if I find out more about gaming later or another day, we'll do it and I'll show you guys. And of course, we can talk about anything you guys want while that happens. I'd be open to have a free discussion. But yeah, let's get this going. Let's watch the third interview, and then from there we have also some featured videos and more we can go over and do. But I like to be a little bit free flow, and whatever happens, happens. I like to also just, you know, do what's fun, what's great, what's needed. Not just freedom is needed, but fun, you know? Let's be real. All right, let's continue.
How they
Whoa.
influence people.
Here we go.
Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angelot. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with Derek Bartolicelli. Sorry, Bartolicelli. I can't say his name because he's Italiano, but he produces some great truth music and some great music over many months or years, right? You've put a lot of work into a lot of music, and now you have another channel where you're going over holistic logistics, where you're going deep into different topics. You have been talking about truth topics for a while, and I like the fact that you bring it toward music because that's something everybody can like. I mean, music is this universal language, and you also have slides for the audience too. So, how about you introduce a little bit about yourself
Yeah,
to
thanks
get
so much,
this
Corey.
audience a little
Really,
more
yeah.
familiar with your music and what you like to put out?
I can't say it's my music. It's more like a collection. I'm the selector, if you will, and
It's even better.
yeah, weaving tapestries of truth-infused music to, man, I was really intrigued from a long time ago before I really went through the alchemical process of doing the inner work before I even knew of these terms and the spiritual awakenings or kundalini, whatever. You know, but music always was like a solid compass for me, and like what resonated, you know, deep within my heart and soul, if you will. And that kind of steered me away from just like miasmic BS. I don't know if we can swear much in here. I'm gonna try to keep it light anyways, but no, it's like they're independent underground hip hop was what I'm about. And it's really more conscious. Growing up in the Bay Area of San Francisco, there's more artists than I can name. And I can't do justice for, you know, I'm not even going to give shout outs or respect or whatever, but that had a huge influence on me. And like carrying that overseas to France, where I married a French Polynesian woman and a woman, womb man. And I lived in France for the past dozen years. I'm freshly back on the West Coast, residing in Oregon right now, but it's been one hell of a journey. And music has always been there, kind of. It burns a hole in the convictions I have for, you know, wanting things to be right, and, you know, justice and higher learning and ever expanding awareness, those types of things. Because it's not just what I listen to is like high in the lyrical content, you know, and I really try to get that no filler, all killer, and some of the melodies and this and that. There's no other substance like it, you know what I mean? And I know there's a lot of people in network and researchers in that put that aside because they focus on, you know, words sound power, just, you know, with, you know, doing presentations and podcasts and all that stuff. And down the line, I was always thinking to myself, like, I want to do that myself, but I needed to build my grammar up, and I was like speaking French more than English, and just all over the place, man. So music was something for me to kind of have as an outlet of expression, to express things that I only wish I could articulate, right? But, you know, like, it's all part of, you know, learning and evolving and all that good stuff. So
That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I like how you sort of transitioned into using more English. I mean, we've had a lot of other speakers in the summit who many are French, and there's Hebrew, there's all sorts of different languages. And they talk to me like, "Oh, is my English okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, you're doing fine," because they have the courage to try and to share their minds. And honestly, you know, different languages appeal to me. You know, there's a reason why there's all these British actors on TV all the time. But music also appeals to people, and greatly it has helped in my journey as well, I would have to say. More than I can probably give it credit for. And when I put music in the background of my videos, my sister or my family will watch, and they're like, yeah, you know, it's actually better with the music than it is without it, because it kind of just adds a feeling to it, a bit more of a vibe to it, may you say. So yeah, and so we actually had a musician on the summit who talked about, and he's somebody who actually produces music as well. Like he had a lot to share about frequencies and how they influence people.
Oh, cool.
Very
Who was that?
powerful information.
It wasn't Joe Murray.
No, it was not. Yeah,
Okay.
so he's not in the One Great Work Network, but he's fantastic.
Okay,
You guys
yeah.
will all get to meet.
Yeah, I mixed
when this
some of
whole-
his music in some of my mixes most recently. Well, it'll show up on the slide, but yeah, going back to frequencies, you know, all those hermetic principles, you know, vibration, everything is being, you know, perverted, diluted, or you know, they're trying to invert all these, you know, forces against us, and music has been weaponized, just like what else is is good, right? And I've just grown up listening to commercial music, and oh man, it's like anything that I heard with whack lyrics, I need to turn away. Like I don't want to dance to this, and and then you know, like Mark Devlin has talked about, like they do these frequencies for a reason, and this and that, and you go into the 440 hertz, why they tweaked that, and the music that I've reproduced and rebroadcast, if you will, I put it into the 432 hertz, you know, more towards, you know, that natural sound.
I see.
And sometimes I wonder if that is the true organic sound resonance, you know, of this earth, you know, because we're going to get into that more later on with the manipulations on the multidimensional levels of everything.
Right.
Way beyond this
Multidimensional sovereignty. What does that mean? Could you kind of help us? Like, what do you mean by multidimensional? Because some people may not really understand what that is.
I didn't have any slides for this for a reason. Well, I kind of have one, and that's the whole Trinity unity consciousness. The first cosmic law principle, mentalism. It's all about one state of mind. Everything derived from, you know, the one mind, one source, whatever, right? And so that's the mental plane, right? Then, you know, if we move down into our hearts and whatever, that's, you know, like the emotional plane. And then we have the physical plane where, you know, those two combined are manifesting, you know, through us. And this is the main reason why mind control is so popular, because they want to manifest the effed up reality that they want through us. That's the main purpose. They want us to build a prison just for us, and siphon off as much energy from us as possible. Basically.
So like at every level, you're saying.
Yeah. And then there's, you know, we could go into the mental plane corresponds to the plane of causality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, results into the, you know, plane of effects, cause and effect. So we could look at it those ways as well. And then another way to look at the brain, obviously looking down on it, you have both hemispheres, and are we really keeping those in balance, you know?
Right.
If people are not going to be able to do that, forget anything I say, almost, you know, like after this, because if they don't get this right, it's all about their state of mind, and that they got to keep it open, because, you know, it's like an umbrella. It works best when it is open, all that good stuff. So, yeah, we really have to have those things aligned as much as possible. And I'm sure so many other people in this summit have spoken volumes on it, right? So,
yeah, well, you know, it's really interesting because you have a very deep background, though, and just listening and sharing a lot of different kinds of music too. So I appreciate that, because, you know, there's some people who want to focus on just rap or just that or other things, and you're kind of open and you're like making compilations all the time, and I think that's really cool. You know, we have the power of our minds to affect change in this world, but there's people who have agendas, right? Like the France 2030 thing. What is this about?
I mean, and that's a worldwide thing, right? And it's all coalescing with the whole World Economic Forum, with Klaus Schwab guy and Bill Gates and company, all these people, right? The transhumanist agenda and all these things. And we got to peek behind the green mask, rest in peace to Rosa Quire, who wrote that book. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it really exposes the whole green agenda. And yeah, it was Agenda 21 before.
Yeah.
And what happened, you know, that set those things into motion since the dawning of the Rona, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that really put the trajectory towards, since, 2020, 21 towards, this 2030 now.
Yeah, now they got a new
yeah.
agenda.
I had that picture just because, I saw it 2 years ago because I was on the government website trying to understand what the hell's going on because they, with their draconian ways, of course, the unjabbed can only do certain things and the jabbed can do this, and there weren't enough people at the time, even in America, because things were happening. They've happened quicker in France than America, but the whole my body, my choice, people weren't as much up in arms, but they were actually. I went and documented at least 7 protests and some that, even though, and I even mentioned this in one of my videos, is that it was either Rothschild that says that, it's like, as long as we own the banks and all that, and like they can protest all they want because we're still in control and they still don't understand how we're giving away our powers, and I don't know.
Yeah, they have a lot of influence. And We Are Change back in the day used to do, I don't know if you remember, they used to do confrontations. They would quite literally meet Rothschilds face to face and ask them some challenging questions, and they would not answer. Of course not. All the top politicians, they would not answer those questions. And that type of activism we don't really see from independent media anymore, but also because it's much harder to do because they've gotten much stricter with what they're doing. They know what they're doing at this point. And that's why they can probably just keep creating new agendas for the people who they presume to rule over. But do they actually rule over them? I mean, this is bizarre to me, and will they use music as a weapon just as much as education? Probably, because it influences people's minds, like you said. Right, so
how powerful it is, and
yeah. So you have another slide says snooze button crusher.
Oh yeah,
7 albums.
Yeah, that one is that was really like the first. I was trying to break out of the monkey mind, when you're first waking up, right? You crack that egg open, and just climbing up out of that base level consciousness, right? And that primate mind state. And I had a whole series on that, and hey, wakey, I'm here to crush your flipping snooze button, like stop snoozing that, how come it has to still be a slumber party, and like it's 2000 and what is it now? Like I was saying this years ago, like what the hell is going on with the world? Even growing up, I was never a fan of any president that I was born into. I'm like, who are these old crusty people,
Yeah.
But,
So take us through these other slides as well. We got the next one is freedom evocation.
Whoa, there it is again. Fabian Liberty. Man, you're crazy. Streaming all the time, always being so on top of things. Glad to have you guys join the stream. Some of you guys might remember me from yesterday, or the last time he interviewed me. Last time he rated me, sorry. And he was like exhausted yesterday. He was like, man, I had to go get food. That's what he wrote to me in DM. But thank you guys. So for all my YouTube viewers out there, just so you know, I got rated on Twitch, which means a bunch of people from one stream went to my stream. And for those people who are on Twitch right now who don't know what's going on, I am Corey Angelot. I am a fellow abolitionist, somebody who wants to end government slavery and proving that government is connected virtually in every single way to slavery, ever was what maintained slavery to begin with, as the abolitionists of the past said themselves. And the video I'm going to put out today even proves that the first anarchists were actually abolitionists, and you guys might be surprised to hear about that. But of course, it also ties into Christian anarchism, some of the roots with William Lloyd Garrison, his Declaration of Sentiments, and the New England Non-Resistance Society. In case you don't know about any of that, well, let's just say it's before Proudhon, called himself an anarchist, and it's before all these other so-called left-wing anarchists that people like to credit. There's a lot of history, you know, that, and a lot of philosophy that people don't know about, and I'm glad that you guys share a lot of that yourself. You know, Fabian puts a lot of effort into his streams. He talks about everything, and he's a really good dude. Very welcoming. I talk to many people on Twitch when I used to stream on Twitch all the time, and he was always there for me. So thank you, Fabian, for rating me again and all that. Yeah, pre-prod hunt, exactly. I mean, technically, you can argue some old Taoist text, right? Had some influences on people. But, you know, if you had to say, well, this is exactly a time and era where there was a significant amount of people really taking the philosophy of things, you can actually bring it back to the abolitionists. Yeah. So anyways, what we're in the middle of, in case you guys just came into the stream, we're in the middle of an interview that I did, and I'm basically showing some replays of the interviews I did for this huge event. You can see on the screen, the End of Slavery Summit. I interviewed about 50 speakers or so, and there's 100 or so resources, and a lot more technically if you go down the rabbit hole and to other people's, you know, links. But I brought them all together for this event. Fabian Liberty is one of those speakers. He did a whole presentation on the history of the Civil War, and you know, other speakers sort of complement that too, and they bring in different history of the abolitionists, and you know, I bring that too with my book, where you can also get the book that I wrote for free when you sign up. You'll get a bunch of resources for free when you sign up, and you'll get to access any interview. There's a bunch of action steps at the end. You can contribute. You can send me articles. I'll turn them into videos for you. We have so much planned. We have a radio that we're planning out. Like, we're going to make this message louder and clearer. We're going to prove to the world that slavery still exists historically, you know, educationally, in every way possible. And I'm glad to have you guys with me so you can experience this, because you guys are very knowledgeable. Casimir, I know you're always, you know, on mic sometimes with Fabian. I've met you before. Do you have a schedule posted somewhere? So basically, each day the summit occurs, right? We're on day 6, okay? And I'm not going to give any spoilers as to when the summit ends, okay? But basically, it's the 6th of December, right? And so we're on the 6th day of the event, right? And so basically, if you want to, you know, join the summit right now, it's okay. You missed a few days, you can always watch them later, because there's going to be replays of every single day on the final days of the event. And it's just fantastic, because you have people from so many different backgrounds, right? You have people who call themselves ANCAPs, people who don't, and I don't call myself an ANCAP, but we can understand that the value of the free market, of people coming together, voluntarily choosing what they want to do. A lot of us would just call ourselves voluntarists, or abolitionists, or just straight up anarchists, right? But it's the point is just that we understand that we don't want to enslave another or violently coerce someone against their will, and so we're really hitting the roots to that philosophy, and we want to bring that to the world with our future projects that come right after this. So that's the goal: bring people together, bring the knowledge together, and then share it to the world, and do so continually in a great effort. And it's definitely getting out there. Do you have a schedule? So yeah, nice jawline. I want to respond to that one. Thank you for the compliment, by the way. And it's amazing seeing all the emotes in the chat. It's very cool. I have to make more emotes for my channel. I got, what, a sword, a yin-yang sign, and a scales of justice. I mean, hey, not bad, right? But these are pretty cool. I use his emotes in his own chat too. I always usually keep him tabbed. I haven't kept him tabbed lately because I'm going live myself. I actually didn't even know he was live right now. Darn it, man. Crazy. But yeah, I actually might do some gaming stuff eventually on stream too, and we have chats, we have interviews, we do all of it. I'm mainly a content creator, so I'm mainly on YouTube. Most of my audience is on YouTube. So if you see people commenting from YouTube, I'm streaming to both platforms at once. But I appreciate you guys for being here. Everything's in the summit, so if you're new to freedom or any of these topics, it's a perfect place to start. If you want to share it with somebody who's completely new to these topics, it's a perfect place to start. It's really hard to argue with the nature of slavery, especially when you break it down and come to understand it. But anyways, without further ado, I'm going to I'm going to continue the interview that was just playing. It's with a friend of mine, Derek Bartolicelli. His channel is called Awaken Your Mind. And he's got a bunch of music compilations. I mean, this guy has albums and albums and albums of every single topic on truth. And that's an example of coming from a different background, approaching the same knowledge, realizing the same conclusion here. It's like, do we need violence to create a world? Can we create a voluntary world? It's all possible. If we put our time and energy into it, we can see that it's clearly the world that is destined for humankind, may you say. All right, so let's hop right into it. And if you feel free to chat about it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll reply in the chat. We'll keep in touch. And after, of course, we have other videos and more to show, so stay tuned. Yesterday and the day before, some of you guys were still here. We watched animations and a bunch of stuff. It was really cool. So let's get going. Derek Bartolicelli, everyone.
Not just that, but the internet of
Here he
people.
is. Here, I'm going to back up a little bit for those of you who missed some of it. We're going to go right here.
You know, it's 2030 now.
Yeah, now they got a new
yeah.
agenda.
I had that picture just because, I mean, I saw it 2 years ago because I was on the government website trying to understand what the hell's going on because with their draconian ways, of course, you know, the unjabbed can only do certain things and the jabbed can do this, you know, and there weren't enough people at the time, even in America, because things were happening. They've happened quicker in France than America, but you know, the whole my body, my choice, you know, people weren't as much up in arms, but they were actually. I went and documented at least 7 protests and that, even though, and I even mentioned this in one of my videos, is that it was either Rothschild that says that, you know, it's like, as long as we own the banks and all that, and, you know, like, they can protest all they want because we're still in control and they still don't understand how we're giving away our powers, and I don't know, you know?
Yeah, they have a lot of influence. And We Are Change back in the day used to do, I don't know if you remember, they used to do confrontations. They would quite literally meet Rothschilds face to face and ask them some challenging questions, and they would not answer. Of course not. You know, all the top politicians, they would not answer those questions. And that type of activism we don't really see from independent media anymore, but also because it's much harder to do because they've gotten much stricter with what they're doing. They know what they're doing at this point. And that's why they can probably just keep creating new agendas for the people who they presume to rule over. But do they actually rule over them? I mean, this is bizarre to me, you know, and will they use music as a weapon just as much as education? Probably, because it influences people's minds, like you said.
Yeah,
right?
we
So
know how powerful it is, and
yeah. So you have another slide says snooze button crusher.
oh yeah,
7 albums.
Yeah, that one is that was really like the first. I was trying to break out of the monkey mind, you know, when you're first waking up, right? You crack that egg open, and you know, and yeah, just, you know, climbing up out of that base level consciousness, right? And that primate mind state. And I had a whole series on that, and hey, wakey, you know, I'm here to crush your flipping snooze button, you know, like stop snoozing at, you know, how come it has to still be a slumber party, you know, and like it's 2000 and what is it now? You know, like I was saying this years ago, like what the hell is going on with the world? And even growing up, I was never a fan of any president that I was born into. I'm like, who are these old crusty people, you know?
Yeah. So take us through these other slides as well. We got the next one is freedom evocation. With a
Yeah,
lion,
so
is that
that's
it?
a recent one I did, and you know, it harkens back on people's will force and their understanding of their purpose in life and what they're supposed to, I wouldn't say supposed to, but what they can do with it. You know, like we are eternal beings. And I don't know, when you wake up on a certain frequency within your own core essence, here even in the 3D, right? You just see people around. You feel like their lack of energy or like their lack of presence in the moment type of thing. And I'm just like, wow, man, step your life game up. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
people haven't taken many steps towards freeing their own minds, and there's so many beautiful distractions out there in so many different ways, and everyone's got their Netflix and all this stuff. Yeah, and at the same time, their heartstrings are getting played like a harp, spelled with a double A, right? From the media and all these other things that are inverting that true essence of care based off of their negative knowledge that, you know, they're caring about things that they think is towards freedom and liberty and this and that, but it's not. I mean, like, what is a liberal, right? What is the word? Where is it derived from, right? It's supposed to be from, you know, liber, right?
Yeah, liberty, but it
Wow.
turns into a political ideology.
Yeah, and things are so polarized now, obviously. Yeah, and
Yeah.
you wear the orange man and say hello to the creepy man, you know, like, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Anyways.
so in I like the image you provide here as well. There's this one that's very spiritual. I think that's probably the best word to describe it because you
Mm,
look at it and you see the artistry, you see the creativity, and you're like, wow, that is amazing. And then the next image you have after that is a pregnant woman, but a bunch of towers and radiation around her, and she's got the phone right by the baby. It's like, wow, are we really living our best potential? I mean, look at this ancient art, and we see this all over Egypt. We see this all over ancient architecture. And it's like,
mhm.
wow, this is what humans supposedly built before. And then it's like, here we are now, destroying
Yeah,
ourselves
yeah.
and just consuming away at smart devices.
Hmm. Yeah, actually, that, you know, mystical, spiritual photo, I mean, I put that there because, you know, like, maybe that's what people think of when, you know, I'm talking about, you know, multi-dimensional whatever and this and that. And like it ain't got to be that mystical and this and that, you know, and like we can find that healthy balance, you know. And I actually did a mix called, you know, the balance of reality and spirituality in a sense, and just having that. I wouldn't say Mark Passio coined the term, but I love it so much. And the first time I heard it was from him. I might have heard it in some rap song, but I forget. But streetwise spirituality, you know, that just nails it, like boom, you know. But
Yeah.
yeah, the image of, you know, born in this toxic, these frequencies were just inundated by all this stuff. It just shows you the lengths that they're taking to suppress our consciousness and energy, because, man, a lot of us don't know it, but we are that powerful, right? So, anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, and you says on your next slide says toxic logic. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
Yeah, and that it's the justification for that, you know. It can be used in different contexts, of course, but yeah, that just, you know, plays off of how people are born into this world, and, you know, whatever the schedule is for the needlecraft. I don't know if you've heard quotes from Rudolf Steiner, but I
Yes, I
just
have.
want people, especially in the context of this whole presentation, look up Rudolf Steiner, you know, quotes about even big pharma, or, you know, vaccines or something like that. You know, he has some very interesting things to say, and it talks about, you know, how it stunts the growth of the soul right from the get-go. You know, it already stunts the growth of the human being that's cut off from source, of the placenta. We're supposed to keep that cord connected, and the mother is supposed to have it on his chest chilling for a while until it gets all those, you know, it kind of drains out, and that's the first initial step towards, you know, building a healthy immune system, not through this BS needlecraft, you know, transhumanist, you know, allopathic,
Yeah, we gotta be
right?
careful, to say the least. You know, like we think we can just rule over other people and change the chemistry of people. I mean, ultimately, it's like, are we playing God? Are we trying to? Are we attempting to? It's alarming.
Yeah.
And so you say there's a wireless wake-up call. If we can only see the explosion of wireless technology around us, and it's like a bunch of rays are everywhere. I mean, that's true, right? We don't see it. Um, just like any deadly poison that you just can't smell, you can't taste, but it's there. It's
Yeah, or
something that,
fluoride in the water, that kind of stuff.
yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Hmm.
We definitely know that, when we go outside in nature, that there's definitely all sorts of feelings and senses. So just imagine what it is in the city, you know?
Yeah, I lived in Paris for 5 years, and that's like, I don't know, they're trying to move towards this, smart city type of thing, and the whole, yeah, they're going back to the 2030. It's all about the Internet of Things, right? And not just that, but the Internet of People as well. They want us really like almost hardwired into this, AI system now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the science of confusion.
Yeah, that was a recent project I put out, and the main thing as far as that is that all right, so how many references in regards to anything involving what we talked about in regards to 2030, even going back to like the Terminator or movies like that what's it called with the train, Snowpiercer. You saw that one, right?
No, I have not. I don't watch movies.
Okay, neither do I, but sometimes, yeah, the allegorical things are ridiculous. It starts off with, chemtrails coming to save, the sun because of global warming, and we have to block out the sun. That goes bad. The world turns into a snow globe. And then you have, some kind of Lord of the Flies type of situation in the train or whatever. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, the truth in the movies lies in the media, right? Isn't that the phrase how it goes?
Yeah, I mean, Jupiter Rising. Have you seen that one?
I've heard of it, but no, I haven't. I just
Oh,
haven't
wow.
watched movies in a long time, but I know that
Yeah,
there's
no
all
worries.
sorts of symbolism out there. The thing is, if I watch it, it'd probably make me mad at this point. And
Yeah, right. Yeah.
it would probably make me do a whole another video, I'm sure,
Yeah. So, anyways, the reason I bring all that up is, everyone talks about, and you've seen this umpteen times of how many memes about the Simpsons. They predicted another one.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, these cats were in the know. Matt Groening, Freemason, whatever. They're also trying to plant seeds within the human collective consciousness to bring about tacit consent about things that will happen in the future, kind of like a la 9/11 or whatever, right? And I wouldn't just call it predictive programming because they already know. They're not predicting ish. They're projecting more or less what is to come, or foreshadowing almost. So I
Yeah.
try to introduce the better precise language with things, and interacting with folks on Facebook and like-minded people and stuff, because like we spoke before, man, like we're so fragmented across the world. I was over in France, I had no one no one like-minded, this and that. Now I'm in America, and I was like, oh shit, I can possibly meet some people.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We can set up real life events and stuff like that.
That's the
People ask
goal.
me, they
Yeah.
said, is this summit, is this a real life event? I'm like, well, maybe one day, but we have to get there. First we have to have some sort of network of people coming together, and then from there, the possibilities are endless. If we can just first do that, I would say that's one of the great action steps that we can take, is just bring people together in the first place, because we see people are so isolated. You have an image here where this guy is sitting on top of all these material things. I mean, we get consumed, right? And we
Yeah.
may even go on social media, but it just makes us less social. I mean, it's what a world we live in.
Yeah, it's really funny how that works, and noticing over the past 20 years of the advancement of technology, but the lack of true, genuine connection and communication with people fell to the wayside, even though we have the best ways to communicate than ever, in a sense,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we're generalizing about these things, there's always
Yeah, but like
exceptions.
even food, right? Like you have an image about food. It's like we have all the
Yeah.
food in the world of all different kinds, and yet we're becoming, sick And there's a lot of consumerism. I mean, you have to question at some point, is it because we're just not aligned to our nature? We don't understand what we're doing to ourselves, so that even if we have all the answers around us and all the tools around us, it doesn't
Mhm.
necessarily mean or guarantee that we're going to use it or use it
Yeah,
properly.
yeah, exactly. Or yeah, we tend to not use it out of moderation and start to abuse it and start to become way too dependent on it. And
Yeah.
you're on the food frequency.
Yeah, hip hop food frequencies.
Yeah, that was a good mix. Some of these things, they're not on YouTube anymore just because of copyrights, and that's why I try to throw them all on BitChute and Odyssey and all that. But
Okay.
yeah, it evokes, healthy eating and this and that. And one of the things that made me, I mean, I am vegan, and I'm not one of those. I don't even like the word kind of, and I kind of what made me seal the deal with going full on vegan, which was incredibly hard living in France, the land of cheese, climbing that mountain of fromage or just like I don't need any more kind of thing, was understanding natural law, but at the same time, I know that, like we're in a fallen time matrix. The main reason why we have to eat food sources is because of the fact that we're connected or disconnected from source to a large degree. We're cut off from at least 10 strands of DNA and how much percentage of our brain. I mean, those were some of the things, having inklings about and like concerns overall early in life just like burned a hole within me. And that was one of the fires that really lit me to, go on those rabbit hole diving.
You have another image that says we call them celebrities and politicians, and you see there's a what is that? Is that a goat or something leading all the sheep? Some
Yeah,
slaughterhouses use a Judas goat. It's a trained goat that will calmly lead livestock to their slaughter while its own life is spared. Yeah,
yeah, those are the
order
people's
follower.
champions, and people are your everyday person, looks up to all these people and have compassion for these people because we all did at one point. Your mind is so impressionable at such an early age, and whatever you're subjected to, right? Whether it be the local hockey player or soccer player or whatever musician, or, and all these things. And if they're really popular, a lot of them get, tapped on the shoulder to join whatever club and this and that, get blackballed, yada, yada. And they have to go along with it with whatever program a lot of times. And a lot of times they kind of just go with it and don't give a crap about, what happens and this and that. But yeah, it's just for people to understand that, whatever celebrities and this and that, they don't personally know you,
Right.
we have to lose some of the adoration and like placing these people on pedestals and mantles and like having so much ego attachment to them as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily easy for me, but I don't know. I had like this incredible awakening experience that just like routed so much gunk out of my whole entire psyche, type of thing. But yeah, I don't know about Judas Priest, but the name of that slide was Judas Grief. But anyways,
Yeah,
and
and
yeah,
then your next graph here is like, a bunch of people on social media, like, oh, I got likes. Oh, we're social. We're talking to each other online. Oh, let me make sure I put this online. It's as if it's become part of the natural world to just integrate ourselves with these things. And to think it's just normal, and it's like you said, we're also normalizing totally unnatural traits or titles and positions of authority, quote unquote, in society and celebrities. It's like, who are these people? They're still human beings.
yeah, and that's not to negate their talent and all
Right.
that stuff. It's like here's the thing. They the nadas. I like that. Adam Infinitum calls them that. I was speaking with him. Instead of people call them the elites or whatever, but they're only the elite, piece of plastic on the top of a pile of dung and whatever, right? these people recruit our best and brightest since forever. You know, it's just been like that. That's part of their modus operandi, if you will, and that's what helps them be so successful, right?
Yeah.
That's just kind of like a rule of thumb. Sometimes.
And while they, parrot for the censorship of people who they don't want successful, like you have in this next video photo, Delitos, not
Yeah.
those. I like that. Then
Yeah.
we got one from the Matrix or some sort of code with like trails going overseas with what is that, drones?
Yeah, the drone and chemtrail toxic bath that we're inundated in, more or less. But yeah, there's more to it than just chemtrails with this whole geoengineering operation. And I did put out this mix. I listened to it on my way up. I did a 15-hour road trip just last night. Listening to this, it's pretty cool. It's just kind of give people an idea of what's out there and don't fall for all the net traps and snares. Like, hey, who exactly in this reality goes through it unscathed, right? And who is exactly really trying to pull the plug on their false identity within this matrix, And there's a lot of talk of new age people like with the whole escapism and this and that. It's like, yeah, sure, it's great to escape the matrix and see it for what it is, but at the same time, we have to we should be mastering this shit and dismantling it and pulling out all the people that are on the that are cogs in the machine, whatever. And
Yeah.
Matrix 4 goes over this in the past 2 slides in regards to this whole the Uber freaking social media, all these the technocrats and transhumanists and social media people spreading the message of whatever and get your Amazon, this and that. It's just they want people in that mode,
Yeah.
And let's see. We'll go to the
Maneuvering
next
through the
one.
matrix, not just going with it, not just trying to escape it, but actually trying to master it. It's
Yeah,
like
what did Neo
mastering
do?
reality.
He went back in there to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. And these next slides go over all sorts of things that's happening right now. Ooh, touchy subjects. Can't talk about it. Oh my.
Oh yeah, are we still being censored, man? Sorry.
No, I'm joking. It's not a big deal.
Sure, yeah.
And then I see. I like these graphics because I used to see them a lot on the internet, and
Likewise, yeah.
before a lot of things just went down, a lot of great artists made a lot of these depictions. The mass media, miasma, is that how you say it?
Yeah. Just going back, David Dees. This is the man that made a lot of illustrations. He was one of the OGs doing this stuff, and he passed away, I believe, in 2020 or 21. So
Oh, wow.
that was just a tribute to him. Countless people, YouTubers, researchers, whatever, have drawn from his artwork and this and that. So much respect to him. And the mass media miasma. This is like a 2-hour project I put out. Charles Bataille was the one that illustrated this image. I think he's French even, but I mean, this just it says so much about what the hell is going on with the monkey mind, with in front of the idiot box and all that, and just it's the monkey see, monkey do mind as well, kind of thing, And
I don't know if people have seen that clip, but you have a snippet of it, of all the news stations repeating the same thing over and over and over again. We're paid a lot of money for this daily news programming to be the script readers and gatekeepers of a lot of narratives to a lot of information, just to program a lot of your perceptions that ultimately dictates a lot of your program behaviors. Yeah.
It's
That's
sad
good.
but true. Yeah, I actually made that little meme myself while making that last project. Some of the music mixes that I do, I actually throw on visuals to them and try to make them coherent towards all the subject matter and all that stuff. And that was
cool.
that was one of them.
Yeah, I encourage people to check out your music channel, Awaken Your
Appreciate
Mind,
that.
right?
Yeah, that's my moniker. I know I put that on like 2013. I just had D-Rock before, but I was like, man, I just need something better. And then I don't know. Everyone is saying awaken your mind or something with awakened in it now, and I'm just like, man, do I change it now or just fuck it?
No, I like
Whatever.
it. I think it's good. You're the OG original.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, actually, I was inspired by that from its actual song title of some of my hometown heroes, living legends. Yeah, they had a song called that, and just like having that, man, it's a really cool song.
I like this next image you have with artificial intelligence. We are summoning the demon, Elon Musk. 1 year later, we must merge with AI in order to survive.
Yeah, I put this meme together. I didn't draw the text, but I slapped two memes together because I don't know. People think he's some kind of savior, and there's so many different types of savior programmings out, right?
Yeah.
And he's just another one of them. It's another rich, white, privileged male, right? Yeah. But oh wow, he bought Twitter and blah blah blah. He's just been I mean, have you seen pictures of his mom
Yeah.
or who he's married to, and just like the trajectory he's on? He's a transhumanist. Like don't trust these people.
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, I don't know who they are and stuff, and yeah, it's like the celebrities we talked about before. It's like just don't really put them on pedestals. It is definitely contradictory to see that he's like, it's gonna end humankind, but then he's like, well, it's inevitable, and therefore, I guess I should work on it. It's like, okay, maybe, but then he's like, we need consciousness, and it's like, okay, how are you going to achieve that consciousness unless you educate humankind about what the machines are doing? You got to be very transparent. You got to like tell them how it's changing their minds. I mean, if you're going to put Neuralink in people's brains that tells them what to think, I mean, we have to be pretty darn careful, because if we live in a current state of slavery, it's probably not a good idea to give the same slave masters a brain chip that can literally control the actions of the slaves. I mean, doesn't that sound an awful little bit dangerous?
It sounds like a horror movie, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so, and these are, again, this is just like for anybody out there who are like, oh, I don't know. It's like, this is something you have to look into. This is stuff that you have to be at least aware of. These are possibilities. There's a reason why these movies are created, why people have all these brilliant ideas of the Matrix movies, and because they know certain things, or maybe they're in the system and they know certain people's agendas and they're bringing it to light. There's a lot of people who have, right? Who've exposed things, who brought things to light, whistleblowers, and
Yeah,
they
totally.
don't always get the credit.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that because, we can say like, there's going back to the predictive programming, this and that. You're trying to, plant images in our minds and this and that. Yeah, that's true. But there's also, we have light and dark magicians working behind whatever, Hollywood, whatever media, and there's a lot more dark than light, but
So I don't know if we'll be able to go through all these slides, but I would encourage people check them out. We can have it as a downloadable resource for everybody who's watching, and they can go through them. But if you want, we can keep going. I like this one on fresh water, where it's talking about how do you know that the Earth will basically never run out of fresh water. That's very interesting.
Yeah, you don't have to
it's
read
like,
it.
we must worry so much about this and that, but problem, react, solution, Hegelian dialectic. I don't know. Got to
All
be
day,
careful.
every day. Yep. And that's just, I think it's Bob Tuskin. He did a Free of Mind conference on, I think it's called scarcity-based mind control. And just, water's one and all this stuff. And yeah, the whole droughts going on, the fires that I, drove through yesterday in Northern California, Shasta and Humboldt County area. Yeah, it's not normal. And hearing people for the past couple months like, oh, it's another fire season, like we weren't saying that a decade ago. It's not a fire season. It's, programmed, anyways.
Yeah. So, if you want to jump into now, like, I kind of want to ask a little bit about your personal experience and a bit about action to kind of conclude, because I really like these images. I'll have them for everybody, and I'll make sure to show them more as we go on in case you mention anything else. Or if you want to mention anything else, I'll be sure to. 88 slides, quite a bit. I appreciate you for putting all the
Yeah,
work into that,
I forgot to
though.
mention how much time was allotted for this, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, we still have time. We can always go into it, but I want to get into your personal experience because I think it's really important that I
Sure,
ask
yeah.
this. You know what I mean? And it's something
Hmm.
that I like to ask everybody.
Yeah.
How long were you a statist, and how did you get out of that sort of mentality of, believing in authority, believing in that government? Because I think it's important that, we not just talk about everybody and what they're doing and how
Of
they're
course,
being
yeah.
influenced, but we also learn from ourselves because ourselves are our best source of information to deliver to people and say, this is what happened to me, and this is what can happen to you, or this is what, if I can understand, then why can't you understand if it's so common, if it's something that we need to understand? So,
Yeah.
how did you get out of that? How long were you a statist?
Uh, yeah, a good while. Even though, yeah, going back to the music stuff, like anti-political for the most part, right? And
Mhm.
but getting that family pressure, and they're Democratic, and last time I voted was in 2009 for uh, Barry Barack Obama, whatever. But and then that was during the crisis, housing crisis, whatever recession, and then he bailed out the banks and this and that, and I wanted to projectile vomit this and that. I really just I renounced all that stuff. I was like, man, a Democrat's doing this, and like I was raised to be like anti-Republican, more or less. Even though I didn't understand, it's like people were programmed through their upbringing or what they see subjected to on TV, as mentioned before. And then, that happened pretty much as I was moving to France. And that I really just left that behind and just kind of, yeah, to focus on things over there and seeing how politics play out over there a little bit. And, it really didn't click until I really listened to Mark Passio's Natural Law Seminar.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. And then
Yeah, it's
listening to
great.
things like Larkin Rose.
For a lot of people, that was sort of their breaking point, because
Yeah.
he was somebody who came to light and said, "Hey, I was part of a lot of these dark organizations myself." Again, like personal experience. That's why I asked the question, because it's so important we kind of get to that. And I think everybody
Yeah.
can resonate with some level of personal experience because it's important. It's
Mhm.
like you are part of the picture. It's not just like, everybody else and, oh, it's everything's already been done. The music has already been made. I don't need to
Yeah.
produce anything. No, like you're still an individual who has a creative heart, a creative mind. You absolutely have the potential to achieve anything, right? And this goes back to that
No.
principle of mentalism, is to the ability to create, but you have to first imagine, right? To create imagination. It's like, oh, I have this idea of this sound in my mind. I could turn this into a song. Oh, I have this idea of lyrics that can be turned into a song. And that's powerful because you never know what it can do,
Mhm.
who it could wake up. I said to you, there was a video I randomly came across one day, and all of a sudden it got me questioning things. And it's like,
Yeah.
was there songs, you said there was an album, a compilation that you brought together of music that helped you originally wake up? I mean, you never know, right? Did you expect it
Yeah.
to be music that would do that to you?
No, not at all. But yeah, and then you go back and realize, like, like there's a lot of talented DJs out there, but who is really, putting something like together for, like, and you see on YouTube now, there's like music to study to or whatever, right? I
Mhm.
want music to study, more or less, like, and things that are just gonna provoke, so much higher thought, and things that you came across and never heard about it before, or
Sure.
spoken into such a cool way or whatever, right?
Yeah, and it wasn't like old school hip hop originally pretty like underground, like against authority, and then it kind of
Yeah,
moved away from that as time moved on, it seems.
yeah, and that's just part of the infiltration, and snapping up the talent for to use against people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, would you say there's any particular actions you would like to see in independent media or in, the mass society that you don't see being done? Because thank you, Jessica Reloaded on Twitch for the sub. Just want to make that quick little announcement because it technically helps fund my work.
and I don't usually have methods like that. So thank you. I appreciate that. Very nice of you to do so. Appreciate it.
You know, independent media has been producing content for well over 20 years by now, and we still haven't really moved in the direction that we want to move in. It seems to be getting worse. And so is there anything that you see needs to be done that just isn't being done on part of the creators or the people who are producing the content or the audiences?
I think there could be just more overall engagement, like on the ground level, even though it might be more timely, it costs more money. Like even in on public television in France, they did decent, investigative journalism, and they're like confronted, the corporations that were, polluting too much or extorting whatever thing at the time, whatever they were going on, and the woman was good, and a lot of these people, it was kind of like we were talking about before. It's like no one wants to be held accountable. They think they're above the law and this and that. We ask questions and they're like, oh, no comment, no comment, and they think they, whoa, they dodged a bullet there, kind of thing. And
Yeah.
There's that. There's also, but I would love to see the alternative media or whatever freedom movement is to infiltrate some of these echo chambers that are straight talking trash about us, number one, and number two, at the same time, like there's echo chambers for almost anything, right? Like we have our own, they got their side, and it's not to say it's not a dialectic. It's not, one side versus another. I'm just, for time's sake generalizing, but even just having more debates, interviewing people, kind of like you posing the question, like, what do you like about being a status or something like that? Even though you asked me, like, what did it take for me to not become one or whatever, how long,
Yeah.
But I just love your approach and this and that, and how you kind of were stumped by Mr. High Impact Flicks, of just asking simple questions that are just really hard to answer, and it makes one actually confront their shadow self, kind of.
Yeah. I'll put the 7 questions on the screen for people because they're the ones that helped me. They were really simple too.
Cool.
They're basically simple versions of Larkin Rose's 5 questions.
Okay.
And the final question, the 7th question, is like a little bit more challenging because it compiles all the rest. And then questions like, well, okay, if you don't have the right to steal, can you delegate that and give it to a group or, select few people? So it's like, oh, well, can you give away rights that don't exist? And it's questioning morality, rights through the context of morality, which is what actual rights are. So, it is powerful information because people don't know how to define these concepts. And when you share your personal experience, I do think it's powerful. It's like me asking, well, why are you vegan or whatever? Like, to me, there was no compilation on YouTube going over X statists or people who have experience with that. And I figured that would be something I would start, is asking people their experience with that. Because to me, some people will say it's an illness. Some people will say it's, all sorts of things, because it's some part of themselves they never were attached to. It was something they were born into from birth, and they did not consent to the system that they're under. They did not want these power hungry people controlling their lives and taking their money. And so for them to support that, it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome. It's like loving your master and being trained to. It's like, yeah, I was mentally ill. I was not supposed to do that. It's like I was not supposed to be contributing to violence. But how could they have known at a super young age, when they're taught obedience from the very first day? And so you have this photo, which is actually the next one we're on. Those who know the least obey the beast.
Yeah.
Knowledge is power.
And people kind of question, because ever since I really, got onto like the esoteric side of information, if you will, and alternatives, whatever. Like once you see things, you cannot unsee them. And it just intrigued me so much, and that's what I spend my free time doing. Either, getting content out and, putting stuff together, and still, keeping up on, refining my knowledge on anything that I find, helpful for my own awareness and, help path towards better sovereignty, I guess, if you will.
Yeah. And I
On
think
a multidimensional level, of course, right? Shit. I'm an aspiring breatharian, I gotta tell you.
Hey, I mean, if I think we all aspire to a life where it's like we don't have to consume anything. I mean, hey, just live
Yeah.
our lives, have fun, maybe,
It's almost a double
enjoy the
meaning that.
process. But there might be some expenses along the way of getting to freedom, and we have to make this a process. We ended chattel slavery in the 1800s, and we created this thing called natural law, natural rights, and the Declaration of Independence. We didn't create it, but we just put it on paper to recognize it,
Mhm.
and we're just moving along histories, hopefully evolving and not devolving, into recognizing who we are or who we're meant to be.
Right, right.
Um, it's a common thread among a lot of the speakers that I talk to, is finding that purpose, the value, the meaning in
Mm.
life. And sometimes we'll talk about how science and modern day philosophy sort of takes that out of the picture. Oh, you can't prove value or meaning or purpose.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, that was the original foundations to all philosophy, to all science. Um,
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I
You
think,
have
it goes
yeah,
back to just keeping that curious mind and that humble attitude that you don't necessarily know it all, even if you think you do, kind of thing, like.
right. Yeah, a lot of philosophy people I meet, they're set in their ways. They think they know already
Mm.
what is to know and what it means to know. And it's like, well, you didn't develop that yourself. Are you really a philosopher?
Uh-huh.
Philosophy just means the love of knowledge. I mean, if you love knowledge, then love knowledge, not love this particular ideology or this one way of thinking. Um,
Exact. Yeah.
that's why I don't have to have a title for myself. Can I title myself? I'm just a
Yeah.
human being. Big Brother's watching you and he's bored. Oh
With
gosh.
the majority of people, because they're not really doing much, you know?
Mm, that's
They're
true.
exactly where they're supposed to be, where they want them, you know?
Right.
In front of whatever screen, connected, whatever way, distracted, and so many others. That's
And this
all.
goes alongside the idea of imagination, right? Like if you are constantly being endowed with images and the imagination of other people is being pushed upon you, but you're not expressing your own imagination, your own creativity, and you're just consuming all the time, then you're sort of living in the matrix and the system that they're providing for you. Whereas
Mhm.
you have this image here, vision of anarchy, and there's these people
Yeah.
who have that imagination and that vision for a better world outside of that matrix sort of control system, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that's the cover art for one of the projects I put out. It just talks about that. It's more along the lines of self-empowerment and like alternative community living,
Great.
independent living. And you really inspired me a lot over the past 2 years, especially just how you tied the Lord of the Rings together, man. It's like my vision of anarchy is the Shire, you know? That's what it is, people just getting along, doing their thing, minding their business, but still volunteering or like, yeah, we all have our conflicts, egos get in the way, whatever. That's gonna happen. That's how humans are, right? I'm
Thank you, man.
not gonna
Yeah,
say human
that warms
nature or
my
whatever.
heart. I appreciate that. I love that presentation I did. Just
Oh yeah,
and
man.
it's not me, it was
Of
Tolkien's
course, yeah.
universe, and it's incredible. It
Oh
wasn't
yeah.
even his too. He said it too. It's like I took this as well from the ancient accounts of history, and there were these smaller humans who were still humans, and they did not live like the other people. Like it's incredible. But the
Uh-huh.
analogy is very powerful, and a lot of people are unaware of that presentation I did. So I appreciate you for bringing that up. It's a
Oh
one that
yeah,
I really
respect,
like.
man. And that's a children's book, right?
Yeah.
Children can understand these concepts. I mean, this man is a magician.
Yes,
Tolkien, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
next slide, it explains what anarchy is. It's just without rulers, like archons,
Hmm.
but we got to have rules, like the golden rule, if you will. That's a start. A lot of these religions play on right codes of morality and consciousness, but it ain't all the bee's knees, and no one's got it 100%. There's fragments missing, whatever.
Of course.
Which is why we love just universal law, natural law so much, right? Because it's got the whole shebang.
Yeah, it's a whole package. It's like you say this one word and it has everything within it that you can study and understand from there, rather than having to describe every single little thing separately. I think that can definitely help. I think as a delivery medium, it can definitely help. It's sort of like, I brought in abolitionism as another way people can look at it, but I think this one is very powerful too, because it's teaching you even more. I mean, you're getting even closer. That's what the abolitionists used in the 1800s. They said, hey, we have a conscience, we have something called higher laws, as Frederick Douglass would say, or the laws of nature or natural law. And they all use these terms to say, like, hey, we're beings that aren't supposed to fall to the instinctual level where we just do what we feel. I like how you break down anarchy here, because it's very important. A lot of people look at that word and they get scared, right? They think
that's Mark Passio's slide. Everyone knows that. But yeah, thank
Yeah.
you very much. You're the man.
But it is true. It is true. This anarchon, this means no rulers, doesn't mean no rules. And natural law could be considered the rules. And when people ask how things get done, I mean, hey, no one gets to decide how everything gets done. That's the beauty of it. Solutions galore.
But that's an issue, because a lot of people are scared as hell to take responsibility for all their actions, or this, right?
But if they want to be free, that's the trade, right?
Yeah.
That's
I'll
the
have
trade.
my safe slavery, please.
Yeah, and they'll stay in denial that it is slavery. They'll think that they are free. Yeah, free to live in their slavery. But that's not freedom, and ultimately it leads to chaos. It leads to death, and you don't want that to happen. When you realize how important freedom is, you realize how important it is. Like, some of us have had life experiences, right? I don't know if you have had any like crazy experiences, but even myself, and I'm not, I haven't even done a whole lot. There were experiences, and it's like, wow, this is how important freedom is. And it's like, you got to be really careful. It's like having anything really crucial and essential to this life. It's like losing it is the worst thing that can happen to you, and you don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and they can really become a catalyst to really get that fire burning within one's will force to really do something about their situation. And yeah, I've been to jail like 3-4 times, man. And that's the main, and this happened 15 years ago. All petty crime stuff, all moral relativistic, crap, like selling marijuana, possession of marijuana. Ooh la la, wow. Watch out for this guy.
Victimless crimes.
Well, yeah, right now people are peddling, tons of bricks of weed. I had like not even an ounce on me. But no, like, let's forget about the CIA crack pipe demolition of whatever black communities and low income communities, and now with the methamphetamines and all that stuff. And I've also had issues with health, realizing the loss of freedom of movement, or just feeling whole. I've been under the knife, had 2 operations on my knee, and that actually gave me a lot of ample time to continue researching all this stuff day in, day out, like a full-time job, but actually not getting paid for that and working well over overtime. Sometimes just not even sleeping, because it was that interesting, and it, kept me focused and engaged for so long. And I think a lot of people in the truth-seeking, whatever techniques, they don't take it as seriously sometimes, or they don't commit enough time and energy and focus towards these things. They might go over some good material, but maybe not enough, and then they turn around and they act like they got it all figured out, when there's so much more to uncover and build one's own grammar to rebroadcast it in their own way to help others. It's a group effort, right? But
yeah. I think what helps out a lot with that is transparency, or just communication with your audience if you're a content creator. Because people
Mm.
like High Impact Flicks, like whenever there was an issue and someone was like, "Oh, you're not criticizing this, you're not talking about this," he'll address it and he'll be like, "Am I
Mm.
not? You know, what is it that I'm missing? Oh, do you want to come on the program? Oh, do you want to share more of your thoughts?" Like he's very open in the dialogue and he's always talking to people and finding out, even though, you know, it's hard to keep up with a lot of people and you don't want to be on social media a lot. So you can't blame them, you know, at least they're making an impact, at least they're doing something when there's a lot of people who are not doing anything. But that being said, we should always be trying to improve. I totally agree
Yeah.
with what you have to say.
Thank you, man. And not everyone has to make videos. You know, articles can be written. We could actually print, you know, whatever memes even, and slap them on doors and mailboxes. We can do so much in so many ways.
Right.
You know, and or if one doesn't feel comfortable to do anything, they can still support content creators that are dependent on, you know, donations and things like that. You know,
Yeah.
there's so many ways people can help with the movement. You know,
That's true.
imagination, but yeah, anyway.
It's true. Yeah, there's so much possibility. Like I never thought I'd be writing books or making presentations or whatever, but it came naturally just through the journey of exploration and adventure. And
Mhm.
that is ultimately music as well. You know, as you discover new music and you're like, this sounds great. This really hits home with me, and that's part of the reason why I think you and I have had our experiences is because we experienced new music. It helped us experience new thoughts.
Mm.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you would agree with that, but
Oh, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure, no doubt. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I gave an underwhelming response to that video.
No, it's great. So I appreciate you for joining us. Is there anything else you want to share as a final thing for this audience and for the End of Slavery Summit? I appreciate you coming on. I think music, like I said, is underrated, and everything we
Mhm.
talked about. I liked how we kind of brushed over every topic. A lot of things that are so important for people. And of course, there's a lot more. I encourage people to check it out and check out your
Yeah.
video channel, Awaken Your Mind, and Holistic Logistics. You're also on like a lot of platforms, right? Right.
Yeah, you got to spread yourself out, but not too thin, right? But
But is there
yeah, I'm
anything
trying to
else
do
you-
more podcasts and, you know, little walk and talk videos,
Oh,
not just
nice.
music.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Dude, keep it up. Keep up what you're doing. I appreciate what you're doing, and thank you
Likewise,
for
brother.
you know your support of my works and everybody else, and staying tuned in the community, getting involved. That is very important.
The only way we can truly ascend or become free is by making the darkness conscious, rising together as a collective consciousness, as one with the planet, and one with your soul as well. Actually, I read a draft of something, reading the wrong text, but keep the curiosity up. There's no arrival point in this lifetime. We are not going to be able to dismantle the dark gridworks and the inverted geometrical and harmonic frequencies that are completely screwing up our DNA and life force energy, if you will. Keep compassion in your heart, and yeah, come check it out sometime. I got 100 mixes, over 150 hours of conscious vibes to jam on and learn from, and just being on that frequency and just those confirmations, they do help out, and they're there for those also kind of, it is a lonely journey out there, so you know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad we could finally, you know, collaborate. I've wanted to reach out for a while, and because I'm very passionate about music myself, and if anyone else is passionate about music, I definitely recommend checking it out or just take a listen. Maybe on a particular topic that you liked, maybe one that we talked about and that you're interested in. You want to listen to the lyrics and kind of explore some of these ideas. I would recommend it. So, Derek, thank you for joining us. Derek Bartolacelli.
Bartolacelli, yeah.
Bartolacelli.
Funny, so Italian, but I lived in France. Really ironic, right? But
Yeah. Awaken Your Mind, Holistic Logistics. Check him out on all the platforms. Thank you very much for joining us. And if you want to see a lot more speakers and presentations just like this, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the End of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care. All right. Great stuff. He's a great guy. Yeah, he's done a lot of great stuff. Hey, Brent.
Welcome to the stream, man. And thank you for the follow before. I appreciate that. Again, Jessica, if you're listening, thank you for the sub as well. Appreciate you guys a ton. Dizzy hanging out all this time. Always appreciated, guys. And we have more. It has not yet been done. We are at about the 4-hour mark, and it is a new day, so I have to get to emailing the new day because now it's the December 7th. So that means a new email has to be sent to everybody. Anybody who's signed up for the summit will get the new email to access day 7. So stay tuned for that. But what we have next are going to be some fun, helpful little videos. Sometimes they're animations, other times they're more educational. And this time we're going to be looking at an abolitionist from the past. You might have heard from him. We learned a little bit about him in school, at least here in America, because he's an American abolitionist. And we're also going to see a little bit of a documentary that I produced that goes into a bunch of different things. So you might find this pretty informative. Now, of course, bear in mind that there are a lot more resources on the site. And I recommend always going to the site to check out all the great many resources. But nonetheless, we are going to watch the video. And this video is going to be about Frederick Douglass. So you might have heard from him, but did you know of what he actually said back in his day and what he actually says in his autobiography? This might shock some of you if you know a little bit about him and don't really know exactly what he said and some of his experiences. This is going to give a brief history of Frederick Douglass and some of the things that can really teach us for nowadays. So let's get to that. Here it is.
An institution where one human being had absolute control over another human being. They might be here tomorrow, they might be sold the next day.
It was, in many ways, hopelessness condensed. They could not control where they went, what they did, what they ate, who they could marry, or even how they would conduct their religious lives. And so for many of these folks, it was truly just a step above the grave.
Into this inhuman system, slavery, young Frederick quickly came of age.
It must have been terribly dehumanizing. On the one hand, Douglass and slaves like him were aware that there were free people of color and wondered certainly how that could be, why it was that there were some people who were free and some people who remained slaves like he and his grandmother and his other relatives. And when you had free people in the midst of slaves in that way, it certainly did make the slaves long for freedom even more.
The fact that Frederick Douglass learned how to read at all is amazing, because in slavery, slaves were not supposed to learn how to read. It turned out that his mistress taught him how to read, despite the fact her own husband was not happy with the fact that she was doing that.
From that moment, I understood the pathway from slavery to freedom.
When Frederick Douglass got a job in the shipyard in Baltimore, he was still a slave, but he was an urban slave. That is, he was rented out to someone who then paid him for his work.
Allowed to keep a portion of his shipyard wages, Frederick eagerly saved to buy his first book.
The first book that Frederick Douglass read was the Columbian Orator. And it's not really accurate to say he read it. He memorized it. He practiced it. These were a collection of famous speeches. And as he read them, he'd read them over and over again, and then he would practice them. He would practice the tone of voice. He would practice the way he would deliver these speeches.
In Baltimore, Douglass finds a community of free blacks. He finds religious institutions. He finds friends and perhaps even mentors in the black community, and a sense of social identity.
There were many schemes that slaves employed to acquire their freedom in the North. Henry Brown mailed himself to Philadelphia in a box. Still other slaves found freedom by becoming passengers on the Underground Railroad. He continued to New York and was joined there by Anna Murray. They were married and resumed the journey north to New Bedford in Massachusetts.
He's still a slave. He's a runaway slave. He was a fugitive slave. And in the United States at that time, a fugitive slave, if found out, if captured, could be returned to slavery no matter how long he stayed in the place of his escape.
Within months of his arrival in New Bedford, Douglass learned of the abolition movement.
William Lloyd Garrison was perhaps the most prominent of the abolitionists of that period, and he was one of the group known as immediatists. These were abolitionists who wanted slavery to end immediately.
He becomes interested in the newspaper published by William Lloyd Garrison called The Liberator, and becomes aware of the network of abolitionists that exist throughout the northeastern states. And Garrison speaks, Douglass is electrified. Garrison learns that an escaped slave is in the crowd and asks Douglass to stand up and say a few words.
Men and women are in a semicircle on the podium, and Douglass stands up at the lectern and begins his talk, and quietly the voice begins, and he tells stories about having been a slave, what slave life was like. And for 2 hours, the audience will be just hanging on every word, just a huge crowd. And he will work that crowd like a preacher.
Garrison, too, was impressed with Douglass and determined that Douglass could be of enormous help to the anti-slavery cause. And so fairly soon thereafter, Douglass is recruited to go about the country and lecture on behalf of the Anti-Slavery Society.
By 1843, Douglass had embarked with Garrison on the 100 Conventions Project, a 6-month tour of anti-slavery meetings in New England, Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana. As an abolitionist speaker, Douglass was regularly singled out for attack by pro-slavery supporters. Still, the great speaker would evolve into a persuasive writer.
Douglass publishes his first biography, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, in 1845. In that autobiography, he does give details. He gives information about his owners. He talks about the area from which he had escaped. And he does so at great risk to himself. He knows that now the owner does know where he is and certainly could send a slave catcher to get him.
In order to protect himself, in fact, he goes to England. And he stays in England for almost 2 years because he indeed believes, and others believe, that he will be taken back into slavery.
While in England, friends of his collect money for his purchase, and they make arrangements with his owner to have him sold to them, of course, and Douglass gets his freedom that way.
In 1847, Douglass returned to the United States, not as a fugitive slave, but as a free man.
On his return from England, Frederick Douglass moves to Rochester, New York, and begins to publish a newspaper, the North Star.
I was like, how does slavery work? You got one fat white guy on a plantation and you have 50 strong black slaves. How the hell does he keep them in line? Why don't they like kill him or beat him up or run away or something? They're way stronger than he is. You know, he might have a gun, but you know, he's going to sleep sometime. It didn't occur to me until much later, and then I had a more thorough understanding after I read the autobiography of Frederick Douglass, who was a slave. Most of them thought they were supposed to be slaves. And that's really hard for people today to understand and believe. What do you mean they thought they were supposed to be slaves? And Frederick Douglass talked about his own journey of realizing, I don't think this is okay. And to me, and the guy was brilliant, like his writings are just brilliant. To me, physically escaping slavery was way less impressive than reading about his mental escape from slavery, where he noticed the indoctrination and he undid it in himself. And then he tried to undo it in others, and he would argue with them, and a lot of the slaves would literally believe that to run away is immoral and constitutes stealing, because you're stealing yourself from the guy who rightfully owns you. That is how powerful this indoctrination can be. Let me use Frederick Douglass's own words. To make a contented slave, you must make a thoughtless one. It is necessary to darken his moral and mental vision, and as far as possible, to annihilate his power of reason. He must be able to detect no inconsistencies in slavery. That's the part of the quote you usually hear. I'm going to add what comes next. The man that takes his earnings must be able to convince him that he has a perfect right to do so. It must not depend upon mere force. The slave must know no higher law than his master's will. The whole relationship must not only demonstrate to his mind its necessity, but its absolute rightfulness. Now, we can look back and say, that was horrible. How did they ever believe it? Whoop, it's tax time. And you're bad if you don't pay, because, hey, the man that takes your earnings has a perfect right to do so, doesn't he? Because it's law and taxation, and we voted, and there's all this mythology and constitutions and stuff. Ta-da, they have the right to take our money.
Frederick Douglass. I read his autobiography, a number of his works, while I was in prison for not bowing to the IRS, which is an interesting thing to read. Read about slavery while you're in a cage for not paying money to your master. But one of the most amazing things was reading his account of how at some point the master said, I will let you go and work for other people, and I'll even let you keep a little bit of the money. Of course, I get most of it, and I decide how much I take, but I'll let you go work and earn money of your very own. Aren't I generous? And Frederick Douglass explained how at first he was all excited. He was like, this is awesome. I can go out and work hard and have my own money. And then he realized this is worse than just direct slavery, because it's me pretending that he's being nice to me. Well, if I'm entitled to any of it, I'm entitled to all of it. Like, it's my work. And so Frederick Douglass basically figured out that an income tax is worse than direct slavery because of the mental implications that they're letting you keep some, which is 100% slavery because it's saying it's their decision, but you're supposed to be thankful and grateful that they didn't take 100% of it. So I almost fell out of my chair when I read a former slave basically saying that an income tax is worse than direct slavery because of what it implies. Because if somebody just comes up and says, you're going to work for me or I'm going to hurt you, at least it's brutally honest. It's completely evil and immoral, but it's honest. But if they say, oh, we're just going to take some of you, we'll decide how much we take, but we'll let you keep some. It's like the carjackers. I'm going to let you keep your wallet. I'm taking your car, but I'm so benevolent that I'm going to let you keep your wallet. It's like, why would you think you get positive points when you're robbing me at gunpoint? And that is what the income tax is masters pretending that they're kind because they didn't take all of it. And it was so funny to read Frederick Douglass, his explanation of him figuring out this is somehow worse. This is a bigger insult than just saying, do what I say because I own you. It's even worse because it kind of admits that your effort and your time and effort belong to you, but not really. I'll decide how much to take anyway.
It's this insidious vampirism on a person that when you do that generationally, and then you have generations removed from this that they're just in this world now. They have no idea what's going on. They don't know what they don't know. And now they're a part of this, and it becomes even more insidious because there is no overt guy with a whip and a chain anymore. This is the luxury of America where even the poor are entitled to have smartphones, God damn it. So people have nice distractions and they have pretty things, and they don't have a guy browbeating them every day. So when you try to tell them they're a slave and they don't particularly see it like that, you know, and they can't see it that way. It's more insidious, it's more creepy, because now we have this generationally and people are just like, yeah, I guess I go and work, and then some people just take a bunch of my paycheck for some reason, and everyone tolerates that. Oh, well, not going to try too hard to fight that because everybody else is doing it, and people just accept that because
Guess that's life. The only two certain things in life are death and taxes. Like, guess who made that up? The beneficiaries of the theft.
All right. Here are just some quotes from Frederick Douglass that I have from my book that I put on the screen in this video that I created, a little mini compilation, mini little documentary on Frederick Douglass. I mean, some of these quotes are very powerful. He references natural law several times too. And many of the abolitionists did the same thing. In fact, I've seen on many libertarian type websites referencing the fact they always appeal to natural law. Funny how that works, but so yeah, there's a lot of methods that could be used to help end slavery, and one of them is the historical point of view. In fact, and you know, all the people you see on the side of the screen are all abolitionists who understood freedom to the deepest sense, but there's even more guys I didn't fit on the screen. And I find out more and more all the time. Historians, for the most part, don't understand know some of these guys at all. Like, one of the guys up there is like, there's only one book written about him, and it's pretty much used as the only reference across the entire internet. And I'm like, are you serious? So yeah, that's part of the project that I'm working on, of course, is bringing all that back to light. You know, to say Lysander Spooner was the only one is kind of silly at this point, because he certainly wasn't, and they all sort of knew each other. Their network was pretty strong across the nation. So thank you guys for joining me. The next video is going to be more of a concluding video, going more over a lot of the common complaints people have about, well, what about this? What about this in a free world? And this original documentary is about 3 hours long. Okay, so if you want to see the full thing, I would recommend you watch the full thing on your own. Again, it's day 6, right? Day 6 resource. By the way, I sent out the day 7 emails, so you should be getting it soon. In fact, they already did send out, so be sure to check your email, and you can start watching day 7 on your own time as much as you'd like. Look into all the resources, always more downloadables. But I'm going to play a little bit of the video resource from day 6. It's, like I said, 3-hour resource. I'm not going to play all of it. Just going to play some of it. And I'll probably stop it somewhere in between these hours. But I think it's important because a lot of people ask those questions of what about this and what about that? And you'll get the sense of what it's trying to say through the course of the video. And like I said, if you want to watch the rest of it, feel free on your own. Let's get going. So bear in mind, this is like an animation, what most people imagine life is without government. So he has no water, people are driving like maniacs, you know, the park is unregulated, unsafe streets, no one knows what to do, the traffic lights are broken. Right, so these are just some of the things that people will say, you know, the school's closed, the restaurants don't have anything. Like, I mean, it's very funny to me, but you'll see as this video progresses.
Ladies and gentlemen, University of North Carolina will not be in attendance this evening. Therefore, Duke wins the national championship.
Hey, Larkin Rose here. One of the first things that people are concerned about when they start thinking about a society without a ruling class is, well, what happens to the nasty people? Whether you're talking about people who are just kind of negligent or inconsiderate, play their music too loud at night or leave their trash lying around the woods or whatever it is, all the way up to people who run around attacking and murdering people. So people say, well, what would happen to them? What would we do about that? Some people even go so far as to say, if not for government, there would be nothing to stop people from committing murder and doing whatever other nasty stuff. And it's funny because when somebody says that, there would be no consequences, they could do whatever they wanted and nobody would stop them, the person saying that is implying that he isn't going to do anything. If there's someone running around attacking and murdering innocent people, the guy who said nothing will happen to them, obviously he's not going to do anything or something would happen to them. But not only is he demonstrating his own cowardice when he said there would be nothing to stop murderers, he's also projecting his own immaturity and irresponsibility onto the rest of the world, because he's also saying the other 7 billion people wouldn't do anything about it, which obviously isn't true. I would, wouldn't you? If somebody was running around murdering your neighbors, would you just go, well, there aren't politicians and there's nobody with a badge and we don't have tax collectors and bureaucrats, so oh well, I guess they're just out of luck, they're going to get murdered. And would you not even protect yourself if there wasn't government? Obviously, lots and lots of people, all the sane people, would do whatever they could to protect themselves and defend the innocent. So to say nothing would happen is just really bizarre. And it comes from having a mentality basically of a little kid in a classroom, where the teacher walks out of the room and the kids are just sitting there. We don't know what to do. No authorities telling us what to do. And Johnny's throwing things at me. And there's no teacher to stop him. Ah! Because most people, having been trained into authoritarian mentality, it never occurs to them that they are the ones who should fix anything, who should stop anything. And so when people say, well, what would be done about this and that and the other thing, nasty people doing nasty things, the first thing I ask is, well, what would you do about it? Because people are so into the mentality that there has to be some master plan and some authority who writes down the law of here is what will be done with those people, that people don't think in terms of, well, what would I do about it? Which is why I always ask people, well, what would you do about it? You're a person just as much as me and just as much as the other 7 billion. What would you feel justified in doing if somebody was polluting or playing their music too loud at night or running around murdering people or whatever in between you can think of? Any nasty thing, what would you feel justified in doing about it? Because there's a very basic rule of being a moral human being, which is if it would be wrong for you to do something, don't ask anybody else to do it. And the rule is so simple, so self-evident and obvious that most people will go, well, duh, of course. Trouble is, nobody in the world who believes in government abides by that rule. Nobody. I don't care if you're a constitutionalist, Democrat, Republican, fascist, communist, anything, any kind of statist. There is nobody who believes in government who abides by the most basic rule of morality, which is if it's wrong for you to do something, don't ask somebody else to do it. Because every single candidate, every party, every government always does things that the voters know they themselves have no right to do. And to say something like, well, I'm voting for the guy who's going to tax you less. Well, do you have the right to rob me a little bit less than the other guy? No, you don't. So telling me that, well, somebody was going to rob you more, but I voted for the guy to rob you a little bit less, you are still violating the basic rule of being a human being. If it's wrong for you, don't ask somebody else to do it. Well, that's kind of the second basic rule, the first one being the non-aggression principle. And they actually go together quite well. But when people are in the mindset that there's going to be some major centralized plan to deal with whatever, polluters or people who play their music too loud or murderers or whatever else, they have to get out of that mindset. They have to start to think that maybe they are among the people who have to do something about it. So instead of saying,
what will be done about such and such. Well, what will you do about it? What should I do about it? And this doesn't magically make all the problems go away, but the actual practical challenge of dealing with most disputes is trivial compared to the challenge of getting people to think like responsible adults, where they start to think, well, maybe it's up to me. And a while back I did little events called Escaping the Myth. And one of the little mental exercises I did with these little groups of people is, imagine we're on an island and we're it. There's no government, there's no authority, there's nobody with a badge. And one of us is running around stealing stuff from other people. He's not killing anybody, but he's stealing stuff. What are we going to do about it? We normal people. There's not a legislature, there's not 911 to call, there's nobody with a badge. It's just people. And so with that specific example, I would ask people, so what do we do? And just off the top of their heads, everybody comes up with solutions that are way better than what government ever does. First of all, every government solution is, all right, step one, I get to rob everybody. That's the government solution. Well, we're going to tax everybody so we have the resources to stop that other robber. Well, in the island scenario, nobody is stupid enough or insane enough to start with that, to say, well, let's see, so somebody's stealing our stuff. Okay, first, I get to rob all of you so that I have the resources to protect you from him. Nobody is that insane. Everybody is insane enough to believe that who believes in government. And I did for many years. I was stupid enough to actually think that it was rational and moral to advocate mass extortion in order to protect people. And that's just stupid. So I just believed something insanely stupid for a very long time. Most of the world still believes that. But in a setting where people are put on the spot and they're responsible for what happens, they don't do that. They don't say, well, I get to boss everybody around and take their money. Nobody does that. So to me, the challenge is not even coming up with specific solutions to every imaginable dispute or problem, which I don't pretend to know how everything's going to turn out. And I don't intend to be emperor of anarchy. I'm not going to be in charge of the world. But getting people to the mindset where it's up to them, where there's just people, we're it. No legislatures, no people with badges, no authority, we're just people. Suddenly people are way better at solving problems and making things work. One good example is when there's a disaster. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes a horrendous event to bring out the best in people. And it brings out the worst in some people too. But when people say, whoa, my neighbor's house is floating away, I'm not going to wait for FEMA. I'm not going to dial 911. I'm going to jump in a boat and go save him. Because suddenly it's on me. Suddenly I'm the one who has to do something. And when it occurs to people that they're the ones who have to do something, and unfortunately, usually that only happens in a complete disaster area, when it occurs to people and they suddenly take on the responsibility and start to think like adults, their solutions are generally a lot better than any government solutions and ever are. But to get to that mentality, people have to shift from the authoritarian mindset to the mindset of a self-owning individual who realizes there is nothing above me. There is no magic unicorn who's going to come to save the day, who's going to come save me from polluters or somebody playing their music too loud or murderers or whatever it is. It's just us. And if we realize that, then first of all, people would stop asking me, well, without a government, how would this be handled? As if I'm going to be in charge. I don't freaking know. What would you do about it? I can tell you what I would do about it. I could tell you what I might suggest, what I might predict, but who cares? I'm one of 7 billion people. I'm not going to be in charge any more than you are. So it's really a mental exercise that people have to think over in their own heads with their own moral codes instead of waiting for some outside answer. And it's why I don't usually get into those discussions of, well, here's my plan for how to deal with this and that and the other thing, because my plan doesn't matter. My plan will not be the best plan for any problem you can come up with. There will be a million people with better plans than whatever I could come up with. So don't ask me to describe how you are going to fix problems. I don't freaking know. And you can see the mind shift in people when they grasp that they own themselves and they suddenly realize, oh, okay, well, yeah, there are things we can do to settle disputes, to protect ourselves from attackers, to do this or that or the other thing. But the first step is just grow up. Stop thinking it's somebody else's business to make the world work. Well, how will the poor be cared for? I don't know. What are you going to do? well, how will we be protected from this? I don't know. What are you going to do about it? And it is inconvenient. It's inconvenient to be a free person where you can't just be a kid in a classroom whining to the teacher to save the day and fix everything and make everything work, where you actually have to be a responsible adult. And that's one of the main reasons why people like the belief in authority, because then they can live with the lie that all they have to do is obey and do as they're told and everything will be okay. First of all, no, it won't be okay. Second of all, you're not even being a human being. You just threw your free will out the window and became somebody's slave in the hopes that that would help humanity. It doesn't help humanity for you to be a slave. It doesn't help humanity for everybody else to be a slave. It does help humanity for you to start thinking as an adult, responsible human being who owns himself and who accepts that it is your responsibility to figure out how to make the world work. This video is for all the people who are constantly saying, well, if not for government, we couldn't have roads, or we couldn't have police, or nobody would care for the poor, or we wouldn't be protected, whether it's from local thugs or from foreign invaders. We wouldn't have this, we wouldn't have that. So thank goodness we have government and taxes, because we wouldn't have any of those things. And the first way I'd respond to that is by pointing out the assumptions that underlie that complaint, that argument. Basically what people are saying, because let's be clear about what the terms mean, government is the people who boss everybody else around. And taxes are those people demanding money from us. So they basically tell us, hand over a whole bunch of money and we'll decide how to take care of you. We'll decide how to spend your money. If we don't like it, too bad, we don't really have a choice. Like, well, you can vote in a few years and maybe something will change, even though it totally won't. So that's what people are saying. Basically, if we didn't have a ruling class stealing our money and then supposedly spending it to protect us, how could we possibly have roads or anybody to protect us? The implication is that in this country, for example, 300 million people would just sit around thinking, oh, we can't do it. Without politicians and tax collectors, we can't have a road, we can't protect each other, and we can't... And it rests on this bizarre assumption that things that almost everybody wants, they wouldn't do anything to make happen unless there were politicians forcing us to give them money so they can make it happen. And so an example I like to use is, let's apply the same argument to food, because food is pretty darn important. I think everybody can agree. Let's apply the same argument that statists use about the roads or caring for the poor or protection or anything like that. The argument would go like this. Now, in the context of food, listen how idiotic this is. If we don't have government demanding money from all of us under the threat of caging us, and that's what taxation is, here's the money you have to give us, here's the nasty things we do to you if you don't. If that didn't happen so that they could build a big food production and distribution system and feed us, well, we'd all starve. We'd all just sit around saying, gosh, I wish we had food, but no politicians and tax collectors. We're just going to sit around and starve to death. Now, in this country, nobody would believe something that stupid, because all you have to do is go to a supermarket and see a perfect example of really efficient, organized cooperation that nobody is forced to do. There is no, if you're going to make the argument that people make about roads and protection and all that, you'd say, well, nobody is forced to make any food for anybody in this country. How do you know everyone's just going to say, well, it's not my job, and we'll all starve to death? There's no guarantee. There's no master plan guaranteeing that we'll all have food. So obviously we're all going to starve if we don't have an authoritarian government stealing our money and then making food and giving it to us. Because golly gee, we couldn't possibly do it voluntarily ourselves. Again, in this country, nobody makes that argument because they see it happening voluntarily. Nobody involved is forced to do that. Nobody is forced to make you a single bite of food. There is no guarantee at all from anybody. And yet, Americans are, by and large, hugely overweight. Obviously, we don't have a lack of food. We might have a lack of healthy food. But obviously, we see that example, oh, we can handle that. voluntarily mutual cooperation, that's fine for food, but for some reason it's not okay, and we can't even fathom the idea of the exact same thing handling roads or handling protecting us or other things that almost everybody wants. So there's, in the question is this bizarre assumption that everybody will sit around really, really, really wanting something, but because there aren't politicians bossing us around and stealing our money, well, how could we possibly do it? And one of the most common things is, who will build the roads? Which is amazingly stupid to me. Just amazingly stupid. I have here in my pocket a little tiny thing. With this little tiny thing, I can be most places in this country and call people all over the world. And I own it myself. I'm not anywhere near rich these days, but I own one. Almost everybody I know has one of these. A little thing that can fit in your pocket, and just on a whim, you can open it and talk to somebody who's on the other side of the planet. And there was no coercion. Nobody forced anybody to make one of these. This is the result of voluntary cooperation. And that's it. Free trade. Organization, yeah, good. Cooperation, yeah, good. Coercion, which is what government is, and taxation, which is theft, didn't need that to do this. So what these people are telling me, oh, we wouldn't have roads if we didn't have government, is that somehow free individuals, relatively free, interacting voluntarily can make it so I can talk to almost anybody in the world on a little thing that fits in my pocket on a budget that is not a very good budget at the moment, but I still have one of these. That freedom, not authoritarianism, can supply me with this, but freedom cannot achieve a flat place. Because that's what a road is. It's a flat place. From here to there, because we have these machines that take us from here to there. By the way, we don't have those machines because of government. We have those machines because of free enterprise and voluntary interaction and cooperation. The idea that freedom can make a car but can't make a flat place is just idiotic. You really think we can't make a flat place? And so I ask people when they say, well, who will build the roads? Are you really telling me that you really and truly think that if government fell off the face of the earth, 300 million people in this country, 7 billion if you want to include the whole planet, would sit around in their houses thinking, golly, I wish I could go visit Fred, but I can't because there's not a flat thing from me to him, and I don't know how to do it. And the other 300 million or 7 billion people, we can't possibly do it because there aren't any politicians and tax collectors. If they were here, we could do it. If they were here to boss us around and steal our money and really inefficiently build a flat place, then we'd be set. Then I'd be comfortable and I could be confident that I could get places. I could visit Fred, I could go shopping, but now we're all going to sit in our houses wishing we could go to the corner store, but we can't because, golly, how could we possibly make a flat place from here to there? We can make these, where you can talk to anybody in the world. We can make machines that you drive around in, but no, we couldn't possibly make a flat place. And when people say, well, who will build the roads? The first answer is the same damn people who do it now. Politicians and tax collectors don't build the friggin' roads. Have you ever seen one out there? No, you haven't. They steal our money, waste most of it, do all their corrupt games, and then they pay other people. Here's an idea. How about if we pay those other people who actually build the stinking road? And the fact that that doesn't occur to people is a great indication of how well indoctrinated people are by the rulers who will perpetually tell us, you can't organize anything, you can't achieve anything, you can't do anything unless we are here to force it on you. And it's, again, there are a zillion examples, whether it's caring for the poor or protection or roads, obviously, where most of the population will say, I'm really concerned that poor people won't be taken care of, which means most of the population wants people in need to be taken care of. And if we didn't have politicians stealing our money, how would it happen? Here's an idea. Take some money out of your pocket and give it to one of the people that you think needs help. Why would you not comprehend that, but you would comprehend some guy 1,000 miles away passing a law to send an armed thug to take your money, to waste 90% of it, and then give a little bit to somebody who may just be defrauding the system or may actually need it? And the amount of indoctrination required to make people even ask these questions of how could we possibly do this without government? What do you think government adds to the equation? It doesn't add any resources. It doesn't create anything. Everything it gives away, it steals from us first by way of taxation. It doesn't add any skills. It doesn't add any knowledge. The people who are here would still be here if the institution of government fell over. We have all the know-how, we have all the resources, all the technology. The only thing it adds is one group that's imagined to have the right to violently assault and control and extort everybody else. So what the question really means is, how could we have a road, or how could I help that poor, or how could that poor person be helped, or how would anybody protect us if there wasn't a gang of thugs with permission to violently control and rob us? And when you recognize that that is literally what the question means, you already see how utterly idiotic it is. And it's completely the result of authoritarian statist indoctrination. Nobody would come up with that on their own. And you obviously don't see that with the example of food or cars or cell phones or anything else. Nobody says, we won't be able to talk to each other unless there's a gang of thugs that's allowed to boss us around and steal our money. And just economically, how stupid you have to be to think that's a good idea. Here are your choices. Let's do this. I'll give you these two choices for how you will be fed from now on. Either you can go spend your own money wherever you want. You can go to the supermarket or the local this or the local grocery, whatever you want. You can go decide what you want, and they'll tell you the price. You decide what you're going to buy and how much. And you can go to different places and you can shop around and you can do all that. That's option number one. But let me warn you, option number one does not give any guarantee that you will be fed. There's no master plan forcing people to feed you. So, oh my gosh, you better be really scared of that option, despite the fact that you can do it day after day and it works really darn well and feeds pretty much not only this country, but with a massive surplus. So that's option number one that apparently statists are scared of. Option number two is politicians will take as much money of yours as they decide to take. Then they will decide what, if anything, they will buy with that money in terms of food to give to you, to feed you. Do you really think that will serve you better, that will feed you better? Yeah, I'm much more comfortable that I'll have I'll be fed, I'll be secure, everything will be okay. If a gang of thugs who doesn't really care about me steals my money and then decides what, if anything, to give me back from what they stole. But that is implied in the question, whatever you put in the blank. How are we going to have blank if not for government? What you're saying is, how can we, the people who really want roads and food and cell phones and protection and all the things that almost everybody wants, how can we possibly have that unless we give someone permission to steal our money and boss us around and then decide what they're going to give us? And the same thing applies no matter what you put in the blank. How will we possibly do blank without government? One of the silly ones is caring for the poor. How will we care for the poor? Think of what that means. Like when more than half the country votes for a party to take care of the poor, it's more than half of the country saying, we're really concerned and we want to make sure that the less fortunate are taken care of, but we don't believe that normal people acting in freedom will take care of them. Well, if the people didn't care about the poor, they wouldn't win the election. By definition, if you vote for a welfare state, you're an idiot. Because either people are heartless bastards and you're going to lose, or people are compassionate and giving and you don't need to win. Just give them your stinking money. But people play the game, and that's the Democratic Party lives off of the idiotic notion that you're all so heartless that you should vote for us to steal your money to give to the poor. And half the country falls for it. Yeah, we're all so heartless that we voted you into office for the specific purpose of taking our money to help the less fortunate. That's just freaking brilliant. How about if half the country just gave their stinking money to the less fortunate? And then the less fortunate would all be rich, because it would be 1 trillion times more efficient than the government version of welfare ever is. Also, it would be actual charity instead of mass theft and corruption and fraud and all that fun stuff. But what takes the cake, the ultimately insane thing, whatever you put in that gap, how can we have blank without a parasitic ruling class and a bunch of hired thieves? It's just a stupid question, but it's extra super stupid when what's in the blank is, how will we be protected? Who will protect us from thieves and robbers if we don't have government? It's the most idiotic question. It's also the most frequent question from statists. So here's what the question literally means. If we don't give a certain gang of people permission to violently control us and take our money under threat of putting us in a cage, who will protect us from people who might commit aggression against us and take our money? Wanting government for that is exactly as brilliant as saying, we have to have a carjacker in our town, otherwise somebody might steal our cars. Government is an appointed thief. If you don't think taxation is theft, first of all, you're a really well-trained slave. Second of all, try not paying. See what happens. See if they say, oh, it's quite all right. Or if they say, no, you're going to pay, or we're going to take your stuff, or eventually we'll put you in a cage. And when people say, that's not theft, because we get something back. Learn to think. And I use this example all the time, and all I ever get is stupid looks from statists in response. If I robbed you at gunpoint of $100, and the next day I gave you a sandwich, and you said, what? I said, hey, now everything's fine, because you benefited. I gave you a service. I gave you lunch, so that retroactively makes it okay that I robbed you at gunpoint. Would you buy that argument? No, you'd say, that doesn't make it okay. Okay, you gave me a sandwich. And yet every statist makes the exact same argument when it comes to government. Well, we get some stuff for it after they demand our money under threat of violence and putting us in a cage. Then we get services or goods. And we don't get what we asked for, and we get lots of things we didn't ask for. But we kind of get something, and that retroactively makes it okay for them to say, give us this much of every paycheck you make, or we're sending men with guns to take your property. And the slaves justify their own enslavement. I'm proud to pay my taxes. I'm proud to get robbed by a parasitic ruling class and get a little bit back and feel good about it. Like, not only is that legitimate and justified, but I feel proud that I let myself get robbed by a bunch of crooks and parasites. But again, the ultimate thing is protection. When people say, who will protect us from aggressors and thugs and thieves if we don't have a government? Even though what government is, by its very nature, is a gang of aggressors and thugs and thieves. They issue commands. Every law they pass is a command backed by a threat of violence. You have to do this. You're not allowed to do that. Here are the nasty things we will do to you if you get caught disobeying. I mean, everybody knows that, even though they don't usually say it in terms that blunt and honest and accurate. But to say we need taxes to be protected is as stupid as you can get. It's saying we need theft to avoid theft. And the fact that people are trained to use different words so that this theft sounds okay. It's legalized, it's taxation, and we voted for the people who robbed us. Like, we got to elect our local carjacker, and that means he represents us when he demands our car and points a gun in our face. He's serving us as he steals our car, because he's going to use that car and sell it and make money to make sure nobody else steals our car. That is the essence of government. And the fact that you have hundreds of millions of victims of that scam vehemently defending it and saying, I'm not going to give that up. I don't want to give up government. Who would protect us? I don't want to give up the biggest aggressor on the planet, the biggest thief on the planet. Look at your tax bill and see how much private crooks steal from you. So before you ask that question, before you ask, how could we possibly have roads or protection or water or air or Christmas or Santa Claus or any of the zillion things that statists imagine we can't possibly have without a ruling class, think about what the question actually means. Because when you get to the point where you understand the implications of your own question, asking, how can we possibly have this without a parasitic gang of thugs robbing us? When you actually understand what you're really asking, you won't ask the question because you will realize it's completely freaking idiotic.
Could we survive without?
Alright, I'm gonna call it quits because we've hit about the 5-hour mark. And great talks, great stuff, great interviews. Thank you for those of you who have hung out all these hours. Again, if you want to see the full documentary for this, you can check it out on the site. And there's so much on this one. But there's also other documentaries as well that are included. The idea is to get a general sense that people can do things voluntarily and without slavery. So, it doesn't sound like a hard demand, but people do justify it. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm gonna go back to the intro scene here. Look at that. Cool. Look at this, Amos. I got scenery now in the background. Anyways, thank you. I know Amos, maybe you came in a little later. And Drew, welcome to the stream as well. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Day 7 emails should be sent to everybody if you signed up, and you can check it out ahead of time and watch whatever interviews you want, download whatever resources you'd like, and there's more to come, a lot more to come. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Take care wherever you are. It's late where I am, so good night if you're on nighttime, and good morning if you're just waking up. Peace out. Oh, I'm gonna host someone on Twitch. Let me do that real quick for those people who are still on Twitch. Let's see, who do we host? Who do we host? Who do we host? Okay, I know who to host. I host the same 2 people over and over again. Alright, should be going through. Thank you guys. This guy plays WoW. He's not political, so just letting you know. He's just a cool dude. Puts a lot of effort into it too. Thanks.